bum, bum, bum. I did forget to open something. I knew it. Every time. I knew it. Every single time. I'm forgetting something. There is not a single time I go live and I don't forget something. And then as soon as I click the go live button, I remember what I forgot. Every single time. It drives me nuts. I'm having a day, chat. We're having a day. I've been live for 20 seconds and we're having a day. I've been awake for 20 seconds. We're having a day. How are we, gamers? Hello, hello. Welcome on in. Happy freaking Friday. Hope you guys are doing fantastic. Sailor, Amber, Evie, Umbreon, Grim, AT, Loguini, Mowgli, Bogli. Weird ass name. That's not how you say it. I know I butchered it again. I've just kind of accepted that even though I would really love to be able to pronounce your name right, Mowgli, I've known you for too long. It's over. I'm sorry. This is why I say, chat, if I say your name wrong, you better correct me before it's too late. Because once it gets to a point where it's too late, there's no going back. I will never say your name right. You have to correct me early on, or I will never be able to say it. Ever. Ever. It's simply impossible. Random person. What's up, dude? Insomniac Rats. Hey, gamer. How are you doing, Rats? Good to see you, bro. Been a minute. Krezzo, what's good, dude? How are we? I'm in midst of an eye appointment and I'm in midst of a dentist appointment. W. Speaking of dentist appointment, I did that yesterday. And I just want to say, you guys are dramatic as hell. All right? I got to put that information out there. You guys are some of the most dramatic people I know. Because you guys are about, oh, it's gonna feel bad. Oh, Oshawaves are gonna drill your teeth. It's gonna feel weird. Oh, Oshawaves are gonna stick a needle in your mouth. You know what? They did stick a needle in my mouth. And guess what? It felt good. What are you gonna do about it? Enough said. And also, the drilling was uncomfortable for maybe half a second. I'm not even trolling. Half a second, and then I instantly got used to it. So, holy dramatic, brother. It was so good. I'm gonna be real, chat. I liked it so much. I scheduled another appointment for next week. So next Thursday, we're not live again either. Yeah, we're like, oh my god, it's gonna hurt so much. Oh my god, Oshawaves, you poor thing. I was fine. Better words, I was great. I didn't even have to watch TV this time, bro. I had just two dentists just yipping and yapping their little hearts out to each other. It was kind of cool, actually. And they were my entertainment. Can you go? Yeah, I can. Yeah, never mind. Go away. Go away. Get the fuck out of here. Mods, can we ban fish for 10 minutes? Aga times 2, dare I say. TTS. Thank you.
1117 says we already knew you liked getting drilled.
Damn straight I do.
Freak.
Okay, well, when you shame me, it's not cool. It's not nice anymore. Any major doesn't work, but nothing you can do. Nah, you got that. I'm gonna be real, AT. Everybody in chat to be like, oh my god, AT, you're so scared. I'm so scared for you. Oh my god, it's gonna be so bad. It's gonna be fine. You're gonna be a-okay. You're gonna go in there. It's gonna be really uncomfortable because, you're sitting there with your jaw open. You know what I mean? You're hitting the invisible salt shaker for about 30 to 45 minutes. But other than that, it's perfectly fine. Dude, needle didn't even... I don't know why. No freak shit. I like the way they feel. I can't tell you why, chat. It's not some freaky deaky devious shit. It's just every time I've been stabbed by a needle. Well, not stabbed, but injected. The poking part feels fine. The part that makes me feel weird is when it's numbed. And having this entire side of my face be numb was so weird. It felt so swollen. It felt surreal every time I touched it. I will say it does feel weird chewing on this side because that's where they did it. They did it right here is on this side. I think next week they're doing this side, so I get to run it back again and have this side of my mouth be completely numb and frozen, and I won't be able to chew. But you get used to it. AT, think of the hydrate, dude. I hate knows I better tell them so they strapped down. Damn. Yeah, but I'm the freak, right? AT wants to get strapped down while they get needles, but I'm the freak. Okay. Cheers.
ELXRT_ says not even a welcome back. Streamer doesn't care about his viewers.
No, I just don't care about you. That's the difference, Plur. Thuma, what's up, dude? Welcome back. Welcome to the stream. How's it going, chat? Everybody say hi to Thumo. Oh, welcome back. Warm welcomes for Thumo. Sorry, Plur. My bad, bro. I was here yesterday, brother. I didn't stream yesterday, brother, so you're a fucking liar. You're a liar. You're a liar and a half. No, listen, I don't feel bad. What did I do? Nothing. I just yip and yap and yap and yip. And if you're gonna get mad at me for not interrupting my yip and yap and yap and yip to say hello, then you're entitled to a hello and you don't deserve it. So I say hello to the gamers who show up not expecting a hello. Not to those who get pissed off when I'm yipping and yapping about getting drilled and how I like it. And I'm not interrupting that to say hello. Because if I did that, I wouldn't be able to talk. Because, you know, I haven't said hello to Joe. I haven't said hello to Dart. I haven't said hello to King of Bees. I haven't said hello to Fish and Mango. I haven't said hello to Jamie. I haven't said hello to Plort. I haven't said hello to Did. I haven't said hello to I Hate Twitch. I haven't said hello to... I did just say hello to Thumo. I'm sure I missed somebody else too. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I just sit here and say hi the whole time, I'm never going to stream. So instead, I'm going to yip about how I like getting stabbed. All right? Let a homie yap and yip and yip and yap, all right? Just like, how to be girl, worst streamer ever. You're so right. I did say hi to some gamers. I did say hi to some of you guys, so there's that.
You love being drilled while wearing IP in Pool's shirt is the best thing I've ever witnessed in my life.
Peak cinema, what can I say? Peak cinema. Yes, I am going back though. I am going back next Thursday, so yeah. I won't be there. Or I won't be here next Thursday for the same reason. But I think that's kind of fine. As for today's stream, we're gonna jump into it in a minute. First of all, for everybody who I just said, like, you know, I didn't say hello to, hi. Hope you guys are doing great. Welcome on in. How is everybody? Dart, how's it going? Bees, I hope you're doing well. Before we jump into it, I'm gonna clarify one thing. 4-hour stream today. 4-hour stream today. I'm not saying I have a lot of work to do, but I got the idea to do something and I really want to lock in on that idea. Admittedly, I wanted to lock in on that idea more than I wanted to stream today. So I feel like that should tell you how much I want to do it. So 4-hour stream today, including the 10 minutes we spend yapping out. All right. Grim! The motherfucker Grim with another gifted sub, bro. This motherfucker does it every single day, bro. Name me somebody more dedicated than Grim. I will wait. I will wait. It will be here forever because simply put, you can't. Grim with the gifted sub, the homie Kipsicle. Kip, if you're here, bro, please. I beg of you, drop the homie Grim a thank you in the chat. But... yes, Stripmander. He's back. He's not dead. See, I grabbed his reboot card after stream. I told you he'd be fine. All right? We did have to rush to the hospital. I broke a couple bones and he might have fractured his jaw, but he's fine. All right? You guys are here for shiny hunting. Let's do that. Last time we were live, we were looking for the homie Low Tater Fade. Listen, I know you guys know him as Mad Lad Tad. I know you guys know him as that. But I think we collectively should agree Low Tater Fade is kind of a better name. True or false, chat? What the freak is that sound effect?
I'm being punished for speaking what the chat won't say.
Oh. I'm being punished for speaking what the chat won't say. Fish and a mango. W chat while timed out, bro. Or not fish and a mango. Oh my god, wrong fish. Just fish, not fish and a mango. Sorry, not fish and a mango, just fish. Sorry, brain still load a little bit. W fish. Chatting while timed out. How do they do it? Can we also, I'm gonna be real fish. I'm gonna be so honest with you. I thought you would have gotten untimed out. I didn't think the mods would actually time you out for 10 minutes. Can we get fish untimed out for the one time, please, mods? Yo, can we get justice for the go fish? They ain't even do nothing wrong. Justice for fish. Please, somebody unban them. Fish, thank you for the $1 donut, bro. Thank you. I haven't heard that sound effect in fucking forever, bro. Okay, none of the mods are doing it. I think none of the mods are doing it because you have so many eyes in your name, it's hard to tell which, like,
Star Caleb
one is yours, but I got you.
17 says boss all alerts are loud as fuck. Also, are we doing Trico resets on the side?
No and no. There you go, Fish. I got you. Unlike my mods, I got you. SMH my forehead. No, we're not doing Trico hunts. We're not doing Trico resets because that's pussy shit. That's lame shit, and we're better than that. Also, fuck Trico. Had to be said. Listen, I didn't want to talk. I don't even want to mention that guy's name today because trigger warning. You know what I mean? We talk shit on that guy every single day, but I mean, hey, y'all bring it up, bro. I can't help it. Also, don't even scream at me for the timer. Nobody did that, but don't scream at me. It's coming. It's what? Where is the timer? Actually, maybe it's not coming because I don't know where it is. That's Citra. Is that it? Oh, right. I can't set it when it's moving. Bum, 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 bum. I'm screaming at you, then type scream, all caps. There we go. Now we're good. We're good. Not the Trico shit again. Every single day, bro. At this point, it's every single day. Widowy. Okay, I gotta shrink this. I can't shrink that, but I could do it like this. I'm gonna be real, bro. I miss this era of Drake so much. That motherfucker needs to come back. He's not my dad. Bring him back. Alrighty, pal. That's why March Jump is the worst Metal Evo of the gen. Yeah, but Septal sucks. Look, I'm not gonna bring it up again because we've literally talked about it every single stream for the past like 4. I'm sick and tired about it. But Septal sucks. And if you disagree, that's copium. No, enough. We're moving on from the topic, but that's how we're leaving it. He stinks and he smells, and that's coming from a former Septile ride or die. So, enough said. I've heard someone mention a question. The alerts are loud as fuck. I think that was just donos. Was actually no. You might be right. I don't know what the fuck happened. I swear my entire PC's audio got reset. You kind of right. Hold on. Chat here. Brace your ears. Brace. I'm going to replay Grimm's gifted sub. Y'all tell me if it's loud, okay? TTS was loud as well. I don't know why everything on my fucking computer just cranked to like max volume. Genuinely don't know why. I've been having so many fucking audio issues recently. Okay, let's run this back. Was that loud? Like how on a scale of 1 to 10, how loud? I know why. Oh my god. It's the same reason why I was late today's stream.
He says, guys, can you hear me? I think I'm a little quiet.
Everything is porting through my Spotify now. It's because everything. I know why. Okay, I gotta turn Spotify down. Actually, I'm gonna. It's doubled. Yeah, no, that's normal. That's okay. That's because I have my thingy open. Wait, why? All of my audio. Okay, so I guess like explain it in a way that like people who aren't locked in would understand. I have my audio split up, so I have my everything, my like in-game videos, music, everything on my computer. Track 1. Track 2, my microphone. My microphone. Track 3, the game. Track 4, sound of like a TTS and alert box. So like follow, subs, whatever the fuck. The 5th one is Spotify. And the 6th one is all of it again minus Spotify, which is why the Vods don't have Spotify. Like the Vods don't have music. For whatever reason, everything is playing through Spotify, and my Spotify on stream is cranked, which is why everything else is loud. But I have no idea why nor how to fix it. So, that's partially why I was also late today, because I was trying to deal with that. But also, I was late for another reason too. Which I'll yap about in a minute. I'm trying to think of how I could even fix that. What if I do this? You guys gonna help me right now? Congratulations, you guys have been promoted to lab rats. No troll. I might have fixed it. If it's deadass that simple of a fix, I'm gonna scream. Let's see. It's just gonna ego my TTS.
Says,
No. Why is everything being routed to that? Oh, the misery. Let me try manually making everything route to that. Lab rat in hell? Maybe. Maybe. Ah, dude, that's so lame. Let's try now.
Oshawaves says,
Why? Is everything routing there? There's no reason for it. Less loud? Yeah, it's because I turned it down. I have no idea why it's being routed that way. Maybe... Oh, maybe this is why. Maybe I have an idea. Maybe I've got a little. You probably, you guys still hear the music? I think this was no. Yes, okay, it did. I think that's a good thing. Okay, first things first. Hold on. We gotta run it back.
Oshawaves says
Okay, that's still loud, but it's not as loud, right? Right? Did that fix it? Was it really that? That's such a stupid thing. If so. Didn't hear TTS? We didn't hear it at all? What? What is going on? Oh, and now it's not routing correctly. Oh, I'm gonna scream and I'm gonna shout and I'm gonna hawk to all at the same time, chat. Why aren't we rerouting now? Oh my god. I why do you go? That's so stupid. Nothing's making sense right now. I'm gonna lose my mind. Nothing's making sense. Oh my god, nothing is making sense at all. And we got raid at the worst time. Oh my god, Aki, thank you for the raid, bro. Thank you for the raid. Oh my god, Aki. Dude, thank you for the raid. How was this stream, dude? Dude, we're having audio issues right now. Hey, you guys shouldn't even be able to hear the music. That's what I don't understand. You guys should not be able to hear it. There's, like, to my understanding, you should not be able to. Let's see if this works. Shot in the dark.
Says
Did you guys hear that? Did we hear that? No TTS? Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, I see. It's showing me that you guys are hearing it. I didn't hear it either, though. So, like... Chat, can I just fucking end stream, bro? Actually, can I just, like... Hear me out. I just end stream and I go fucking stream on OnlyFans. Genuinely. Chat, if you haven't already, please. Thank you, mods. Thank you. Chat, please drop the homie Aki a follow. How was the stream, dude? What were you up to? What were we gaming? What were we doing? See, now the routing is fucking pending. Why? Chat, audio is so obnoxious. It is the most annoying fucking thing in the universe. Do you see the music? Do you guys see the music? Play Dominage left him. And what do we think? What do we think? W or L game? Chat, has anybody here played that? Anybody that's not going from the raid? Oh my god, chat. It's dude. Okay, listen, bro. I was late to stream today because first of all, we ran out of milk. But I bought milk last night, so when we ran out, I had more. But when I when I went to go make a coffee, why isn't it routing? I went to make a coffee and I had to replace the milk, obviously, because we ran out.
Oshawaves says
So
SSSS.
I went to do that. And then I was like, oh, hey, there's not any room in the fridge. So then I had to go through everything in the fridge to see what I could fucking throw out. Because my roommates don't know how to do that. And then finally did all that. All I had to make a fucking coffee. So it already like set me back a little bit. And then I went to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. All right, peanut butter and jelly bagel. And the jelly spilled fucking everywhere. Everywhere. Annoying audio issues. Not a day, chat. Today's not a good day. Let me tell you, bro. Why isn't that happening? Snake Oshawaves was a bit too quiet, so we can't hear him. True, dude. Our homie just wants to. Homie just wants to shiny hunt, bro. With Flores to preserve the magic. When does the full game come out? I think it's really cool they're doing. I think it's really cool they're doing. Demos. I feel like most people don't do demos nowadays. Okay. That's loud. Wait, what's loud? PC noises? Did you just hear that? It's not even showing me that you guys are hearing anything. What I'm seeing is the only thing that you guys hear is my microphone. Oh my god. Is the only thing. Only mic right now. What about now? Did you hear that? How did you fucking hear that? Also, my game audio is on, by the way. I know I don't even hear it, but the game audio is on. Just for what it's worth. Do you hear that?
Oshawaves
No, of
says
course we don't. Why the fuck would we?
G.
Oh, wait, I might have an idea, actually. Hold on. I might actually know why. If I... No, that wouldn't... That's going there? Oh. Oh, I'm just a fucking idiot. We knew that. Shut up. Oh. Well, okay, maybe I'm not an idiot, but that might make sense. That might make sense. Yes, shut up, your bands. Well, no, but that doesn't change the TTS issue, though.
Oshawaves says A.
Okay, I have a new idea. I have a new idea. Because... Oh! Wait. Wait, but... What? Please don't, Pens. Okay. I might have fixed it. No troll.
Oshawaves says
That's so annoying. That's so... Okay, is it loud, though? That's the last question. Is it loud? Was that loud? That's so stupid. Okay, because I know I was telling you that everything was like kind of split up. So Spotify was one spot, mic was another, game was another. My Spotify just switched audio devices on its own, which no clue why. And funnily enough, according to my PC, nobody should hear anything. So I something ain't right, but it's working. You know what I mean? But my PC says no, neither you nor me should be hearing the music right now. But okay. All right, we're good. We're good. Okay. Holy shit. Oh my god, John, we can play Pokemon now. Yay! Chat, any Pokemon fans in chat? Type 1 if you like Pokemon right now. Let me know. Hi. Okay, I can actually fucking stream now. Holy shit. Thank you, Thuma. Thank you so much for your help. Aki, dude, I hope you had a fantastic stream, homie. Okay, let me get to my chats. I missed so many. Forgive me. Forgive me. Question, how long did it take you to get the Torchic? I want to start Torchic too. Like 20 hours, Dart. 20 hours, and it was 3,216 encounters. Plink. You stream until late tonight? No, 4-hour stream. Oh shit, I just smacked the fucking microphone. No, we're gonna stream at 7 p.m. EST. 3.5 hours from now. I got some work I want to do that I honestly wanted to do over streaming, but I didn't. Also, Luna, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Hello, gamer. What did you get this? I'm gonna be real. You need to be a little bit more specific, Pay. I don't know what this is. Can you replay bits and gifts to see if anything else is fixed? True. Good shout. It should be if TTS is, because TTS was playing through the Spotify and so was bits and shit, but we'll see. Shining Worlds would go hard, to be honest. No. Admittedly, no. You could not be further from the truth. Did it double? Did it play double? No. Interesting. Overlapped with load time a little bit, but At first it doubled. No, that's still playing through Spotify. Okay. Okay. Okay, Og. Okay, Og. That's all I can say. Why? Why is that porting through fucking Spotify? No, it's not even Spotify. It's nothing to do with Spotify. It's playing through the port that I have Spotify set to. That's not a Spotify issue. It's just like it's playing. Why does it do that? I'm thinking if I go here, I'm playing it from an outside source, so I'm wondering if the outside source is what's fucking it. Promiscuous girl, you're teasing me. You know what I want, and I got you. If I go, hear me out. Wait, why the fuck is...
This is a subscription test.
Loud? Or no?
This is a subscription test.
What about now? But that's a problem. Hold on. Hold on. If that's right, there's an... Oh my god, bro. It's like one problem gets fixed and there's two more. Chat, let me know. Do y'all hear... In like 3 seconds. Do y'all hear Jinxie? Hold on. I'm kind of hesitant. I think I know the answer to that one. I think I know that one. Why is my audio... Oh my god, I'm gonna scream. Ah, just like that. Don't be mean. What about now? This box is the size of my Johnson. Literally. Me too. Okay, cool. I think we got it. I think we're good. I think we're good, chat. All right. I think we're finally fucking good. All right. Holy, 27,000 years later. My lord. I don't even know what caused all that bullshit, but we're here, bro. Try sub again? Oh, true. Well, no, sub should be fine now, but I will try it again. It should be fine. I am SMRT, believe it or not. If you guys can hear, you guys are hearing Jinxie for the same reason you're hearing the sub goal or the sub thing twice. So you don't hear Jinxie, you don't hear the sub thing twice. But I will prove the point.
This is a subscription test.
Now, if it's too loud, I guess I'll turn it down. It does kind of look a little loud, so I'm going to do that, but... Okay, we're good. I can play Pokermans again. Oh my god! Only took 28 minutes. Aga. God, I love streaming, chat, don't you? Any Pokemon fans in chat right now? God forbid a man talking against Spotify on Twitch. On the contrary, Prod, I'm gonna be real, bro. Your messages say, and I quote, "Suck my dick for shilling Spotify automod. All I said was L Spotify for buying whosampled.com." Brother is crashing out over automod. And then you put a skull emoji, and then you put stupid ass automod shilling Spotify. Shilling $1 billion company's skull emoji. Disgusting. God forbid a man talking at Spotify. Brother, I don't give a shit if you talk about Spotify, but all you've been bitching about Spotify to yourself for the past like 20 minutes, bro. And brother, this is a music thing I use, bro. Who the fuck cares? It's music. You don't listen. You use Apple Music. Use Amazon Music. Use YouTube Music. Use like anything else. Don't fucking go to twitch.tv/Oshawaves and type a whole twit longer about it. I don't give a fuck. So I banned him. Anyways. God forbid a guy gets his audio working. Not for real. And that has nothing to do with Spotify, by the way. Those issues, everything was happening, had nothing to do with Spotify at all. Just for the record. For the record, nothing to do with Spotify, all right? The issue is the way my audio was being routed the entire time. It was just everything was getting routed to the same spot Spotify was when it wasn't supposed to, but that had nothing to do with Spotify. Tasty Blue Feet Cheese. Can we, what do I gotta do to get you to change your username? Thank you for the lurk, Markinator. Dude, I hope you're doing well, homie. It's good to see you, bro. I feel like I've been lobotomized. What? Excuse me? Excuse the fuck me? What did you just say? Why do you feel that way, Brotato? Let's talk about it. Thank you guys for your assistance. I do greatly appreciate it. Thank you, chat. And thank you for your patience. So very sorry. We're good now, though. Pookie, don't worry about it. I gotta call my mom, dude. I don't feel safe anymore. Mom, please come pick me up. What the fuck do you mean, Pookie? I played Valorant last night, chat. And the end of my Valorant session ended with me nearly speedrunning my expiration date. So if anybody here is like thinking about doing it, this is your sign not to. That was fucking awful. I gotta go 103, 102. Highest chance for Pokemon to beat Roxanne. Right here. Highest chance for Lotad, which is a water grass type. Our only other options for water grass types, or water or grass types, is Shrimish or Wingull. Wingull is still weak to Roxanne and gets O-code, or has a high chance to get O-code by a Rock Tomb, because it's weak. And Shrimish is a lower encounter rate. Plus, Shrimish is like one of the only good things in the forest. Everything else is a bug. At least here, we can still get Zigzagoon or Poochyena. And I mean, like, potential for Ralts. I think Ralts might have the opportunity to go crazy. I actually don't know what it learns. If it gets Draining Kiss, I'm pretty sure Curlia does, but let's look at Ralts' Aura. Ralts is like, it's a 5%. The odds of that happening very slim. Also, Surskit would be kind of cool. 1% Surskit. So it's like 15% chance Lotad, 30% chance Poochyena, which would also be good for specifically for Roxanne, not the rest of the game, unfortunately. 1% Surskit and 5% Ralts. So that's what? That's 49% chance for something good. And then there is unfortunately the Zigzagoon and Wurmple, which Zigzagoon would be bursts or preferred, which is also 30%. So like, you know, 50% chance for something good, 30% chance for something okay, 20% chance for something dookie booty. Yeah, also Ralts. Lucky Chant, Disarming Voice, Double Team Confusion, Growl. Maybe we don't, yeah, maybe not Lucky Chant. Does Lucky Chant last the entire battle? 5 turns. No crits for 5 turns. That's not, I don't know if that's worth it. But Nia movement's so peak. Yeah, but if I want movement, I'm going to play 2019. I'm going to play Apex Legends. I'm going to play any other game with better movement. So how can you say Neon movement peak when you can't even move and shoot in that game? That game got you standing still doing nothing, bro. You gotta stand there beating it in the corner. That's the only way you can aim in that game. Well, not aim, but shoot accurately. You want a good fucking game? You want a good tactical shooter that is the most slept on game of all time? Fragpunk. Period. That shit is so fun. Literally Valorant, but you can actually move while you shoot, and there's so many cool wild cards. That game died so fast. All right, dude, I still play. Dude, I played ranked last night. I will say, though, it does kind of suck that I play ranked because, like, it's like 5-minute queues. Anywhere from 5 to 10-minute queues, which really sucks. And ranked games only go 1st to 6. So it's like 5-10 minutes queue for like a 15-minute game. But such a fun fucking 15-minute game. Yeah, it breaks my heart how fast that game died, genuinely. Fragpunk is so fire. I wish, man. Gotta get Jinxie to play that shit, bro. That's what we gotta do. And they give so much free shit. Hello? School time, Plink. You lock in on that, Grow. Grow. Yeah, by the way. W Grow. Lock in on that, Grim. You got that. Light work, no reaction. Thank you for that, like. Thank you, thank you. I just reminded me, though. I actually have to, I think the thing I hate the most about... I love Fragpunk, but I think my biggest issue with it is the standard games are first to 4. Like, they're really quick. So it's like, I play ranked just because the games are longer. I wish I just had money, bro. I'm gonna be real. No rich bullshit. I wish I had money so I could buy, like, a say in video games. You know what I mean? I got it. Thank you, Caleb. I wish I could do that. I could, like, invest money into, like, smaller games that low-key could, like, I think have the potential to pop if they have the funding for it. That's definitely... Fragpunk is definitely one of those games. That game is so fun. What did you call me? Grow. I mixed Grim and Bro, and I called you Grow. This was my brain. It wasn't intentional, I promise. Thank you for that, Loic Thumo. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What's the command orb made? I think it's level caps. But the level cap's 14. I don't know. Nikavo, thank you for the channel, like, dude. I don't know, actually. What does the alert command do again? I haven't used it. It doesn't do literally... It literally does nothing, Insomniac. All it does is just tell me, or anybody else that you're watching, that, like, hey, I'm listening, but I'm not in chat. Kind of deal. What is the command? Like, I guess we'll find out. Oh, it's disabled. It was exclamation mark level cap. Why was it disabled? Sorry I wasn't here yesterday. I didn't stream yesterday. I was at dentist. Was it me? Yes, it was, Poopy. It's always you. Don't you fucking lie. You put a plural the first time, you're wrong. We tried level cap. We were trying a bunch of different things. Exclamation mark level cap didn't work, so why would I try it again? You know what I mean? That's the definition of insane. Why would I try the same command again if it didn't work? You know what I mean? So I was like, oh, maybe it's level caps with an S, plural. And then I realized it was disabled. That's why exclamation mark level cap didn't work. If you're gonna cook me, at least make it make sense, bro. Come on. Thought I missed a stream? I mean, I could go live at like 1 in the morning for like 5 minutes just so everybody could lose their stream streak. I could do that. That would be pretty fucked up, but I never seen 2 best friends. I ain't never seen 2 pretty best friends, bro. Retweet. That's not true. That is such a fucking lie. Such a lie. Are you blind? Maybe. Maybe. Caleb already said hi, but hi. I like saying hi to my bestie. Caleb, you don't have friends. You know you do have? A new apartment waiting with your name on it. When do you move? What's your move day for that? Actually, if 24 hours to keep the streak, what if I just disabled my Twitch account? Then what? What if I deleted all of the VODs and all of the clips? Actually, you can't watch any clip. It has to be a clip from the last stream. So what if there's just no VODs and no clips? And then I just don't stream until the day after. Actually, I don't even need to disable my Twitch account. I could just devious lick that shit. Light work, no reaction. So you're gonna lock in and get packing tonight? Packed tonight? Oh my god, you leave tomorrow? Oh my god. Holy. I'm so jelly. Can I be so for real? I'm so jelly. I'm not jelly of the financial responsibility that comes with, but I'm very jelly of the rest of it. Wait, is me and my brother shiny hunting started BDSP? You got a shiny in 15 hours. I'm like 60 hours on shiny. Welcome to BDSP shiny hunting. You're gonna be there for a lot longer than 50 or 60 hours, Potato. Better strap in and get comfy because you got another 60 hours to go. It's so good. Yes, 100%, Caleb. 1000%. Don't say that. I'm just a realist. I'm sorry. I'm not going to feed you the false illusion that, oh, don't worry, you're going to get it soon. You're not getting it soon. I'm sorry. You're not. Let's be realistic. The odds of that are not in favor. You're not getting it soon. The only difference is I'm not gonna baby you. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. I'm gonna tell you to your face, you're not getting it soon. However, would you not prefer me to be honest? Would you rather me lie to your face and say you're gonna do something that you're not? Would you rather me encourage you to go take the stage and perform, saying that you are the best and brightest star, what just for you to get upon the stage and the audience do nothing but laugh and point at you the entire time? Would you not prefer me to be cruel and honest to spare you of such embarrassments? Case closed. 25 hours, by the way. And you live with your brother too? Yes, but having your own apartment isn't literally living on your own. I literally think the best case scenario for your own our own department, your own apartment is to be shared with one person. Now, honestly, I feel like there's tiers to how awesome it would be based on that one person. I think the absolute peak would either be like your best friend and or your partner. Depending on who you get along with more, I'd put partner over best friend or best friend over partner, and then, you know what I mean, whoever didn't get picked as second place. Third place, I would say, is a sibling. Fourth place is a friend. Not a good friend, but still a friend. You know what I mean? And then I would say sixth place, living alone. I say my head's getting worse. Fuck. Good luck, ways. Bye, chat. We'll see you later, Poopy. Thank you for the shiny luck. Oh, and the hydrate. I just slugged coffee. That's my excuse. If you phase gonna continue how to move on. What's up, Papa Steve? Well, Nuzlocke rules say you can only catch one Pokemon per route, so I don't even have a choice. I have to leave. We gotta take what we get and move on. Those are Nuzlocke rules. To be almost a month or over a month for Chimchar. Yeah, dude, BDSP hunts are brutal. I will never do that. I got my shiny BDS. I got a random shiny BDSP starter. I will never, ever hunt that because I know damn well that first encounter shiny Chimchar is going to come back to haunt me and I'm going to do 14k encounters. I know that. Maybe we're get along by not really interacting with each other. Yeah, there you go. You know what I mean? Like, that's not great. Like, there's people that you would like living with more than your brother, but there's also so many people that you would like living with less. So, until you have to do a shiny only. No. Only because I said no, but, no. As a Machamp family member, the Maflops are my cousins. Well, I'm gonna have to ban you, Mark. I'm gonna be real, bro. That might be grounds for a ban right there. Chad, what do we think? How much do we hate the Maflops? Day 3 of asking for a chess 1v1. And day 3 of telling you no. So you're gonna Nuzlocke because there's random encounters, no methods like Dexnav or Hordes. Well, to do Dexnav, you need to catch a Pokemon to be able to Dexnav it. It needs to be registered in your Pokedex before you can actually search for it. And I can only catch shiny Pokemon. So I would only be able to Dexnav for a dupe. Doesn't really make sense to do that. Horde, same thing. I would need to catch a Pokemon to do Horde battles. However, before the 3rd gym, you can get honey once a day from an NPC. So we're going to milk that. We're going to get like 20 honey. We're just going to date skip. And then we're going to do a Horde hunt. We're going to do a Horde hunt that's fitting to what, like, our you know what I mean, obstacles that are coming up. Because it is a lock at the end of the day. Siblings of the relationship. I get money from my bro lately. He's done something. But I'm glad I don't live with a stranger. Yeah. No, that's exactly what I mean. Like, living with a stranger would be fucking awful. Afternoon pimp. What's up, body bag? What's up, goat? How we doing? How's your day going? It's been a day, bro, chat. It's been a day. But we're here. We're gaming. Feeling good. Life is good. No complaints. You know what I'm saying? Get a shiny Oddish. Papa Steve, if you gift me 9,483 subs right now and your social insurance number, I got you. I'll get a shiny Oddish just for you. Did someone say them a flops? Where have I heard that before? The exclamation mark do a video of us catching every single psychic type Pokemon where we found 8 shiny Machop looking for 1 Spoink. On the way? Alright. They were supposed to be at school. Yeah, well, you know what? They weren't, bro. They were hanging out with the Spoink, and that's not cool, bro. Spoinks are a bad influence. You don't want to see Machop start bouncing on the spot like they're Spoink, do you? Didn't think so. Bad influence. You gotta lock in on that, twin. Come on, Waves. Did it ask for 3 in a row for real to play chess? Okay, but them asking me to play chess just tells me that they're better than me because they want to play chess. I don't want to play chess. Obviously, somebody who wants to play something is going to be better than somebody who doesn't want to play something. So I don't understand why they want to play when the results of that game are already clear and who's going to win. The only reason they want to is so they can say they beat a streamer on stream, and I'm not going to put myself up to that. I'm not going to sign up against somebody I've known for 2 days on Twitch to embarrass me on stream. I'm good. If I'm playing chess, it's against anybody else in chat except for Exo because they asked. 3 days. Today is the 3rd day. I've known you for 2 full days. This is the growing 3rd day. It doesn't work like that. Waves play checkers while they play chess? I do be playing my checkers, bro. I do be playing my checkers. No Pokopia for them. True. 1v1 me in FPS chess? Do they got movement like that? Hold up, bro. If I play the rook, do I got movement like that? Yeah, but if I'm going against you, I'm hoping for the answer to be no, honestly. Sure, I got movement, but you got movement too. That's a scary thing. Hi, Allah. Yo, float a ball. What's up, dude? How we doing? How are the both of you? Welcome on in. Yo, Tasty, I'm gonna be real, Tasty. I'm like 3 messages away from banning you, dog. Your message history has been nothing but button mashing and some random ass shit. Cool it down, stop being a freak, or you're permabanned. This is your only warning. Happens again, you're gone. Okay. Knight movement and bishop is cooked. I remember seeing that, like fucking FPS chess. Cool concept. Really, really cool concepts. What a username, not for real. My bus didn't show up? Shit, but you know what that means? No school on a Friday. Who the hell gonna complain? That was such a surreal moment, bro. You just go in and you're standing there waiting for the school bus, and then you wait, like you realize you've been out there for 20 minutes and it's like it still hasn't come. And you decide, I don't want to go home yet just in case it's running a little bit late. So you wait another 5 minutes and then you realize it's not coming, and then you just kind of walk home like, well, what the fuck am I gonna do all day now? Like, you woke up early, you got ready for school, so it's like you low-key can't go back to bed, even if you really want to, because, like, you woke up, you ate breakfast, maybe you had coffee if you were a freak. I was. And then you're just sitting around like, oh, hey. It's like 7:30 a.m. and I'm awake right now. What's wrong with me? But the rest of it is low-key good, I'm gonna be real. I'm a night person, but... Dude, waking up early is the shit. This is coming from a chud who wakes up at 1 p.m. every single day, but let me tell you, bro, waking up at 5 in the morning is like the best fucking thing ever. If I didn't stream at the time I streamed, I would wake up at 5 a.m. every day. 100%. Without a doubt in my mind. Then your mom forced you to go always and drove her there? Yeah, well, joke's on you. We didn't have a car, so I didn't have to do that. Asha Judd confirms? I believe so. Oh shit, we got Shiny Torchic. Yes, we did. Dude, Fib, this profile, I didn't even realize, dude. The ID for this save file didn't even try to reset for it. Where do you see the ID? It's 01500. It's 1500 flat. And like, we didn't reset for IDs. We just made one up. That's kind of crazy, bro. And I got Shiny Torchic, which is the gamer I wanted, so we kind of locked in, bro. How are you, dog? How was you? I just really hurt my finger. Oh my god. I don't know what I did, but that doesn't look right. How's your hunts going on Black and White? Are you still running that up? And what's your next target, if so? Okay, that's fine. I'm on jealous right now. Ooh, are you going for the? Obviously you can't choose, but what are you preferring, the pink or the blue one? I know that's not what their shinies look like, but joke's on me. I got smarter. Yeah, joke's on you. I agree. Perfect time to hit up the park when the bus don't come. See, I never did that, bro. I was always too tired, dog. Way too tired to go hit up the park alone. Can't wait. I was always close enough to walk to school. I could walk to school. I just chose not to. At the time, most of the times that I missed the bus, Or I didn't miss the bus, but the bus never came, or the bus was late. I could have walked to school, I just didn't want to. Hey, bus didn't show up, I don't gotta go. Young Oshawaves did not want to go to class, bro. Playing chess, but if you die, you lose. You die if you lose. But what happens if I win? Static and Undella, I think the female one's a little nicer. Wait, there's a static Jellicent? Really? Where? Hi, Maddie. What's up, gamer? What's up, goat? What a Pokemon that's going to be eventually. Yeah, they made a big deal for Goldengo being 1,000 on the dot. You think they'll make a big deal? What was 500? 500 was like Emboar, right? Yeah, bang, right on the money. And he's just kind of a mon. So, I mean, like, actually, maybe they don't do anything for 1,500. Maybe it's just like your basic ass guy. Could be. Resetting ID is the next big thing. It is cool. It is so sick. I'm Black 2 on Monday and it's only male. White 2 is Thursday, so it's female. I didn't know that. Wow. I mean, it makes sense. It's a Black and White 2 thing that I wouldn't know. Because I don't ever think about Black and White, but Black and White 2. But that's sick. And no phases, so. Okay. Yeah. I'm good, bro. I'm good, bro. This motherfucker is not old enough to be on Twitch. I'm good, bro. Pokemon 2000 will have the most horrible evolution. Pokemon Dex number 2000 is 2,000 Gimme Ghoul coins. It's gonna be Gimme Ghoul 2. Well, 150 will be 10x the original amount. No, 151, like 1510, would actually be 10x if we're gonna get technical. But I do see your point. New cap card came yesterday too, so I'm global cap card 3 days. Sheesh. That's he, bro. Hold on. That bro's locked in like that. Okay, I see you. That's fire, Fib. Pikachu 2? Oh, now we're talking. My kind of Pokemon. Hold on. Just opens a perfect order and got the Mega Cuffable EX full art, so I'm doing great. Ooh. Perfect order. Mega Cleffable EX full art. What are we looking at here? I'm seeing 2. Was it this one? Or was it this one? Is this TCG Pocket? Is this? No, because this person's holding it in their hands. That's a pretty ass card, dude. Damn. Damn. I wish I could get into Pokemon cards again, bro. I really, really wish I could, but I don't have like a jillion, million, billion, $1 trillion to afford it. Anybody else with me on that? Type 1 if real. Can I catch 1,500 for the next of the Shiny Charm? I'm okay with that. I'm a-okay with that. 3 total, but the PC can't handle all 3 at once. So it looks like your next step is a PC upgrade, huh, Fib? Gonna play Gen 5 for the first time. My white came in today. I had it as a kid, but never played, and I'm gonna dominate to admire it. Oh, you're gonna love it. You're gonna love it so much. What do you mean, one, Maddie? You're the one who opened the card, bro. What do you mean? You widowy with freaking opening cards, you wild widowy. Will I get the Shelf of Salamence or 3 Bagons first? Much to consider. Shelf of Salamence, because it's static. Bum, bum, bum. If you're decent at VGC, you get a lot of TC product through store product and stuff. Oh, yeah, they give out, like, free packs and shit, right? Well, not free, because you got, like, plays for them, but packs of rewards. Wait, so what was the most annoying thing you had a viewer do/say? The most annoying thing a viewer has ever said to me was, day 3 of asking for a chess 1v1. That happened, not too long ago, actually. Oh, hey, Waves. Oh, hey, Processed Rizbear Meat. Other than that, I also had this one guy one time, which, like, probably, this might be, like, honestly worse than the last one, if I'm being honest. He said, what was the most annoying thing you've ever had a viewer do or say? That's definitely a runner-up as well, if I'm being honest. So looking for the low dad? I mean, yeah, we're only at 300 encounters in. Thank you for that lurk, Insomniac. Thank you, dude. Hope you're enjoying whatever you're up to. I see how it is. I'm just playing. I don't know. I don't focus on negative shit. It's really hard for me to remember like the worst this or like my least favorite that. Because it's like, it's my least favorite or it's the worst. I don't want to spend any time thinking about it. I gotta lock in on thinking about the positivity, like my favorite chatter or my favorite comment. Duh. Duh. So I actually don't know. Like, jokes aside, I have no idea. I couldn't. This wasn't a live stream thing, but if those of you who know the Piplup story, that's probably my worst interaction with an individual online. Actually, I mean, there was one time, this individual was in love with me, so that was also, that's up there for sure. But admittedly, that was just like really awkward. The Piplup thing was just like, I hated that. I hate it. I'm gonna be real. I take the Piplup thing. I think that's worse, bro. One in a lifetime. You get one prize pack for each tournament usually, but the more stores offer, you getting more store credit for. Wait. You just get one pack. Most stores offer you getting store. Most stores offer store credit. Okay, there we go. Sorry. Worded that weird. Most stores offer store credit for finishing top 4 at events. Oh. Oh. That's cool. No, you're good, Eva. It just took me a sec. That's sick. So, what do they get in return? Or is it like the stores that host it? Like pay me a hypothetical. Like you go VGC at a GameStop and then fourth place of the fourth place gets like, I don't know, $100 in GameStop credit or something. Like, is it like that? Am I understanding the lore correctly? What is the Piplup incident? I don't know the lore. Chad, what YouTube video has the Piplup incident lore in it? I know one of them does. I don't even know what the hell that, I can't even read that. I'm gonna keep it a Minecraft stack with you, Papa Steve, but Shia LeBouf. Whoever the hell that is, shout out them. Greetings, gamers. Yo, what's up, Momo? What's up, dude? Welcome on in, homie. Nearing home, so head off now. We'll see you later, dude. Take it easy, homie. Thank you for stopping by, Bear. Just have to figure out which one I'm going to call you. There's processed, Riz, Bear, and meat. My mind can never decide what word I'm going to call you. Holes? Shia. Oh. That guy. Oh. I didn't know that was his name. I'm not a name person, I'm a face person. I don't remember names, I remember faces. Definitely meat. I don't know if I want to refer to them as meat yet. What, did you find something? You tell me. You tell me, Gouji. Holes is a fire movie. Holes is a good movie. That is a great movie. I didn't know he played, like, that guy played in Holes. I didn't know that. I found 2 things. Brotato really came in a stream to flex on me. That's crazy. That's absurd. Entry fees. So, like, I go to Oshawaves Games. I paid $10 to enter. I finished top 4, so I get $15 in-store credit, which can be used to enter other local at Oshawaves Games or save up to buy TCG products. Oh, okay. Okay, I get it. Makes sense. Okay. That's sick. I'm gonna be real. You've spent $10 and you get $15 in-store credit. That's a fucking scam. In this economy, what the hell is $5 gonna buy you? Maybe if you're fortunate, a small fry from McDonald's, bro. $5 at Oshawa Games can buy you 1/10 at Pokopia. No, it's a 20th, actually. I lied. Like, however, I hope that's just a hypothetical example. I hope the actual number is higher. I mean, something's better than nothing, but like, that feels like, if it actually is like $10 entry fee, you only win $5 profit. That deadass feels like a pity reward. A drink and small chips. That's what I'm saying, bro. A single booster pack. Not for one of those dollar store packs with like 4 cards in it. Shiny Reggie like getting Pogo today? Ooh, hell yeah. Aeron 6251 and Numal 269. Nice. Wait, that's peak though. I'm thinking of, hold on, I'm cooking up in the kitchen actually so hard right now of a concept for later in the wait to playthrough. Chad, I want you guys to keep in mind Magnemite and Nosepass. I need you both to keep those Pokemon, or I need you all to keep those two Pokemon in mind. Like 5 days from now, okay? Hypothetically, we could Horde Hunt for Aeron with Magnet Pole. Sturdy, and you're banned. Who the fuck wants Sturdy? Who the hell wants Sturdy, bro? I want them for Magnet Pole to potentially Horde Hunt Aeron. Magnemite and Nosepass. I don't think we get them to the third batch, but that's why I said we gotta wait like a couple of days. You know, like don't remind me tomorrow. It ain't gonna matter, but like if there's good phases there, that's what I mean. You know what I mean? I'm not just gonna go hunt Magnemite to hunt an Aeron. But like if we can find a Magnemite, Voltorb, or Geodude, that's just a random ass Pokemon, obviously it's not there, shut up. Then like I'll go for it because Voltorb's good. And worst case scenario, we get like Magnemite, and then Magnemite can be used to hunt to hunt Aeron. And I have to do it on the push-up counter. I can't do it every day. So no. Though admittedly, I just forgot yesterday. I couldn't do it the day before. Like you asked me, I did it that night. You asked me the next day, I didn't do it because gotta rest. I forgot about it yesterday.
Nosepass and Magnemite for Aeron hunting with Magnet Pull.
Thanks, Evie. Thanks, appreciate it. Evie for the reminder. But yeah, future like down the line, that would be huge because Aeron is my GOAT, bro. I know it's a Nuzlocke and high key. I don't think Aggron's that good for a Nuzlocke, especially in this game, but like he's still cool anyways. Eevee. Can we ban Eevee actually? Mods. Going for Electrike now? Good luck, dude. Good luck, good luck, good luck. Was he a rock smash going for time for the Aggronite? Word. Mega Aggro on the wall? Yeah, but that's if we get it. You know what I mean? And it's like that's a high risk because we could phase on Zubat. I guess Crobat wouldn't be awful though. Shiny Crobat's peak? This is true. I'm talking more from the Nuzlocking aspect, but you do be Hawk 2ing. This is true. Crobat's only purpose is to fly? What? Crobat's go goated. What are you talking about? 130 speed, 90 attack? Better than Sceptile. Faster and stronger than Sceptile. So I'm just saying, hey, if Crobat has no purpose, neither does Sceptile. Just saying. Crobat literally does what Sceptile does, but better. So, if you're gonna talk your shit, but just keep that in mind. I mean, oh, it gets acrobatics at 35. Oh my god. It does not get a very good physical poison move though. I'm not rocking 50 base power Poison Fang late game. Crobat can get Sky Attack? Holy shit. Wait, that's kind of crazy. What about for TMs? And not a single good physical. I mean, like, the only one is Cross Poison, but it just learns Cross Poison. 1/3 of the way there. What are you going for? Go for 100? I think that's post-game. You think what's post-game? Acrobatics? That's 35. I used Crobat for my third Oras replay, and be honest, how did he do? How was he? Did he cook? Wingull or Kecleon? Oh, that's rough. Hey, Wave, so can you beat me exactly 22 times so I can edge 100 bands? No, because you're asking for it. Also, I did get Shiny Bag on, only 2 spots. Oh, hey, you just reminded me. I'm only playing on 1 console now. I can go back to hunting Emolga. Emolgaga. Fuck, my DS is gonna die. Maybe I can't go back to hunting Emolgaga. What the skivity toilets. Yeah, Khalib, if you didn't ask me to do it, different story, but because you're asking me to ban you, I feel like it's a reward for banning you instead of a punishment, which is what a ban is supposed to be, so it kind of devalues the whole point of a ban, you know what I'm saying? Chat, I got a question for y'all, and I want to know y'all's opinions, but y'all think it's a lame, so I got a Japanese copy of Pokemon White. Y'all think it'd be lame if I change my in-game language to English? Because I'd like to make this my forever save file, but it's kind of hard to make it a forever save file when I can't read the fucking language. You know what I mean? But I kind of like that the Pokemon are in Japanese. Like, I feel like that'd be kind of lame for a YouTube video. Hey guys, I got Japanese Pokemon and I caught 2 shinies in Japanese and then I changed the language. Everyone's saying no though, so like, that makes me think YouTube wouldn't hate me either, hopefully. Hopefully. Would it damage the card anyway? No, I would just use like PK Hex or something. I'd use a save file editor. You know what I mean? Or PKSM. Just so I can read it in English. Even if it wasn't English, like I'd be okay if it was like a language that used the English alphabet. You know what I mean? Like if it was like German, like, you know, it's like English, or not English alphabet, but you know what I mean? Like an alphabet that I can read with accents and shit, or like French or Spanish, then at least I can read it. You know what I mean? Like I don't know what the fuck it's saying, but I can read it. I can't read Japanese for shit. It's all just symbols. Yo, what's up, Salazar? What's up, dude? I don't need to worry about YouTube anyway. It's not like they're gonna know. Well, yeah, they're gonna know because they're gonna see my entire thing go from Japanese text to English text. I don't think 3DS, if you change the language and you try to revert to Reverie, that no, I would literally just change the. That's a good call though. I've never tried it. Maybe that is a thing I just didn't consider. That would like brick the console. I don't think it would do that. I mean, maybe. Because I wouldn't change the language of the console, nor would I change. I don't know. I would just change the language in the cart, like in the cartridge. Damn. I'm gonna Google it. Maybe I'll do a little bit of research before I actually full send it. I forgot you said I want to. Yeah. Yeah, no, I started it, but not only did I start it, I'm already 2 encounters. Like I'm 2 shinies deep. I haven't touched it because I chime in a minute though, but I'm glad I'm running it back. I missed it. There would be that one person that would care, but otherwise nobody would care. That's true. I think it'd be a bad narrative aspect, but that's true. I gotta get Orb to ban me. I'm gonna take away Orb's ability to ban you if Orb gives in and bans you. If he fulfills your request, he's cooked. How's it going, Salazar? How are we, dude? Welcome on in. I will say, though, physical cartridge hunting is so sick. I mean, a capture card would be pretty cool, too, but I'm not about to ruin my limited edition 3D or fucking DSi. It's not a 2DS or a 3DS. To be able to record it, you know what I mean? 2 bag-ons. Legends EA experience. r/nobody was surprised. I didn't know that. That's a good show, Fib. I'll have to keep that in mind. So I'll do a little bit of research to find out if that is a-okay. Also, brightness is low as hell, but Emolga egg. Y'all motherfuckers can't even see that. Hold up. Out of this egg, I will fix it. I'll make it brighter. Not brown. Frick. Feel like I'm living. Yeah, I recently changed my language with 3DS, so that warning is ahead. You learned the hard way? Wait, no way. Did you actually, like, is your thing cooked? Did you show my DSI? I didn't even know you had one. So that should answer your question. I had a charger. Where'd it go? Also, it just has another Imaga. Forgive me. It's not shiny. What did I do with my charger? I don't know. I'll just do encounters, I guess, actually, until it dies. Then I'll go plug it in and do it tomorrow. I'm just getting every VGC viable mega as a Shalfa. Mawile is going to be fun. Mawile is going to be fun because Mawile fucking smells. You'll have to get like a donut or some shit for that. And even then, donut resetting. Legend ZA, bro. How do they drop a DLC that low-key made the game less fun? How does that even happen? Feel like I'm living. I watched a tutorial and they were. Oh, okay, word. Okay. I have DLC, yeah, but then you're gonna, you know what I mean? Like, you're gonna have to do DLC. I feel like that's the most efficient way. But you gotta, like, reset for shiny or sparkling power, alpha power. Donut. Do the lab hunt. I don't think you can. What do you mean lab hunt for? What are we talking about? Lab hunt for Mawile? What is the lore? Oh, yeah, I heard you. I remember you saying that you got this, but I don't think you've ever shown me. Dude, that's tough, bro. And the screen protector? Holy aura. Can't relate, though. My shit's raw. That's tough, bro. I love the console. I think my only issue is that it's faint. Like, the Zekrom and Reshiram are faint. I thought they were less faint on the black one, but I feel like this level of faintness on this looks as faint as the white one did in the pictures. Lysander's lab for Beldum? What does that have to do with Mawile? What's the correlation of Mawile? Can Mawile be found in Lysander's lab? And I just don't know. Let's go, Cheesecake. What's up, Rory? Cheesecake do be a little guy. We changed subjects? Oh, I didn't see you talk about Metagross. I see. I got Mawile hunting Dratini. You got a Shalfa Mawile hunting Dratini? Where do you find Dratini and Mawile? I can't use my arrows to walk around in this game. That's really annoying. Oh, I can. My shit changed, didn't it? Yep. There we go. I think about whether or not I want to get this cap carded or not. I say no, but like... the lacking of a cap card does suck. Because it's like it decentivizes you to record it. You know what I mean? Or it's like it's decentive to not... Or to use it. You know, like why would you want to hunt on it? Without the cap card? When one of your other ones does. You know what I mean? But it is still cool. You could save it for just on-the-go hunting, but that also involves you touching grass, so... I think you said that, actually. I think you literally said that bar for bar when we were playing Val. Quad hunting would be sick. Brother's about to hit the 2048 odds. You got that. Like, we're gonna reaction. What's up, Frog? What's good, dude? Gotta go see Agunas. We'll see you later, dude. Take it easy, out. Have a good rest of your Friday. Bum, 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 bum. But can your PC not handle triple hunts right now? I think you could cap card it, but I would focus on upgrading your PC first. Wrong save file. You know what I mean? So that way, like, don't bother getting that because you can't even record with it. Wait, what? Oh. I see. It's a USB thing. The USB bus gets overloaded. Dude, I actually gotta get my USBs looked at. I think my USBs are kind of cooked. On the radio. Like, I think 2 of mine already are overloaded. With my drives being right beside them. Swear, bro, my PC came cooked. That shit was cooked off rip, bro. First round, thank you for the follow. How's the USB extender? I swear USB extenders are hit or miss. I swear. They are so hit or miss. Like, if you're gonna do that, get the exact one Kona has. Because I got USB extenders. I got 2 of them last year. Neither of them worked. Or, like, they worked, but they were so shit. Like, whatever I used them with, like, whatever's plugged into the USB extender, only, like, half worked. I'd have my, my mouse and keyboard plugged in. Mouse would just disconnect randomly every, like, 4 seconds. I would have to triple or quad tap a key for it to work sometimes. Drove me nuts. But then the one I use now, I have no problems. So, I don't know. I need to keep going to get a shiny. Well, this is a Nuzlocke. A Nuzlocke rules only allow you to get 1 poke. Why does this keep changing on me? I don't understand what I'm doing to make it change. Nuzlocke rule. Thank you. Weird. Nuzlocke rules only allow you to get 1 Pokemon per route. So, I can't really... You know what I mean? I can't necessarily catch another shiny on this route because that would break the rules. All right. Yeah. So we get what we get and we don't have a choice but to dip. If it's something sick, it's something sick. If it's dookie booty, well, what can I do about that? GG's go next. Run 2, I guess. High key. For this was a Nuzlocke? Yes, chat. Believe it or not, there's more than just shiny hunting lore going on. I'm literally just trying to stop shiny hunting. Shiny hunting's literally so cringe. Literally so cringe and boring and cringe and stinky and smelly. Literally. No, but actually, jokes aside, I actually am. I'm excited. I have an idea that I've been like sitting on for a minute for something, but if I decide to go through with it, I'm hyped to see the general reaction to it. But I'm gonna gatekeep. I'm not gonna tell y'all anything until I drop it, if it drops. That's a big if, but I hate this mint bird. Who in their right mind voluntarily shiny hunting Rowlet? And I'm guessing USUM. You are a freak, my friends. I respect it, but you are a freak and a half. I could never. I am way too scared of that hunt. That hunt is a big boy hunt, and I don't want to do it. Absolutely not. We do that for Poplio and Layton. Do it again, Caleb. No balls. Finish off the trio. Get the bird. You've already proven that you can do it once and twice. Maybe even 3 times. Maybe even thrice. So run it back again. Aga. No thanks. I already have one shiny. We'll get another one. Do you have a shiny Rowlet from USUM? Didn't think so. Isn't it a 3-minute reset? I think so. I think USUM is 3 minutes. And Sun and Moon is like 450. Like, not 450 seconds. Like 4 minutes, 30 seconds. Like 50%. I think it's 4.5 minutes. I could be wrong. I don't know. It's USUM, bro. I just hear those levels. I'm like, fuck no, I'm good, bro. I haven't sped up. Oh, so you're cheating. Mods, what do we report that guy? What do we? Oh, USUM's 1.5 minutes? Wait, really? Oh, I did. Oh, I did black and white. I did get it in 1,500 encounters, but I still did black and white. So, pussy. Yo, Caleb. Calm her down, bro. Calm her down, buddy. The question wasn't, what does Caleb lack in his life? It was shiny hunting Rowlet, alright? Let's calm her down a little bit there, buckaroo. I do agree. You do gotta be kind of crazy to do that. Sun and Moon resets are a different breed. I could never. USUM? 1.5 minutes don't sound too bad, actually. 1.5 minutes definitely don't sound too bad. What are you gonna do about it? Ban you? I mean, I could just take away your watch time instead. Every time you say something fucked up, I just take X amount of watch time away from you. I think that'd be a better idea, to be honest. Because you want to be banned, so... Okay, let's not. I think that makes more sense. Anytime I want to ban Caleb, I just adjust his watch time, like yoink away, I don't know, an hour, a day. We could do a day. I like that. We could take away a day of watch time. Every time Star Khalid would get banned, he loses 24 hours. I like that concept. I think we're kind of cooking up in the kitchen. A minute and a half doesn't sound so bad. Yeah, is there a problem with that, Amber? Is there something wrong with a minute and a half? Is that not long enough for you? You pulled out the old reliable. You have to, bro. Against Star Khalid. What the fuck else am I supposed to do? I got no leverage on this guy. Got no other leverage, chat. I need to. All night. Come on, dance with me. How about I pay to not do that? Oh, bribery. You should probably save your money. You are moving soon. I mean, like, Oshawaves and bribery in the same sentence. Let's go, dummy. I'm gonna lose my mind. My controller keeps changing its controls on its own. Should be like 30 seconds, take it or leave it. Bold of you to assume. That's very generous, honestly. I think 30 seconds is a very generous claim. Bribery seems to always work with you. And what is your point? Yum Stala. I forgot how to breathe for a minute. W that. Hey, chat, just in case you didn't know, make sure you guys know how to breathe. Believe it or not, it's actually important to do that. So, this is your friendly reminder. You are now manually breathing, by the way. You're welcome. I got 3 shinies today and I got my game as well. Damn! 3 shinies. Go crazy, bro. Hell yeah. Have you started your Alpha Sapphire yet, or are you going to do a shiny only strawberry? I remember you mentioning it. That's why I'm asking. What did you end up deciding on? I come to your streams for the white girl music only. You do what's in my streams? Does it mean I have to start playing like Linkin Park and shit now? I've become so numb. 7 hours, 8 flavors for baby. What game? The second you get a bike, the hunt becomes faster. A little bit, yeah, but I'm not tripping over it. Scarvy with a sandwich? Oh my god. Are you sure you're not just blind? Well, we're clearly not here for the bitches. If you're here for the bitches, bro, you're cooked. I'm sorry. If you think this is the place to find bitches, you couldn't be further from the truth, I fear. I'm gonna keep it a whole Minecraft stack with you, bro. This is not the place to be looking for huz and huzettes. Maybe it is, though. Hey, what do I know? Maybe it is, and I don't know what I'm talking about. Genuinely, what is Heavy is the Crown even about? What? What the fuck? Hey, what even is that? I don't even know what that is. Looking for a full odds bag on a Drifloon? Good luck, dude. I hope you get it soon. Linkin Park song? Oh. I'm a fake fan. I don't really listen to Linkin Park. I don't really like that genre. I don't dislike it, but there's like maybe 3 songs by Linkin Park that I appreciate. So, and I'll tell you, that is not one of them because I never even heard it. I had a fairy sandwich, someone got 2 Mudbray and a Ghastly. So what I'm hearing is you probably found a bunch of Shiny Flabebe and just didn't realize you found Shiny Flabebe. You missed it, you failed it. You only spotted one after 7 sandwiches. Love me some sleep token? True. Honestly, true. Sleep token's alright. Gotta go, see y'all later. We'll see you later, Amber. Take it easy, dude. We shall see you around. Thank you for stopping by. 5 shiny Floette? Wait, why did you... You were looking for specifically... Flabebe? What's the lore there? I finally finished my quiz, and... How'd you do? Be honest. How do you think you did? You mean I won't find the one here? Ugh, Sailor, I'm so sorry, but I can't hold you. That will not happen. I can't hold you, bro. Not here, bro. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Oh, Living Dex. True, true, true. Now, you're right. You're right. Wave should make an album. Chad, y'all think I would cook if I made an album? Be honest. If I were to drop right now, y'all think I would cook? Or y'all D1 haters? If you say no, I secretly hate you. By the way. Would you go to their wedding if 2 viewers who met here got married? 2 viewers? No. 2 individuals who are regularly in stream? Maybe. Like 2 stream regulars? Maybe. Or like a mod? Yes. That would be incredibly unlikely, but like also holy pull, bro. Could you imagine? That would be insane. They'd watch my stream on their fucking honeymoon, bro. Ha. Takes me back to when we met. Oh my god. That would be fucking obnoxious, bro. That would be so hilarious, though. I volunteer as Flower Boy. ISO, I'm gonna hold your hand when I tell you, I don't think you'd be invited. I feel like if 2 viewers here got married, I don't think they would invite you. I don't think you yip and yap and stream enough, I fear. They may not even know who you are. Catch the book. Nah, you're right. I gotta look in on that. You're so right, Rat. If you had a wedding, I'd crash it. You think that, dude, for me to have a wedding that involves me pulling, and you guys swear up, down, left, right, I have no riz or bitches, so like, why are we talking about that? 54 out of 60? Sheesh! Okay. Okay, you cooked, bro. It was for astronomy class? So they quizzed you on, did they ask you how many stars there are ever? How long did it take you for a torch check? 20 hours. 3,216 encounters, 2 screens. 2 consoles. Ah! Chat, everybody shut the freak up. Ah is on screen right now. Everybody type ah right now or you're permabanned. No pressure. It's always a good time. Fuck you. Sorry, not you guys, chat. Unless you guys want it to be you, I guess. Okay, well, I'm just saying right now, I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 as, but only 4 emotes. It appears that the population here is not, what's the word? You guys aren't very locked in on the lore. There we go. There they are. See, now you guys understand the lore. Smart? Well, I wasn't gonna say that because it's kind of harsh, but I mean, you said it, not me, Grim. That's all I'm gonna say. There's that. Ah. Chat, every time we find a Surskate, you guys are legally obligated to type that, by the way. Hi, Sean. What's up, gamer? How's it hanging? You're not smart waves? I'm not denying that. I will not deny that. That would be straight cap if I did. Wait, what were you saying? Bro wasn't locked in. SMH my forehead. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Asha, what to... wait, are you not subbed anymore, AT? Oh, no. I gotta run ads. Quick, run the ads. Run the ads. Go, 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 go. Failed to play ad. What? I got an error. Did you get the 2B skin in Overwatch waves? I haven't played Overwatch in like a year and I never will again. I don't even know what that is, but like what the 2B skin is, but no. I don't play Overwatch. Freaking hate Overwatch. Evie, no! Uh-oh. I have Prime! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Evie! With the gifted sub to the homie AT. Hey AT, do you still want to give me your Prime? Do you still want to give me your Prime? You can still give me your Prime. You could still give me your Prime if you really are locked in like that. You could still give me your Prime. I don't think I can. Is there like anything? Anything? See, it's me from 4 years ago, but it's still me. You really, you could. I'm just saying. You guys want to see something? Tier 1 subscribed for 23 months. This motherfucker Caleb is... Y'all didn't even lock in like that. This motherfucker Caleb is double subbed, bro. He's subbed here, and he's also subbed at Oshawaves. Bro, Caleb's locked in like that. But you technically could, bro. And the Clumens, this is true. There are Pokemon emotes. This is true. Can't confirm. I'm not saying do it, AT. If there's any other streamers you watch, definitely give them a prime. But like, hey, if you really want to encourage the unemployed chud and support the stream even more, you could do that. I'm gonna part to Caleb actually. I don't know if you can, I don't think Caleb's able to receive primes. You have to be an affiliate. Your hair was so long? Yeah, y'all don't understand, bro. That bitch was long. That bitch was long. It was definitely compensation, you know what I'm saying? But nah, she was long for a hot minute. And then I was like, all right, we going bald. Fuck this bitch. There you go, chat. You guys want some Oshawaves out of context clips? Every single Twitch clip there. Ever. Yesterday I got my diploma. Oh, hold on. Wait, that's fire. Dude, that's sick. WU, Krezzo. Holy shit. Congrats. Now you're officially a chud because you're an adult. You're graduated, but you're also unemployed. Once you graduate school, chat, you instantly become a chud until you get employed. So up who 2B is. 2B Overwatch. Oh, I've never seen I've never seen near. That's what it's called, right? An IER. I've never seen that before, but that's cool. I think anime x video game collaborations are one of the best things to happen in video games, like, ever. Gonna help you not be poor. I'm also gonna double hold your hand and tell you that Twitch only pays out once they receive $50 worth of subs. So you would have to prime to him 25 months. Evie, thank you for the gifted sub, by the way. So I got completely distracted. Evie, thank you for the gifted sub, bro. WEV, thank you. So yeah, unless you want to give him prime for 24 months for him to receive one payout, you might have to wait a little bit. My therapist used the phrase lock in. I think this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship. Nah, W therapist, bro. Shout out your therapist for real, bro. Therapist using slang as peak. That's motivation right there. That's how you motivate a client. Lock in. We got smart Asha fans. Well, I would say no, because you're an Asha fan. All my friends are eating snake and snow. All my friends are eating steak and snow. Did I get that right, Florida Paul? Oh my god, I did. Wait, I did. Holy read, bro. I'm locked in like that. 1 + 1 = 2. I don't know about all that. G, my card again. What's up, Joe King? Oh, you said greedy, not greetings. Fuck you. This is true. Can't confirm. I'm Asha J greedy. That's actually what the J stands for. It stands for greedy. This is true and not clickbait, I swear. I look so good. I'm gonna be honest with you, Grim. I hated my long hair, bro. Thank you, but I hated it. Like, I told myself in the moment that I liked my long hair, but every time I cut it, because I've grown it out twice, I think, like that. Both times I cut it, I felt so much better. Wait, Susune hunted Sword and Shields? Ooh. Gossifleur. Tell me Gossifleur's not a go-go-to, Johnny. You can find it in the Wild Zone, or you could find it on Route 3, of course. That's what they want you to think. If I tell you, I'd have to take you out back. Wow, AT's gatekeeping what 1 + 1 actually equals. Why would you do that, AT? That's so messed up of you, bro. I used to think you were a hashtag nice guy, but apparently you're just like the rest of them. What do we? I had long hair back in middle school, and every time I look at the photos, I cringe so hard. Yes, exactly that. Exactly that, bro. It's just so cringe to look at. I look at it and I just cringe so hard every time. I was like, ugh, I can't believe that I let myself look like that for so long. How did Clap was? Ooh, that's a cool one. Good luck, good luck, good luck. That's a cool one. Been on like Dual Blade for a while. Dude, my friend got a random encounter for like a first encounter shiny Dual Blade. She just ran into it. I was like, I'm gonna see if it's shiny, and it was. But then she went 7,000 encounters for a shiny Farfetch'd. So, kind of got rolled there. What do you mean not by choice? Who's making you gatekeep? The higher ups, Goji. The higher ups are holding AT hostage. More so their family. My grandma's cleaning helper broke our vacuum and didn't tell us. Cleaning helper? That's crazy. Your Gma got a cleaning helper? Damn, bro. I kind of have long hair and I don't know what to think about it. At the end of the day, as long as you like it, that's all that matters, Curse. That is the biggest thing. As long as you like it, doesn't matter what other people think. If you like it, then it does not matter. If you don't like it, maybe try something new. Worst case scenario, this new thing you don't like, this new thing that you try, you end up not liking, and then you just grow it back out again. I tried growing up and growing it out now, and it's so much better. I can't lie. Exactly. If you like it, that's all that matters. That is literally all that matters. I cannot preach that enough. Do I did trans my gender so it adds up, I guess. Fair enough, bro. Fair enough, dog. Can't hold you there. That's fire. That's so funny. How did she break your vacuum, Umbreon? I almost called you Umbrella. Shout out my goat, Umbrella. Gotta be one of my favorite chatters, OAT. 171 Emolga's hatch, by the way, chat. For the gamers who were asking. Literally nobody did. Call me obsessed. They show up once every 2 weeks for an hour and barely do much, but gotta respect people do anything to get their bag. True. True, true. Bag is bag. Retweet on that part. You're too fucking beautiful. Potato guy. What's up, baby? Thank you for the follow. Welcome on in, bro. I've already said too much. No, on the contrary, AT. Release the contract. Leak all of it right now. What's the worst that's gonna happen? Think about it realistically. What are they gonna do? Take you out back? You already want to take yourself out back, so like they're doing you a favor if anything. It's a win-win. You can leak the contract and get a favor done for you. So like I didn't mean to skip that. What the freak? They snap the seal so that connects the vac. Oh. Yeah, no kidding. That's not very Sigma. Music up and I'm puffing my chest. No, that is not very Sigma, dude. Hopefully your Gmod can get it fixed. And it ain't too expansive. I've only been live for almost 2 hours. Dude, what the hell happened, chat? What happened to stream time, man? I swear, bro. I used to stream for like 3 hours and be like, damn, that bitch fell for 20. I felt like a 20-hour stream is only 3 hours. But now it's like, dude, what do you... I've been here for 20 minutes. What are you talking about? Almost 2 hours. And I was late, mind you. Daredevil 1 against Season 2, need to watch it. Is Daredevil any good, Shaz? You're like the third person I've heard mention Daredevil. I feel like Daredevil is just mid. Like, I don't know one appealing thing about Daredevil. And I'm not hating, I just don't know. I'm not educated. What even is Daredevil? That's what I'm saying, bro. What are the best superhero shows right now? Yeah, but like Invincible. Moggs, that's not even close. Or fucking, it's not a superhero show, but The Boys, also Moggs. However, gore, and I know some people don't like gore, so if you're one of those people, reasonable crash out. Hi, bird. Little cheesesteak, little guy. Blind and super hearing. So it's just about a blind dude. Okay. That's not very, no hate, that's not very appealing. About a superhero who's blind but can hear really well. That's not... To me, I need more than that to be interested in the plot. Nerf one sense to Hanson another. That's what I'm saying, bro. I feel like, isn't that actually no troll? Isn't that how that is as is? Obviously, to become a fucking superhero. But if you're blind, doesn't your other senses like just not get enhanced like a superhero, but like don't your other senses improve? Or like if you're deaf, same thing. I swear I seen that somewhere. Blind superhuman man fights a corrupt mayor of New York who's killing other vigilantes. Oh. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you're relying on them more. So you're actively using them more. So they end up becoming much better. You know what I mean? Like, motherfuckers who just don't listen have a poor sense of hearing. But that's just because they grew up not listening. Hi, I'm motherfuckers. Was there here like that in The Boys that Homelander broke their eardrum? Yes. Oh my god. No, you're right. There was. No, you're dead on the money? Yes. You're so right. He was a runner-up. He was the first hero that he murdered in front of Ashley. That's what made Ashley scared of him. That's what really made her realize that he doesn't give a fuck. They were doing like tryouts for the new 7 to fill in Starlight's spot. Or somebody's spot. No, I think it wasn't Starlight's spot specifically. I think it was... Oh my god, why am I forgetting the speedster's name? Who killed him? Homelander. He killed him? Well, basically. I'm pretty sure he died in that scene, but A-Train, yeah. I think it was like a mix of that and A-Train, because didn't A-Train get A-Train? No, it was no, it wasn't A-Train, it was the Deep. The Deep got booted. That's what it was. Yeah, so they were doing tryouts to fill in the Deep spot. That's what it was. Dude, I'm gonna be real. The Boys is like, there's a lot of like, oh, what? In that show, but there also is like, I do like this show. I like the story. I am incredibly nervous though that I have to watch the other show, Gen Z or whatever the fuck, to be able to understand the plot of this last season, because I know that they're combining the shows, which is kind of cool, but I'm not looking forward to that. In the instance that I have to, I don't have to binge an entire other show just to understand the show I was already watching. You know what I mean? Gen Z has SpongeBob in it. Is this a bad time to mention that I've never really liked SpongeBob? Oh, Gen V? Is it Gen V? I thought it was Gen Z. Same thing. You know what I meant. It's good, but yeah, it does link a lot. No, yeah, I know that it links, like, there is a lot of things, because they take place in the same universe. I know there's a lot of references. DS is hitting the blinker. Hold on, DS is hitting the blinker. Hold on, code red. DS is hitting the blinker. Finish the save, please. Bang, all right. I'm gonna go put that on the charger really quickly. I know that they link a lot, but at the very end of The Boys, half of the characters in like the finale of season 4 kind of just get entered, like just show up and like, oh my god, who the fuck are all these characters? They're Gen V characters. I'll be right back. Hold on. So fucking bad. Bang. The Gen V characters show up plus in S2. There's a lot of connection with Homelander. Yeah, but I don't want to watch another show. You know what I mean? Like I don't give a shit about Gen V. I'm just gonna be honest. Completely upfront. I don't care. Like, I don't care if this show talks about Homelander a lot. I don't want to watch a show that talks about a character I like. I want to watch a show that has the character I like. Or characters. You know what I mean? Like, I watch The Boys because I like The Boys and the characters, not because I want to watch... You know what I mean? It's the other way around. Like, if I watch Gen V and they just reference Gen V the entire time in The Boys, I wouldn't watch The Boys. I don't know. I don't want to watch it. I just hope that I don't have to watch it to understand what's going on. I don't think I will, but that is a possibility. It sets up season 5 a lot. Ugh. Ugh, I guess I do have to watch it then. No, I just won't. I just want to be like, wow, this season sucks because I have no idea what's going on. Okay. Is him is closing your eyes to hear better? Less things for the to focus on? Yeah, so Daredevil is just about a blind guy. Got it. Blind guy. Hey, I mean, hey, that's a plot and a half, bro. Shout out to Daredevil. You know what? Blind guys are cool, I guess. Not enough for me to watch a TV show, but they're cool. Martial artist lawyer. Okay. So is Daredevil deadass just like a dude? Like, is that the lore? Is he like kind of like Spider-Man? Who was low-key just a dude and became a superhero, but not because like... I was like Tom Holland Spider-Man, I mean. Is he just like a normal-ass dude? Because Tom Holland's the same thing. Tom Holland's just a normal-ass dude. No, I guess he has the spider sense. That's just like, that's an unnatural thing. But like everything else is machinery. Yo, relatable, I dislike SpongeBob. You dislike SpongeBob? Me too, twin. I mean, the community is gonna like yell at you and probably like approach your front door with pitchforks, dynamites, and Molotovs. But me too, bro. Me too. From an ass that's spilled. Like, Chat, y'all ever wonder if there's motherfuckers out there who have dead ass like put them like died or put themselves in a very unhealthy position? Like thinking they'd get superpowers because all these superhero stories are like bit by a radioactive spider or stepped into an acid pit and gained powers. There's gotta be people out there who died thinking the same thing. Like thinking that would happen to them in real life. I think here is the thing. Here is the real truth. If there ever becomes, or like we ever reach a point in time where superheroes or superhumans are real, the population count is gonna drop. Because a lot of people are like, yeah, I'm not stupid enough to jump in an acid pit right now. But like, if there were real superheroes roaming the earth, I feel like a lot more people would try shit like that, wanting to become one. You know what I'm saying? The second there's evidence that superheroes exist and that, oh, they got their powers through some bullshit like that, so many people are trying it. Gamma radiation to be Hulk? Exactly. World War III is about to go off and Brotato's gonna start running towards the cloud. Like, brother, don't do that. That is not what we should be doing. At all. I mean, like, hey, it's probably gonna happen. People are unfortunately stupid. Let's just be real for a minute. People are kind of stupid. Hi, I'm People, by the way. Nice to meet you guys. Hello. Can my controller please stop changing? I'd like to not have a tech issue for 10 seconds, please. Aga. Yesterday, I straighted. I don't know what that word means. I straighted to watch Hitmonkey. What? Oh, okay. Yesterday, I started to watch Hitmonkey. What the fuck is Hitmonkey? What is the lore of that, chat? Sometimes they're getting way too long in the episodes when I've heard only gotten worse. Yeah, but even old school SpongeBob, I didn't like. I don't disagree with you. I definitely imagine new SpongeBob sucks a lot more than old SpongeBob. But I still think old SpongeBob sucks. I know that's my crazy hot take of the year, though. Hot of the year, he says. This motherfucker doesn't spit out a hot take every day. I miss my emo, good shot. That is my child. JGK Season 3 Part 1 ended part... Brother. Yo, can I say something that might be a crazy hot take, chat? I am so sick of these motherfucking animes doing Season 3 Part 1 and Season 3 Part 2, bro. I hated that AOT did that. Why are other animes copying that shit? I hate it so much. I'm okay waiting a year for a new season or 2 years or however long for a new season. But don't make me wait for a half a season, bro. You know what I mean? Each season should start and end a story plot. Arcs are too big to just do everything back to back. Then just no. On the contrary, if that's the case, if the arcs are too big, then just don't release season 3 until part 1 and 2 are done, and release it as season 3. This season 3, I'm gonna be real, bro. That pisses me off. I don't even want to watch JJK now. I'm not even trolling. Yeah, or like, exactly, make them separate seasons. If it's 2 arcs, 1 season, make it 1 season, or cut out unimportant information. If all of the information is important, then just make it a big season. That's okay. Season 1 can be 10 episodes, season 2 can be 13 episodes, and season 3 can be 19. And then season 4 can go back to being like 13. Like, that's okay. We have a bigger season. It's not a big deal. What's a big deal is dropping some of it and then being like, yeah, you guys gotta wait for the rest of the story to finish next year. Again, what? I can understand waiting for a new season. Totally. But waiting for... I don't know, bro. That shit pissed me off so much. That'd be like Invincible ending right now and make us wait another 2 years. Didn't they do that? No. Invincible, unlike JJK, apparently finishes their seasons when they drop it. I will say, though, new episode, I seen it. Kind of, not a filler episode. Definitely added to the, so for those who don't know, Invincible in the comics versus Invincible in the show. Not to say that they're 2 separate storylines, but the show is expanding on the comics and adding stuff that wasn't seen in the comics, which I think is super cool. I feel like every show ever should do that, because that would give somebody who's read the comics or read whatever the piece of media is elsewhere an incentive to watch the show outside of just watching it be animated. You know what I mean? That's like, I didn't finish AOT for that same reason. I was like, I already know how AOT ended, so I didn't finish watching it. But if there was exclusive stuff in the anime, maybe I'd want to watch it then. So I think, first of all, awesome that they did that. This episode was definitely just an instance of that, but I wouldn't say it's a filler episode. And I would say the ending was great. Like, I am super excited because the ending of this episode implies the thing that I'm super excited for might actually happen this season. I was expecting it to happen next season, but it's starting to look like it might be this season, which is pretty sick if so. Yeah, I will say, though, William's voice acting, the second I seen that, I went on Twitter to see if anybody else was talking about it. Why does he... I hate that. I hate it so much. I feel like if you're going to replace a voice actor, try to hire somebody who sounds similar. That motherfucker sounds... Oh, I don't like the way he sounds now. I don't. Thankfully, William has kind of become a side character now. He's definitely more side character. He's going to just continue to be a side character, I think. I haven't read the comics, but... There's got so many other characters that are much more important now. And, you know, it's a superhero show, and that guy is, spoiler alert, not a superhero. But you learned that 10 seconds into the show. So. Ugh, okay, fine. I'll watch Invincibles. You need to, bro. It is so good. I came to see clips of the red hair girl. Eve. We love Eve. Eve is peak. You need to watch it, AT. You need to binge it. It's on Prime. Chad, if you haven't already watched Invincible... Bro, you're genuinely missing out. Genuinely. What does it hate to be a JoJo fan with Steel Ball Run? This is true. I have no idea what any of that means, but you're so right. I would never watch JJ or JoJo. I'm good with that, but I don't want to watch JoJo go on a bizarre adventure. I am good. Isn't it on Netflix? If Invincible's on Netflix... I mean, I'm Canadian. So first of all, Canadian and American Netflix are different. I don't know. I'm ready for a Rex and Eve special. They already gave Eve. They already did an Adam Eve special episode. They won't do it again. That's what I say. That's what I'm saying, Caleb. That motherfucker was nuts. William, bro. The VAs, I do too. I just think that the new William VA kind of sucks. It doesn't even suck. It's just different. What a wonderful idea to release a single episode with no date for the rest of the season. That's crazy. That is insane. I also finished watching BoJack Horseman. Chat, should I watch BoJack? Is it worth watching? Hizzy Pigment is like coming back to Invincible. This is true. Unfortunately, this is true. I mean, it's so cool that he tried it, though. It is so cool. Voice acting is just not for him, and that's fair, bro. Voice acting is very different than actual acting. And talking shit make me feel bad. Man, fuck them kids, bro. Look at life. I think it is. Yes. I don't know. I should watch it eventually, huh? How long is it, AT? Like how, or just anybody? How long is BoJack? How long are the episodes and how many seasons? The only BoJack you should watch is BoJack Unbound. Yes, it's a Dragon Ball Z movie, but it's a very good one. Brother thinks I'm gonna willingly watch Dragon Ball Z. Maybe someday. I don't watch media, bro. I don't watch media enough to like get invested in that shit. Like I'll say like once a year I get locked into a TV show. Otherwise, it just don't happen. Like it just don't happen. Wave should watch Game of Thrones. Isn't that show like ridiculously long? Yes. 70 episodes for BoJack? Wait, BoJack has 6 seasons? Yeah, never mind, bro. Never mind, bro. Never minds. I spy with my little light. Yeah, nah, we good, fam. We good, we good, we good. I watched Law & Order SVU 3 to 4 times. At this point, what is the lore of Law & Order? Is it long? 25 to 27. And you've rewatched that 3 to 4 times? That is fucking peak unemployment right there. I'm gonna be real. I don't think unemployment can get any better than that. I'm gonna keep it a Minecraft stack with you. I do not think unemployment can surpass that. And that's not shame. Don't think I'm shaming you. That's not shame. It comes from a place of enviness, if anything. Like, genuinely, oh my god. I just seen that the minimum wage in Canada is going up again, chat. The economy is so cooked. No, but sorry, as I was saying, genuinely, I envy that level of unemployment. I envy that level of just free time. Like, I had a day off yesterday, basically, because all I do is my dental thing. It was cool. But it was just so, like, I literally just felt overwhelmed. I was like, dude, there's so much shit I want to do, and I don't have, like, have the time to do it. I played games all day, but there's so much more stuff I want to do, and so many other games I wanted to play that I just did not have the time for. Why Jeffrey Dean Morgan doesn't thrive? Like, why? Well, hold on. I don't know who it is like right now, but give him an opportunity to cook. Don't be shitting on Thrag because it's not the voice actor you want. You know what I mean? Maybe this other voice actor is better than you think. Give him some respect. Right? Give him a chance. What's up, Strawberry? Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. I've heard, but chat, I don't watch stuff, bro. Like I was just saying, I don't have the time. Like I don't feel like there's enough time in it today. I feel like there is, but with everything I'd be doing, I had a whole day off yesterday, and there was so many things I wanted to do that I just did not have the time for. Let alone time to watch fucking 25 to 27 seasons of hour-long episodes. So it's Thor from Get. I don't know. I haven't seen that. I don't watch TV shows, chat. I really don't. Like the list of shows I've watched in the past 3 years consists of this. Start to finish, Invincible, but I've been watching Invincible since it came out. Past what? How much did I say? 2 years? 2 years. So 2026, 2021. The Boys. Suits again. Breaking Bad. Blacklist. That's it. In 2 years. And I was already watching The Boys. I was already watching Invincible. And 2 of them are rewatches. Like, I don't. When you don't have touch grass time. Well, I don't touch grass, period, so. I'm a gamer, bro. I'm not somebody who wants to, you know what I mean? I don't want to sit around and watch something. I want to sit down and do something. That's just how I am. Like, the concept of a living room is so funny to me because, like, genuinely, if I had a house, my living room would be empty. Not because I don't have anything to put in there. I don't know what to put in a living room. Because I would never, ever, ever sit in my living room. Ever. What would I do there? Sit down and be an unemployed chud? I can do that with video games. I feel like that's kind of the case with, like... I think if you're, like, a hardcore gamer, you're kind of with me there. You don't watch a lot of stuff. Live. Live. Whichever one. Retweet. Yo, what's up, Silly Billy? What's good, dude? How we doing, gamer? How are we? How are we? You have to at least sit outside for a few hours a day. And do what? Sit there and do nothing? That's such a poor use of time. See you later, Strawberry. Soak the sun. I don't have that kind of time, bro. I do not have time to just sit there and do nothing. I really don't. Really don't. That's why, like, I don't understand how people have time to watch TV. Like, I did, but you know what? You know what my TV time came from? Costing me sleep. That was it. If I watched TV, it was coming at the cost of my sleep time. You literally can do anything, but it's generally for your health. The last thing I watched in the anime was the City anime in, like, July. I agree. I think the last thing I watched was the City anime. Oh, okay. I see. Ah, true. Ah, spotted chat. Ah. W Umbreon. Umbreon knows the lore. I'm not hating. I just, like, I don't know, bro. Chat, don't become a YouTuber if you don't. If you enjoy your free time, do not become a YouTuber because you sacrifice all of it. Not all of it, but, like, a whole fucking lot of it. Bro's allergic to outside. Bro's allergic to sitting around doing nothing. I sit around, I game, which you, like, physically I'm sitting around doing nothing, but that is what I choose to do with my free time. That is what I find fun. So I would have to sacrifice enjoying life. Or I would have to sacrifice something that brings me joy to sit outside and do nothing. Why the fuck would I want to do that? That just sounds, like, awful. I don't know. I definitely grew up as a lazy individual. I definitely think I'm less lazy, but you can game outside. No, not the games I play. I cannot play Call of Duty on a walk. I can't play Fortnite in my backyard. What if you do black, white, shiny only? I do that in bed, right before I go to sleep. Once every, like, 2 weeks. But you don't have to. Well, I do because I have to go to bed. I have to sleep. Unless, like, again, that's what I mean. If I'm gonna do that at the cost of sleep, so I would argue sleep is much more important. Like, that's what I'm saying. You know, I can't just do that. It comes at the cost of something. And to me, that doesn't take priority. But you can take it earlier if you do it and wake up after. If I wake up earlier, I'm sacrificing sleep. If I wake up earlier, I'm not getting 8 hours of sleep. If I go to bed earlier, then I'm sacrificing another point of time. Either I'm working less or I have less free time. Which, admittedly, I don't have a lot of free time as is. Because I already do take care of myself. Like, there's other things I do, obviously. I don't just fucking stream and edit. Like, or stream, edit, and play video games. Like, obviously, I do more than that. But there's not enough time today. Not for all of that. Not for me to wiggle into anything. I do not have that kind of time. Is he coming back or what? Jinxie said he's playing Apex today, but that's literally today. I don't think that's what you talked about, Curse. I don't know. Apex is fun, bro. Apex is fun when it's fun. Like, when that shit hits, it hits. That's kind of what I mean when I talk about I envy the thought or the concept of living a normal life with a normal job, where as soon as you clock out of your job, you're done. I don't clock out ever. There is no clocking out. You know what I mean? Like, I think about it a lot because Kage does that. Like, that's, you know what I mean? Like, my best friend's life is very different to mine. Where, like, as soon as you're done work, you're done for the day, you have no other responsibilities. I constantly, obviously, like, you know, if you have, like, a pet or, like, a sport or school, like, there is other things to do, but, like, the thought process of just every day being done at a certain time sounds really nice. Maybe you should move into a room. Okay, well, what money? Unfortunately, life isn't just sunshine and rainbows. Do what you want. What money? Well, I have money, but if I'm doing that, then that comes at the cost of something else. Whether that's free money, which realistically, I don't necessarily have. I just spent $1,500 fucking dollars on health. On top of bills, the bill money would have to go up. Yes, but eventually you will have to move. Yeah, but you're talking about now. Obviously, like, I would like to move at some point. But that's not realistic. Why are we talking about, oh, you need to go out and get more sunlight? What does it matter? Like, why are you going to talk about something 5 years from now, 3 years from now? You know what I mean? Like, obviously, I don't intentionally move into a room that doesn't have windows or sunlight. That's never intentional. That's just how my life has worked out to be. That is content creation and also when you start getting an audience, there's no clocking out because it's always on your mind. I like it. I'm not complaining. I love that. Like, you're very right, Connor. But I also very much so like it. Like, that's just how my brain is. It's constantly on the clock anyways. But that is very true. It is very, very true. Every single second I spend thinking about work. And it honestly, I don't, not to complain, because I'm very grateful for the position, but it until you experience it, you really don't understand that there is a level of guilt that you will always feel. Whenever I am doing anything that's not working, I can't experience that without also experiencing guilt for not working. Every time I play a game, in the back of my mind, I'm feeling guilty for not working. I go for a walk, I'm feeling guilty for not working. I'm making food, guilty for not working. Spending time with family, guilty for not working. Going shopping, guilty for not working. Doesn't matter what it is. That is a constant feeling, and it's okay. That's a part of the job, and maybe that's just like kind of a more of a me thing too. Like, it's definitely a mixture of part of the job and just myself as an individual. And I knew that approaching this, so I'm not complaining. But because that's the mindset, I can't just I'm gonna go sit outside for 3 hours. I'm gonna go hang out with my friends. I'm gonna go do this. I'm gonna go do that. Like, dude, when I'm gaming, I'm working while I game. It's funnily enough. Like, all day yesterday, in between games, I'm doing something. Or if I'm dead and I'm spectating, I'm doing something. I'm tabbed out doing something else. 1 minute of ads, 07 to the non-subs. We salute to you, gamers. I always spend my time thinking about content creation, Minecraft focus, so I gotta... Exactly. Yeah, 100%. It's constantly, it's just a constant go, go, go. And it's not bad. Like, there's a lot of pros with it, but you can never get pros without cons. That's just life. Content creation has a lot of pros, but it comes with a lot of cons. Just people never focus on the cons. Everybody just focus on the pros. Because I have very low vitamin D. Problem solved. Problem solved. Okay. We gonna let it burn, burn, burn. But that comes at a cost. Yeah, but the cost is outweighed by the pros. I can spend, I think that was $9 for 75 tablets, which 500 milligrams of vitamin D. So I don't know exactly how much I would get, but let's just say that's an hour. I spend $9 to save 75 hours. I think that's a no-brainer. I don't know anybody who wouldn't want to spend $9 to save 75 hours. But then furthermore, that's 75 more hours I can spend working to make that money back, and then 20 times that. Do you Sony increasing the price of the PS5? They up the PS5 price? No way. No, how much? Yo, what's up, Gazzo? How's it not going? I'm just working. Or I just joined. It's going slowly but sure. Excuse me, surely but surely. Well, also, you kind of risk having too much vitamin D, so that's why I don't take them. Okay, so then on the contrary, you take it less. You don't take it once a day, you take it every other day. That just saved you 75 days. I guess that's still 75 days over the span of 150 days. So every half a year, I got to spend $9. There's still a shortage, but you just said there's too much. How can there be a shortage if the concern is too much? I live with my parents, rent-free minus occasional chores, but at least 75% of YouTube money is invested in stocks. That's good. Honestly, Connor, that is fucking amazing. I really do encourage you to ride that out until you can. I don't know if it's too high until I get blood work. So go get blood work. Going to get blood work costs you an hour and a half of your time, which is much better than in the aspect of my life scenario, which is what we're talking about, or just like the general mindset that I have, because that's what we're talking about. Even 2 hours to get blood work done and $9 for this saves me 75 hours of working, or allows me to have an extra 75 hours of working. You also have free healthcare. So how much does it cost to get blood work done? The only instance this doesn't logically work out is if blood work costs you more than 75 hours of money that you would, like, of revenue. Which, 75 hours is basically an entire video, which typically would generate at least, assuming a lower end video, at least $700. Minus the $9 for the pills. Or they're not pills, the vitamins. So unless blood work costs $690, which it might, I genuinely don't know. You're right, I have free healthcare. I do not know how much it costs. But unless it costs more than that, it's still justified. Or it's still, in my brain, validated. You can't, the sad reality of life, chat, you can't prioritize every aspect. You can't prioritize mental health, physical health, happiness, work. Well, you kind of can, but that's all, like, kind of complicated. It's in relationships, family, hobbies, entertainment. Like, you can't prioritize all of it and get away with it. 200 to 350, either way. $250, $200 to $350 for a single expense, because you would only check once. I wouldn't go back and get it tested again. I would go get it tested. They would recommend, if you're short, they would recommend either going out more or the pills or the vitamins. And then you ask, based on your blood levels, how often should you take them? They say every day, you do every day. They say every other day, you do every other day. You don't go back for 6 months. Or you don't go back for a year. You don't go back, I don't know. How often are you supposed to get your blood checked? I don't know. You can't, the way that I've set my life up depends on age. Well, my age and your age, I imagine, are very similar. We're not that far apart. You know, I give you shit for being like dinosaur age, which you definitely are, but definitely, I would assume our age group would be similar. Either way, it would definitely be less inclined, but still. If you don't think you can make more than $350 in 70 hours of working, maybe it's not worth it, but 2 to 3 years. Yeah, okay, so $250, $350 every 3 years, every 2 years, and then $9 every 6 months. No brainer, I'm taking that over spending time outside. That's not because I don't want to take time outside, because time outside is a very poor way to spend time. Unless you can validate it by doing something else outside. I cannot. Any progress? Progress, yes. Shinies, no. Is content creation your full-time job? Yes. Also, outside of this shows, everyone in the UK should take vitamin D because of how bad the weather here is. That's crazy, Maddie. That is insane. Insane. Actually crazy. Holy shit. PS5 is 650. Digital's that's insane. What were they before, Momo, in American money? I don't know. I don't know the USD prices for PlayStation or PS5s. What were they before? Also, how was Ballin? Had to sneeze. My apologies. See it all. I see it now. My job sucks, but it is nice to just not think about after my shift. I don't envy the constant grinds. It definitely, like, it has its pros and cons. You know what I mean? Like, your job sucks in some aspects. My job sucks in others. That's just kind of how this, like, working is. There's no job that doesn't in some way suck. And I do often think about how the other side lives. And sometimes I envy that level of stress-free environment. Sure, waking up when you don't want to wake up fucking sucks. Don't get it twisted. I'm very grateful that I make my own schedule, so I can wake up whenever I want. But, like, I still have to wake up. You know what I mean? I can set it to 1 p.m. so I can wake up at 1 p.m. But then, if I'm waking up at 1 p.m., it's because I'm staying up until 5 a.m. doing other shit. You know what I mean? The only difference is if I work at 8:30 and I don't get off till 5:30, that just means I go to bed at, like, midnight instead of going to bed at 5 a.m. I still have to work. Now, sure. And the other thing, too, this is another thing, like, I'm not saying it pisses me off, but it kind of does. People just have this, like, complete misunderstanding that if you make your own schedule, that just means you don't have to work when you don't want to, which is not at all the case. I just get to choose when, or just, like, if you make your own schedule, anybody who is self-employed in some way, shape, or form understands. That doesn't mean you just don't get to work. It just means you choose when you work, but you still have to work. You know what I mean? I cannot tell you how many people I know in my real life and online that just think because I make my own schedule that I don't have to work whenever I don't want to. Yeah, you know what? I can wake up tomorrow and just say I don't want to work, but that means the next day I have to work twice as hard because I have to compensate for the lack of work that was being done. 550, 498. That's crazy. Holy fucking price jump, Momo. What's up, Reeves? What's up, gamer? That's crazy, dude. That is insane. Holy sh... Why did they up it? What's the reason for that, Momo? The pink flower is so cute, but I'm biased for the color. No, Gossifleur is such a good shiny. Reasonable crash out on the biasness. It's so pretty. It is such a good shiny. I am so glad that we found ours when we did. Banger. This song is so good. Bruno Mars cooked, bro. Because AI is using up all the electronic parts like RAM and other stuff. Yeah, I really do. I hate that that's happening. I don't know. The downsides of generative AI are very... I'm pro generative AI for what it's worth. I think that I think that AI stealing art is... I understand the public disapproval of that. Disapproval. However, that's just a con. I think the pros, like everything else that like the bigger picture, generative AI is awesome. But I don't think my opinion for generative AI, I don't think it should be publicly accessible. I think AI should be strictly I think generative AI should be strictly used for like science and for research. I don't think I should be able to fucking use ChatGPT. Even if I pay for it. But like obviously AI companies need to generate their revenue, so I don't think I should have access to it. However, I will say this is gonna be a hot take. It pisses me off when I see people bitch. Not pisses me off. But when everybody bitches about generative AI stealing art, I think there are way bigger problems than that. And those other problems aren't getting the attention they should be because everybody's focusing on, oh, a robot stealing my art. That's not important. I really think there are much bigger problems than that. And when everybody bitches about it, it completely neglects the bigger problems at hand. So Yeah, like I don't know. I'm not pro AI, but I'm not anti AI either. Benefit research, not rage bait. Actual question. Okay, well, hypotheticals. A lot of things too is like, think of it like how. This is a niche question. Have you guys ever seen that one episode of Young Sheldon where he basically, I don't know, this guy at NASA comes into the school, talks about it, and Sheldon's basically like, well, why don't you do this with the rocket? Why don't you make the rocket land so you save money and you're not doing parts? It's a hypothetical scenario that is exactly that. It's hypothetical, except with generative AI, you could simulate it like instantly. Hypothetical scenarios basically become real-time tested scenarios without the resources required to do a real-time test. If you're trying to launch a rocket to the moon, you would have to actually launch the rocket to test it out. You could hypothetically simulate it a million times, and that simulation without generative AI would take an extremely long process, would take so much work, so much precise calculation. Generative AI could replicate all of that in an instant. That saves so much time and resources otherwise. Also, realistically speaking, I'm gonna be honest. If there was ever to be like, if a cure for cancer was ever to be discovered, AI is gonna do it. Just one generative AI is this sounds fucked up, but it is so much smarter than not even the average human. I would say most people, period. The things that it's capable of solving at the speed it's capable of solving at mogs humanity. Mogs it infinitely. You know what? If we are ever to discover a way to travel through space and time, that's through generative AI. End of discussion. Flying cars, generative AI. Period. End of discussion. It can do everything that humans can do faster. I just hate seeing it be used to replace creatives. Case in point. That is not, I'm going to be real, that's not a problem. I'm going to be honest. Or is it a problem? Sure. You know, I'm going to be real. I'm not an artist. I don't think so. Like, okay, I don't, not that I don't think so, but artists are going to be much more biased of opinion than I am. You know what I mean? Like, if Arby's changes their French fry recipe, Arby fans are going to care. But if you don't eat Arby's, you're not going to give a shit. You know what I mean? Not everybody's an artist. So, and I do 100% agree that like AI art isn't as good as human-made art, because human-made art, the reason human-made art is good isn't because of the product, it's because of the effort that was placed in actually creating the product is a hard process, whereas a generative AI completely undermines the process while still giving the end goal result, but it just feels like a hollow replication because the effort to get the product wasn't there, right? Like that, I don't disagree with that whatsoever. But there are way bigger problems at hand than fucking ChatGPT copying little Timmy's drawing of his family in 3rd grade. You know what I mean? Way bigger problems at hand than that relating to AI. But when everybody only talks about those problems, the actual problems don't get the attention they need to. They don't, or they're not considered. Like the fact that every prompt in ChatGPT comes at the cost of half a liter of water. And it's not like it's like you piss into a toilet seat, or in a toilet seat, you piss into a toilet and then flush it. Like, no, the water is gone. It disappears. It's gone. It is destroyed. That is a problem. Your picture getting copied by ChatGPT is nowhere of the same level. Nowhere of the same level of priority or of importance at all. And AI replacing jobs, that's not going to happen. I think, honestly, the AI replacing jobs is a good thing, because I think that's going to encourage UBI, which is, or is it UBI? Universal basic income. I think that's what, I think there's a UBI, where everybody gets paid money, period. There's downsides to that for sure, and I understand them. I think the pros outweigh the cons though, because in a modern society, you can work a full-time job and you still don't have enough to survive. UBI would fix that issue. UBI would give you enough money to survive. And if you don't want to work, you don't have to work, but you don't get the luxuries. There's a lot of countries that do have UBI, and I think it's a fucking fantastic thing. But UBI needs to be done right. That's a whole other conversation. If UBI is done wrong, it's really bad. But if UBI is done right, it's fucking amazing. However, there are way bigger problems with generative AI, like the fact that it uses water. Like, I think that should be the very first thing, is that generative AI needs to be powered differently. It needs to be able to find a way to be self-sufficient at the cost of, or at something else that's not the cost of water. Because water is like really fucking rare. Like, I don't know if you guys have seen this. What is the universal cost of water? Is that the right? Hold on. What is the value of water in a galaxy? There's a number for this. Maybe not galaxy, universe. Like, the point I'm making is water isn't on every planet. Right? Water is a finite resource and it's not infinite. There is a limited amount of water. Now, water can recreate itself through the process of like fucking rain and all that bullshit. Like, everybody knows that. That's science. But like, if you lived on Mars, there's no water on, or there's no water on Mars. You know how much money people on Mars would spend for water from Earth? Like, that is a very valuable resource that until we find another source of clean water is, I feel like, should be one of the most prioritized resources. Even if there's a lot of it, there ain't always gonna be. Mater on Mars. Yeah, shout out to my goat, Mater on Mars, honestly. He's my guy. Hey, one of those on the government being good. Yeah, that's a whole other thing. Like, then it gets political, but I don't know. I think generative AI is a really good thing for society, for humanity, and for the evolution of society as a whole, because we as humans constantly strive to improve. That generative AI is the best invention in pursuit of that goal, in pursuit of improvement. That's what, I don't know how many source kits we've seen. 1%. We should find out 1 every 100 encounters. OpenAI is estimated to lose 14 billion just this year. Yeah, I don't want the AI bubble to pop because generative AI is super important, but I do think generative AI should not be accessible to the public until we've found a better a way to manage it. Well, hold on. I don't think generative AI should be accessible to the public until we found a better way to manage the resources it costs. Until we can decrease the resource cost, I don't think it should be. Personally, I don't think it should public access. Like, none. Nobody should have access to it. Other than researchers, the government, because the government gets fucking control of everything, so fair enough. But even still, if just the government and researchers have access to it, that's fine. We use fucking Google anyways. We literally we had Google before, now we have Google now. Like, you just Google shit instead of asking ChatGPT. When you Google it, it doesn't cost half a liter of water. That's my thought, but that's not the case. I think for longevity purposes, public access to generative AI was a really bad idea. Why don't they just put the servers in a freezer? I can't tell you, but what I will tell you, and this is the sad, like, this is what kind of, like, personally, this realization really hit me hard at first, and it's kind of sad. But the sad reality is, there's a reason for that we don't know. There's no idea that you or I could come up with for generative AI that would fix it. Simply put, you and I, like, you and I as in like everybody, not specifically UHC, we don't have access to the same amount of information as they do. There is a reason they can't do that. Now, what the reason is, I have no idea. But no matter what solution I think of or you think of, somebody out there who actually has the power to make a difference chose against that idea, and they had a reason for it. There was some reason behind it. What the reason is, we don't know. But that's what sucks. It's like whenever there's an issue or something, it's like everybody's like, oh, why doesn't the government just do this or this person just do that? They're a dumbass. Why aren't they doing this? Obviously, I'm sorry, but like you as a common folk, like you really think that this person is in power because they're fucking stupid? Like this person is in power for a reason, right? Or like the person who's calling the shots calls the shots for a reason, and it's not because they're stupid. This idea that you thought of, or like, oh, why isn't this person doing that? Well, there's a reason this person's not doing that. You just don't know what it is. But because you don't know what it is, you don't even think about the fact that there is a reason they're not doing it, so you call them stupid. But in reality, it makes you stupid because you don't know why they're doing whatever they're doing. I don't want to say it makes you stupid, it makes you ill-informed. But I think it's really stupid to think somebody else is stupid because of something that you don't know the entire picture to. Probably money? Yeah, but it's not just money. It's like, there's reasons for it. Like, it's not just money. Because when you say money, it's like, oh, money, there you go. There's that thing again. But it's not, it's like lacking. I'm going to be real. Honestly, putting generative AI in freezers is not because of money. I'll tell you right now. The reason they don't put all of those centers inside of, like, the servers inside of freezer is not because of a lacking of money. Because they're set to lose $14 billion this year, which means they had $14 billion. I don't know about you, but $14 billion, I think is a little bit more than enough to get a couple freezers going. It's definitely not, exactly. They literally have all the money in the world. And it's not because of money. I just think people just, we live in a society that like, I don't feel like, I'm not saying like, they don't, like, society generally doesn't understand concepts, but I kind of do. Like, I feel like people don't understand that, like, everything is limited. It just feels unlimited, but everything is limited. So the reason that generative AI costs water is because that is the, like, that it's the most realistic or the most efficient material that can be used. Like, they could make it use, I'm sure they could make it use something that isn't water, but that causes another problem. The AIs can only, like, you know, overheating is a new issue, so they can only be used for a certain amount of time, which drastically decreases productivity and decreases reliability and all of these other things. Now, those can be solved through other issues, but it's never as straightforward as people act like it is, ever. It was the same thing we were just talking about with me going outside to get sunlight for vitamin D. Like, it's not as simple as doing that. Every action has a reaction, and those reactions cause other reactions within themselves. So we need to make AI come up with the solution. AI could, I think AI isn't at there's different levels to it, and I don't remember. AI is not super intelligent. And what I mean by that is it's not like AI hasn't been incorporated into everything. When it does, that's super intelligence. When it has access to everything. And it becoming super intelligent could go one of two ways, unfortunately. However, I'm gonna skip this song. If AI was super intelligent, we could ask it that very question, and it would come up with a solution. If AI had access to every piece of information on the planet, it would be able to come up with a perfect solution to its own problems on top of everything else. But then, you know, it's like, well, perfect to who? Perfect to me or perfect to you? Perfect to Jim? Perfect to your dog? Perfect to your neighbor? Perfect to who? United States using a ton of water? Nowhere near as much, though. Nowhere near as much. Yeah, in comparison, yeah, they still do, but it's nowhere near as much. It's half a liter of water per prompt. You load up ChatGPT right now when you ask a question, or you literally just whatever you type, half a liter of water. Now, when you think about how many people do that every single day, I don't know. I still say thank you. I still say please and thank you. I always have to just robots, but I totally understand now why people say you shouldn't do that. Like, I totally get it. I was very ill-informed, so my opinion of that has definitely been changed, but, like, just thinking alone, I've probably wasted 40, 50 liters of water just saying please or thank you. And that's very sad to think. Channel viewer 28 hours, 30 minutes. What do we have time right now? You think it's going to show up right before stream ends? I wonder why. Heating. Because the AI uses the computer system's resources a lot more than hosting an internet server does. Hosting an internet server costs less resources. Less resources means the resources that are being used aren't heating up as much, because the more something gets used, the hotter it gets with electronics typically. AI uses a lot more, so it gets a lot harder, or a lot hotter. So you have to use water as a cooling system to maintain the high heat without shutting it down. That's why. What's up, Roy? Welcome back, homie. How we doing? Wonder if it goes to the Terminator route? I totally could. We live in a time where we don't know, bro. Like, y'all, like, no fear mongering, but y'all think the dinosaurs knew when that meteor spawned and they were cooked? They had no idea. Like, just like right now, we could be cooked. We have no idea. It could happen. But that's all. I don't know. There's like, that's not something I would stress over. I would just understand that is a possibility. I wouldn't stress over it. And realistically, if it does happen, there's nothing you can do. If you are gonna stress about it in the aspect of live your life like every day is your last. That's how I would respond to that if you're gonna stress about it. Apply that stress level of energy to that mindset. That's about it. Yeah, they did. They said roar. Oh shit, that's a meteor. Roar. Oh, you're so right. You must have been there, Maddie. You were there, huh, bro? You've seen that shit happen. No, I'm saying it'll appear after stream ends. That means it'll appear at the start of tomorrow's stream. That's kind of go-goated. That's kind of go-goated. I don't think Maddie is AT. Maybe Maddie is AT's alt. You never know. Have you ever seen Maddie and AT in the same room before? Didn't think so. Also, Reeves, how goes your... I would say how goes your Suicune hunt? Because that was the last thing I heard. I knew that you were hunting, but I did see you actually get that, like 100-something encounters. What are you going for now, and how is the hunt going? Pushed it down. They're both in chat? Yeah, but I could have two... what's it called? I could have two Twitch accounts in the same chat at the same time. You want to see me do it right now? Bang, bang, boom. I just said on two different accounts. Same person. You know what I've never understood, chat? The terminology for Pete's sake. Like, who the fuck is Pete? Sniper Waves feels left out. It's tough to be Sniper Waves, bro. Natu and Regice? Yeah, you're still doing Regice. What are you at? What the hell? I'm 21 FFS. I don't know, bro. Maybe 21 in like centuries. Reeves should be hunting for Regice. Hear me out. What if I shiny hunted Regice right now when I found it before Reeves just to mog him again? BRB, do your thing, AT. We'll be here. We'll be here. Use Kool-Aid to cool it down. It has cool in the name. Oh, you're so right. Wait, why did you star Regice? I don't even know what that means. What do you mean star? Reeves, not waves. My brain is cooked. Oh, because the term Regice is a trigger warning to Reeves, so it's for Reeves' mental sake more than anything. Don't care. Reeves has PTSD? Yeah. Dude, Reeves has been in 3 different wars before, bro. You don't understand the lore. I love it. Actually, I can't confirm though. I've been to 3 of those wars with Reeves. But hey, just because you go to war don't mean you got PTSD. One time, I was at war with Twitch chat, and they scarred me for life. Trigger warnings, MAO just manifesting the problem further. I'm gonna be so honest. I'm gonna do. Okay, you open a can of worms, bro. You open a can of worms. We're gonna talk about it. What the fuck is the point of a trigger warning? What is the point of it? Genuinely, what is the point? Because if hear me out, bro. Let me paint a hypothetical scenario, okay? Obviously, trigger warnings are much more serious, like way more serious than this. But hear me out. All right, Reeves gets triggered by Regice. All right. If I say, hey, Reeves, trigger warning, you're going to think of Regice. You're going to think about it. I might as well have just said Regice, because if I say Regice, you're going to think about it. If I say trigger warning, you're going to think about it. You're going to think about it. What is the point? I don't get it. It makes no sense whatsoever. And it's like, what? If you say trigger warning, you're going to click off the video. By me saying trigger warning, you are thinking about it either way. The idea, the concept is implanted in your mind. Whether I say trigger warning or I say what the fuck it is, it makes no difference. Dude, I'm so glad you said that, bro, because that shit pisses me off so much. Actually, that is like such a big pet peeve. Actually, I do not understand this whole trigger warning society bullshit. It makes no sense. It's so backwards. I think it's supposed to be for more graphic detail. However, it's been broadened to even touching on a subject. For graphic detail. Yeah, but you would just say like gore warning. You know what I mean? Like, okay, hypothetically, this is like gore, like a lot of blood. That makes sense, right? Hey, lot of blood warning. If you don't want to physically see that, I get it. But that is strictly for media. Why the fuck do people use that term? Unless you are a media producer, why do you use that term? Yeah. Why is trigger warning ever considered in text? And hey, let's be honest for a minute. Everybody and their fucking grandmother is just the nosiest person ever nowadays. You know what I mean? Name me one time you've said, you made a little comment. Your friend says, what? What did you say? What was that? And then you say, oh, nothing. And then they don't push you about it for the next 10 minutes. No. Tell me, what did you say? No. Every single time. So if I say trigger warning, you know what that's going to do to your noggin? You know what that's going to do? That's going to make you want to read it even more. Because now you're curious. Now you want to know. Now you're nosy. You're going to do, like, you know what I mean? So if anything, it serves a backward purpose. Because I don't know anybody nowadays who's fucking nosy. I don't know one person ever who's seen trigger warning on a text message and didn't read the rest of the tweet. I don't get it. I genuinely don't. Ever. It's not, oh my God. Connor, I love you, bro. Thank you. Thank you for saying that. Oh my God, I cannot stand that. That drives me nuts, chat. You guys don't understand. That is, oh, it drives me so nuts. I don't get it. I just think I got taken to a crazy level in 2020 pandemic. I think I'm gonna be so real. I think society as a fucking whole got taken to a crazy level in 2020 pandemic time. Like, I feel like the pandemic made us, I don't know, the pandemic had a lot of good things, but just like, dude, the pandemic did so much harm. Like, we would be here forever if we talked about all the impacts society, like pandemic had on society. I love the pandemic, but not because of society. I loved it because I got to be a chud and stay home and stream and play Call of Duty all day, every day. That was fucking awesome. But I would trade it if it, you know what I mean? Like, if the negative impacts that were left behind from COVID, you know, I would trade those impacts to not exist for me to not experience being a chud for 2020, 2021, 2022. So much bullshit and so much fucked up ideology just came out of 2019 or COVID. So much just everything. Like, that is when society flipped, bro. Like, I don't know. Everybody feels so divided now. I feel like people weren't fucking miserable the way they are now pre-COVID. Like on COVID, I feel like it was very rare you see, or like pre-COVID, very rare you seen some dumbass on Twitter saying some dumbass argument.
67 says start a
Or,
video with trigger warning and have no
no, I'm
trigger
not
to
gonna do
see
that.
how retention changes.
I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that because people are gonna see trigger warning and click off because people are fucking pussies. Trigger warning in media makes sense. We were just talking about that, how trigger warning in media makes sense. Video is a media. If I were to make a YouTube video and then start with a trigger warning, that's media. That is a logical use of a trigger warning. If I were to text you at 4 in the morning or 8, 6, 7, say, trigger warning, my dog ate a Cheeto. Like, trigger warning does fucking nothing there. The text trigger warning is stupid. Me putting it in a video would just negatively impact it. Waves trigger warning, Trico sucks. No, I'm not gonna say trigger warning because trigger warning kind of defeats the whole purpose of rage bait. Rage bait is like the opposite of a trigger warning. 2695 in my shiny Aberhunt for 5-leaf green, buying them 55 at a time to sell it on Game Corner. I hope you get it soon, Nemo. Praying for you, bro. Praying for you. Dude, Abra's a good one. I want to do Abra so bad. I'm not gonna do it like until I beat the game because I have a shiny dream team and Abra's not on it. But I do think that it's probably one of my first hunts on Fire Leaf Green once I finally beat the story. I had to play for the whole time for COVID and didn't get it. That sucks, Frog. I'm gonna be honest with you. 07, bro. I feel bad, dog. We literally hunted Poipo like 2 months ago when we got in less than like 100 encounters. If you see the new video, it was the intro. Which if you haven't seen, I expect your new vid. Go watch that. Chat, can I talk about something else actually now that we're on the topic? If I'm just yipping. Can I be honest for a minute? I'm very, very sad to see the video is performing the way the video's performing. I'm gonna be completely honest. I really thought the new video was gonna peak or push for a 6-digit view count. Now, I'm not gonna sit here and lie. 41,000 views in a week is not bad. But we've had videos do way better. Getting a box for the Shalfas and Legends ZA, that had like 50, I think it almost had 60,000 views in a week. For such a big project, I'm very sad. I'm very grateful to see the video is doing well. You know what I mean? It's not too bad, but it's not doing exceptionally well, which I kind of set I had that expectation set because I feel like catching every psychic shiny Pokemon is a bigger deal than catching a box of shiny alphas. You know what I mean? It is really a shame to see that these bigger videos, these bigger project videos don't seem to be doing well. Same thing with like the marathon stream. Like the marathon stream got 33,000 views. Then I was like 200 hours of shiny hunting straight. So like I don't know. There's a lot of reasons for it too. It's obviously not YouTube's necessarily fault. Like obviously I always have room to grow, and this is definitely an example of that where I need to learn why the video didn't do well to push it out better. But it is very sad to see that the viewership for Pokemon is not what it once was. On YouTube anyways. I feel like I worked too, obviously the project was messy, like that's another thing too, it was very messy, it was kind of all over the place. And obviously that quality is going to reflect in the viewer count amongst, or the view count, not viewer count, amongst many other aspects too, but it still is disappointing to see that go that was very, I want to say, very discouraging is the word I want to use. Not disappointing, I say discouraging. Because 100%, the entirety, like, you can, I'm gonna be honest, it's very clear in my YouTube videos. If you look at my upload schedule, if I have a video do really well, the next video comes out a lot quicker. If a video doesn't do well, the next video takes a long time to come out. And if you just reflect on my upload schedule, that is very apparent. If you look at the video prior to and see its performance, that basically makes or break how soon the next video comes out. Because if a video does really well, that just pushes motivation to get another one out. If it doesn't do very well, that demotivates the fuck out of it. Heard something about a low taper fade. Is this true? We're looking for low taper fade right now, bro. What's up, Connor? What's up, dude? We got 2 Connors in chat right now. Connor 1 and Connor 2. But which one's the original? See, I try and compare things to how it was during COVID, and that shit is unrealistic. I don't know if that's what you're comparing it to. I try to compare things. I was like, no. I just mean like generally. I'm not even talking necessarily COVID. I'm just saying just like as a whole. Like just gradually over time, Pokemon viewership has just been decreasing and decreasing and decreasing and decreasing. Shiny content anyways. Unless you're one of those content creators who's kind of just locked in already. Like if you locked in and got your position like PM7, Johnstone, MJTV, fucking Alpha Rad, like you know what I mean? Alpha doesn't just do Pokemon, but you know what I'm saying. The people who locked in, they locked in, and like who have their spots, they're there. But for everybody else who's in the growing phase,
Lego.
not as much. You know what I mean? Like it's a lot harder to grow, I would say. Definitely. Also, Connor Mesh with the 4 months of Prime, 3-month streak. Apologies. W Connor, bro. Thank you for the freaking 4 months. W freaking Connor. W Twitch Prime. Enjoy the ad-free content for the next month. A cutie patootie badge beside your name whenever you yip and yap in the Twitch chat. And access to our emails, Barchacho. Thank you so very much. I will say though, you know what? I will also say on to kind of contrast my comment about YouTube and how I'm kind of like not necessarily upset, but I'm kind of I don't know, sad to see the viewership drop because it's very demotivating. I will say on the flip side, you guys have been going crazy over here. Like, this is 2 months in a row now. We've had over 300 subs. That's ridiculous. That's redonkulous. Actually, no, I didn't upload it for Eevee, so it's actually 312. What's up, Kage? I will say absolutely, like, genuinely, the sub count and just like the viewership and the overall interaction over here on Twitch is better than it's ever been before, and I'm incredibly grateful for that. And admittedly, I think you guys are hard carrying because, like, I think if YouTube wasn't doing great and Twitch wasn't doing great, my motivation would be at an all-time low. I think that having a proper mainline game since Scarby isn't helping. Definitely. Like there's definitely a lack of interest. Like every time a new Pokemon game comes out, there's a booming interest. And the other thing too is Legend ZA dropped and then kind of died, so the interest died along with it. Whereas like when Scarvy came out, Scarvy content was booming for the first while, and then the deal, like once the content kind of started to, people's interest started to like, okay, I've already beat it, I've done everything I need to do, I'm good. Then the DLC drops, which generates interest all over again. You know what I mean? So that's kind of like that's definitely part of it, I would say. And with Legends EA, just not like dying out really quickly, and then the DLC coming out way too quickly as well. It didn't really work out. Back, I have jury duty on Monday. Why is this a good thing? I asked you this last time, but I forget. Why are you... I thought jury duty is a bad thing. Not necessarily a bad thing, but most people don't look forward to it, right? Can I see that? Yeah, I agree, Curse. It is very sad. Surely next goal is 150 because it's hard for us to reach 300 subs. What was the sub goal? What was the sub count last month? Last month's sub count was 350. Are you guys about to fucking mog? No way. No, that's no. There's only today it's 1, 2, 3, 4. There's only 5 more days left of the month. I don't think we're gonna pass it. I think we're gonna get really close. Which I think that means next month's sub goal is gonna be the same. Because I base this current month's sub goal off of I base it off of last month's sub, like total subs. You know what I mean? Yo, what's up, Shiny Hunting? I love your YouTube. Yo, appreciate it, bro. Thank you. And you said you watch, not love. Sorry, I misread. But thank you so much, bro. I'm glad you've been watching. I hope you enjoy. Is because Pokemon content far more popular in the summer? Well, yeah, but I think that just makes sense, bro. Like Pokemon's a kids game. All the kids aren't in school. They got free time, so get a clear remember this. I played since 2019. Enjoy, bro. Enjoy. I was playing last night. It's nice to see everybody's playing the game again. Basically, you need to post Weebot as soon as it goes for big boom. ZA just poofs up quickly. No, but ZA did the same thing. Like ZA, like I uploaded my 2 big, or not, I don't say big, but 2 ZA videos, and they did really well, really quickly. Talk to me, girl. Like I dropped 4 ZA videos in the span of like a month. The shiny guide, finding every single shiny, or how to shiny hunt for every Shalfa. Finding a shiny in every wild zone, and then catching a box full of Shalfas. Now, I'm going to be honest, catching a box or a shiny in every wild zone did better than a box full of Shalfas. So if I'm taking one thing away from it, I don't want to say quantity over quality, but I'm not going to prioritize large videos like getting a box full of Shalfas. if that's gonna perform the same as the video, like, you know what I mean? The effort put into catching a box full of Shalfas versus the effort put into finding a shiny in every wild zone. We did the wild zone shinies in one stream, where the box full of Shalfas took like 100 plus, 200 plus hours. Now we grinded that the fuck out and got that much time done in a short period of time, but you know what I mean? If I could do one in one stream, I'll just bang out a bunch of one stream videos or like a couple stream videos instead. Because I definitely had other ideas that I was just like, no, I'm going to get a box full of Shalfas. I prioritized that one. That was a regret of mine. And then also I tapped out. I think another thing too that I'm going to do is I'm going to I'm going to force myself to push through. Even if I get burnt out of Weewa, I think I'm still going to force myself to make Weewa content for a while. I think I'm going to ride it out until people just aren't interested anymore and then return to the older games again. There's definitely a lot I've learned. Because, I mean, to be honest, like, Scarvy came out, and I started making content on Scarvy. So, Legends ZA was technically my first new Pokemon game as a YouTuber. Weewa's peak? Weewa was such a fun thing to say. Definitely Fire Red Leaf Green probably got more attention compared to ZA. I don't think more attention, but I think the attention is a little bit less than ZA. ZA had so much hype around it is the reason. ZA's hype was crazy. Fire Red had hype, but not like ZA. What's up, Sanity? What's up, gamer? It's my dream because I'll be a paralegal, and this lets me do it without having to... Oh, I see, AT. Okay, I see. Thank you for the shiny hunt, by the way, or the shiny luck shiny hunt. Thank you. Sasa, what's up, dude? Welcome on in. Happy Friday. How are you? It's a shame Wii wasn't coming out on the Wii. Could you imagine if they dropped a new Wii game in 2027? That would be crazy. People like map quests. Yeah, people like what they like. I think, I don't know, bro. I think it really sucks. It sucks. I could go the A drive route and I could bullshit reactions, but I don't know, like, I think when my reactions for shinies aren't there, then that's my sign to do something different. You know what I mean? And I'm not excited. That's kind of the point I got to in ZA, but I feel like if I just sucked it up and I low-key A drive the fuck in my reactions where I overreacted, I could have rode ZA's hype wave a lot longer. Because the reason I stopped with ZA was just because I was bored of it. I just wasn't excited. I was like, okay, I'm gonna switch it up. I don't want to do this. I switched up on ZA before anybody else did. In terms of content creators, I was one of the first to switch up on ZA. Obviously, full-time content. Out of the full-time content creators. But I also think I made the right shout because, like, who the fuck watches Legends ZA content in the Big 26? No hate. But I just feel like the Legends ZA, view, it's just not there. You know what I mean? It was there. I just don't think it's there anymore. I don't think people are really watching anymore. With exceptions. Oh my god. Did we just see an encounter and I missed it? I think there's definitely exceptions. But like Shiny Catherine, I think Shiny Catherine could upload anything that she wanted to, and she would be pretty alright for a good while. I'd rather play Z than watch it. Exactly. I mean, some reactions are actually good, like the one encounter Shiny Palkia. I don't mean like, sorry, when I use the term A drive reactions, I just mean like faking them. Not faking them, but like getting overhyped. But it's better content that way, you know what I mean? It's much more enjoyable to watch somebody go, oh my god, Shiny Torchic, no way! Than to say, oh shit, Shiny Torchic. Nice. Cool. You know what I mean? So it makes better content. Like, that's what, I don't know. People dog on A drive for that, but it's like, well, he's number one for the reason, bro. If he didn't do that thing that you guys dogged him on, he wouldn't be number one. So I get it. Oh, 100%. Johnstone ZA shoot. That's what I mean. Like, there are streamers that are still set in that can stream whatever they want or play whatever they want. Whatever they want and do fine. Like, Johnstone could do anything Pokemon related. His videos and his streams will do good. You know what I mean? And there's more than more there. It's not just because, oh, he's Johnstone. Like, it's because there's branding. There's an expectation of quality for his viewers. And he is able to consistently live up to that expectation. And he's also just like, he makes good videos. Never once have I watched a Johnson video and been like, damn, this kind of sucks. You know what I mean? Now, sure, if you were to compare a 9-year-old video of his to a video he uploaded yesterday, obviously the one yesterday is going to be way better than the one 9 years ago. But the one 9 years ago was still exceptionally better than a lot of other, maybe 9 is an exaggeration, but you know what I mean? A lot of the older videos, maybe like 3-4 years ago, his videos from that time period are still exceptionally better than my videos, for example. And the stats reflect that. You know what I mean? That's not opinion. That is an analytical statement. So yeah, there's reasons pop. Exactly. I don't want to just say, oh, just because he's John, so just like, oh, just because she's Chinese Catherine, she can do whatever she wants. Like, no, they worked for that. They put themselves in that position, and they have a standard that they live up to consistently. Like, they worked really hard to be in that position, and now they are in that position. You know what I mean? I think that's everyone's goal. I think that's every YouTuber's, like, end goal ever. But, hey, Poopy. Welcome back, dude. Waves, you make good videos as well, though. Thank you. I do appreciate that. I like to think my videos are not bad videos. However, they're nowhere near as good. There's a lot of flaw. But I'm not going to say that the flaws are the only thing that's there. There's more than just the flaws. However, the flaws are present, and if the flaws weren't present, the analytics would do better. There is a reason my videos don't get 100,000K views. Or 100,000K. Holy shit, what is wrong with me? There's a reason a lot of my videos, especially recently, haven't passed that point. And that doesn't mean they're bad videos, but there is a reason for that. All of their performance, all of the analytics, there is a reason behind every piece of it. I get was so smart for doing the YouTube shorts into Dunsparce everyday hunts. I think those are really, really, really clever. I think those concepts are really fun. We're gonna stop. I mean, too many people put one serious when they see shinies. Like, I ain't screaming when I find shiny Palmy. Yeah, but be like, curse. Let me put it this way. Think about the way, or just everybody, think about the way that you react to shinies. Like, every shiny ever. Your 1 in a million shiny Espeon, or your 1 in 3 shiny Sigilith from Wormholes. If you were to record every single reaction and upload them to YouTube, do you think you'd be able to be a YouTuber? You know what I mean? I would say the answer is probably not. I feel like the majority of people don't actively scream when they find a shiny in Legends EA. They go, oh, shiny this. Oh, shiny that. Now, if it's a rare shiny like a Fire Red Leaf Green 1 in 8192, you're probably screaming. If it's one of your first shinies, you're probably screaming. If it's a really rare shiny, you're probably screaming. But how often do you find your first shiny? Once. A really rare shiny? Not often. You know what I mean? A shiny you spent a lot of time on? Not often. So when you say too many Pokemon players scream when they see a shiny like I ain't screaming, in terms of content, it is quite literally that. I promise you, not every content creator, but a lot of them, myself included, get a little bit more hyped on camera than we actually are over finding the shiny. That's just how it is. Thank you for the hydrate, potato guy. Now, most people, or most, missed it again, it's fine. Most content creators will not tell you that because, you know what I mean? That's not necessarily something that, you don't want to hear that. You don't want to hear that the people you watch are kind of fake in their reaction, but I'm not going to lie to you about it. My first shiny I found on Easter, yeah, but I'm talking about every shiny, not your first one. You know what I mean? But do you want to watch some guy go, oh, cool, or do you want to watch a grown adult man scream his head off and jumping all over the place? Exactly. One's entertainment, one's not. The bottom line is simply put, some people understand entertainment, some people don't. And you'd think more people do because of how much it's consumed, but there's different aspects to it. Like, there is a reason why some people can make YouTube videos for years and years and years and don't see any traction. Hold on one sec, chat. Actually, I have a genuine question, chat. Genuine question. Would y'all be interested if I did daily shorts? Y'all think I should, like, if I did that, would y'all watch that? Like, here, I'm gonna put you on something right now. I'm gonna put you on something. I think it's really cool. I would just for you. Oh, I guess yeah, if you're not a short view, that's a different story too. I'm going to put you on something really quickly. This is a content creator that I've been watching. I talk to him from time to time, but not like super like that. Oops, wrong thing. Kona. Literally, it shows up here, and it shows up because I watched it. You guys might not be able to hear this. I'm gonna do this. Kona does a really cool concept. I'm just gonna let this
trying to
video
get
play.
shiny Arceus by doing 10 resets a day. Today's day 178. I actually don't have any new resets for you today. I'm gonna use the footage.
Okay, this was a bad example because he was sick this day.
I'm trying
But like,
to get shiny Arceus by doing 10 resets a day.
yes, the
Today's
Arceus
day
guy. Yeah.
176. I'm hoping that was just on my end. I'll see what happens in the recording, I guess. Shouldn't be too big of an issue. Not shiny. I will say today though, I don't have a big plan. I just kind of hit record and I'm just gonna yap.
That basically sums up all of his shorts. He just hits record and yaps for 10 encounters a day. I think it's a super cool concept. I would love to do something similar, but I don't want to do it if people aren't interested. You know what I mean? A little 1 minute of Oshawaves daily yapping. I think that'd be really fun. However, people don't want it. I don't want to do it. You know what I mean? I think the concept is really cool, though. Now, obviously, I wouldn't do that. I would do something different, but I don't know. I think that'd be fun. And especially now, I'm like, I don't have any videos to work on. That's what I'm gonna be real. The reason I'm ending stream in an hour, like I said, we're doing a 4-hour stream today, is because I'm gonna start working on YouTube Shorts. But I wasn't gonna do that. I was just gonna make YouTube Shorts for something else. I have an idea for something I'm gonna try. I'm gonna see how it goes. But if y'all would want to see that too, I don't see that taking like an hour. Fuck's already been 3 hours. This is what happens when we yip and yap and yap and yip. I'd watch yours to support. Okay, well, can I also say something, chat? Can I say something? First of all, hi. Let's say hi back. Second of all, I shout out to each and every single one of you gamers. First of all, shout out to each and every single one of you here right now. Hi. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. I am in a I'm in a position as a content creator where I don't need people to watch my stuff just to support. You know what I mean? So I wouldn't ask that. I wouldn't ask that, nor would I expect it or even hope for it. You know what I mean? I want to put out content that people want to watch. I don't want people to watch it because they want to support me. You know what I mean? Because if my content is strictly just being watched because people want to support me, then the content's going to be stuck at the same level it's already at. You know what I mean? Whereas if I produce content that you want to watch, then it's different. I don't, if you don't understand it, I can't really explain it. But I don't need people to do that. So if I do start making shorts, chat, I'm not going to ever ask you guys to watch it to support me. Even if it's moral support. People, I don't get moral support anyways. You guys just say I'm bitchless, I have no HUDs, and call me a chud. So like I don't get moral support as is. And it's, you know what I mean? I'm not gonna start expecting it now. Let's be real. Let's be honest for a minute, chat. Come on now. Come on now. I would support you, but I watch to support you because it's good content. That's a tricky one. Like, I appreciate it. I very much so appreciate it. However, my objective was never to gather enough people to like me enough to support my videos. My and every YouTuber ever objective, like our objective collectively, is to create content that you want to watch. I would rather you want to watch a video because it's a good video, not want to watch it because I made it and you want to support me. You know what I mean? And I'm grateful that people are like that. I'm very grateful that those of you who choose to be like, yeah, I want to support Waves, I'm gonna watch this. Like, you guys are fucking awesome. So please don't think I'm talking down to you or saying don't do that. Shout out to you. You guys are fucking legends. But that's not my intention. I'm so joyful now. I was gonna do what I did in DMs. I was gonna say nightmare, but with a different word, but I decided against it. Other streams more than the videos, but I like the videos to see what stream clips on them. That's why I really am like excited and have been enjoying the process of Oshawaves Live. I got 2 more videos coming out soon for Oshawaves Live, by the way, chat. That channel's definitely becoming an outsource where we do mini videos on stream, like the tier list or like the IQ test. If you're there for that, that's gonna be the next video. If you want to watch, if you weren't there for that and you want to watch Oshawaves take an IQ test, we did that on stream the other day. That's gonna be a video. I have another one written down too. Basically, anything that we do on stream that isn't just focused on this, I would say will be an Oshawaves live video. But I think that's exactly why I like it, because that's the kind of content I want to make. At the end of the day, that's the kind of content I want to make. I just can't do that. I have to do everything that isn't shiny hunting. So if it's not shiny hunting, we do it on stream, probably going to be an Oshawaves live video. But then also, if you miss a stream and we do something on stream that you'd want to watch off stream, that's the place to do it. You don't have to sit down and watch a VOD. Shout out you, Comets. Thank you for stealing my shiny. Like, shout out to you, bro. W Comets. Yo, why is that guy not banned? I like to choose whether the video. I do that. What was your first shiny? Shiny Psyduck, Omega Ruby. I was in the Safari Zone looking for a Pikachu and I found it randomly. I was at school in 4th grade or 5th grade. Actually, I think it was 5th. I remember screaming when I found it, running across the yard to show Kage, who didn't give a fuck. But then that did spark our interest in shiny hunting. Not to say that he had an interest beforehand, but him and I didn't really do that together. What's up, JJ? What does the double or nothing mean, channel point redemption per chance? Literally nothing. Every time the double or nothing channel point gets redeemed, the cost of it gets doubled. So when somebody redeems it, it will cost 64,000 to redeem it again. It started at 1 and it started at 1 and then everybody spammed it, so we just cranked the fuck out of it. What's cracking, Chargers? What's up, Goober? Hey, gamer. Sasa, thank you for the shine. Like, you said the second video is underperforming. I think the OOC definitely should have far more views. Only 100 views is a crime. And it's more than 100, I think. And it has a little bit. Oh, it only has 181. I lied. Well, I mean, I'd round that to 200, but that's just how it would be, bro. I will say the OOCs are fun, though. The psychic video, it's not underperforming, but for a project of its size, I would say it is. Like, catching every single psychic type shiny Pokemon isn't outperforming catching a shiny in every Wild Zone and Legends ZA. I feel like one project was done in one stream, the other one was done over the time of 2.5 years. Yet the one stream project has performed better. Like, the psychic video is definitely starting to slow down at 40,000 views. That will not reach 100k views. I do not think it will reach 100k, which is very sad because I was really hoping for that. I was within like 1 million. I was expecting 100k views. I wanted a 6-digit view count, and it's not achieving that. But that's life. There's reasons for that. It's beyond. It's not luck. My editing skills and my abilities as a creator at my current point in time, or at this current point in time, sorry, are not good enough to reach those view counts yet. They get my ass kicked. Damn. The pot we cooked, that's crazy. Holy shit, JJ. Your first name was a Froakie and you failed over it? That's crazy. I thought I meant a gamble. You flip a coin. Heads, double channel points, tails means nothing. I would totally do that, but I can't distribute channel points. I can only refund them. Watching this and eating 2 baked potatoes hits nicely. Oh, dude, that sounds so good, bro. I think there's a word for that, boss. It's called a skill issue. Well, I think, on the topic of skill issue, I think your counting and English skills also fall under that department, because you said, I think there's a word for that, and then you said 2 words. 2 words isn't a word. A word is 1. If you're gonna clock me, don't make yourself look like a dumbass in the process. Sorry, Potato. Why did the Auras vid break the algorithm so much? A lot of things. Hype around Pokemon, interest around Pokemon. I think the Shiny Only Challenge was a very fresh introduction to YouTube where nobody's done that concept of shiny hunting mixed with funny out of context stream moments before. That's definitely a new thing. It didn't break the algorithm, but it definitely break into, you said, sorry. No, it definitely got pushed out. But then if you look at every other shiny video of Shiny Only following it, they would perform less and less and less and less and less. Which is fair. When you make a series, the first episode always tends to do the best. Always does the best. Every other one after that, slowly, the interest slowly decreases over time, especially with YouTube. There's an end in friend, an end in girlfriend, but there's no end in gambling. Retweet, bro. Retweet. There's an end in friend, end in girlfriend, end in boyfriend. No end in gambling. Somebody mod that guy, bro. He's clever. Let him cook. Let him cook up into the kitchen. I wanted to do something and I forgot what I was gonna do. Oopsies. To the floor, make me wanna say that, babe. Yeah, you can shake some more. I'm so lost. I'm trying to read, like, I'm reading messages and some of them already read, some I haven't. Gen 6 is my favorite gen of games. X, Y, E. No, that's valid. I'm not about to cook you. I think, I can think of an end in gambling, but it's not a very good outcome. Crazy work, bro. X, Y, and ORAS. You know that we refer to gens the correct way around here, AT. How dare you say ORAS is Gen 6? Yeah, you could shake some more. Maybe next time do a random lock shiny. We've already done that before. La, 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 la. Or also Gen 6 and I die on that hill. Doesn't make sense to say that. You're dying on an illogical hill that your brain has been forced to think because of media propaganda. When you actually sit down and think of why, we've had this conversation a million times as to why it makes more sense to refer to generations based off the region introduced rather than the games that came out in that generation.
1820
fucking
says
Iron,
one
dude.
in chat if Osha should do a shiny only Iron Man challenge.
I'm gonna hold your hand, chat. Ironmon challenges take thousands upon thousands of attempts to beat. If we were to do that shiny, I wouldn't complete that until my great grandkids were born. We're not doing that, all right? That's not happening. 5,000 likes on the video and I'll do shiny only Ironmon. Yeah, no, that's a fucking lie. I'm not doing that. Absolutely not. We would never win. We would never win. It would never end. Generational content. I would love to do Ironmon. I think Ironmon would be so fun. Because Gen refers to game mechanics and art style. But why? Why? If I say what's your favorite Gen 6 Pokemon, you're not saying Groudon. You're not saying Torchic. You're not saying fucking Surskit, which is a Gen 6 Pokemon, because if you look at this Wurmple, that doesn't look like Wurmple from Emerald. That's very different, so that would be a different Pokemon. We've had this conversation a million times. It'd be Pokemon introduced in Gen 6, right? Exactly. If I ask that, if I say what's your favorite Gen 6 Pokemon, if I say what's your favorite Gen 6 town, you're gonna name something from Kalos, but everybody says ORAS is Gen 6, why not? Why not? If Gen 6 is ORAS, why is Gen 6 only ORAS in the context of generations? Not the generational Pokemon, characters, story, arts, like every other aspect that is actually discussed. Genuinely. We've had this conversation a million times. If I ask you, Chad, what's your favorite Gen 7 song? You're not going to say a Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee song. But if I say, what's your favorite Generation 1 Pokemon? I'm gonna say Rhydon, because I used Rhydon in my Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee Generation 7 playthrough. Hoenn is the third generation's region. All of the Pokemon in Hoenn, well, not all of them, but like all the new ones, are Gen 3 Pokemon. Every aspect makes sense. Every aspect. We've had this. Game mechanics. Why do game mechanics trump? That makes no sense. Also, that doesn't even make sense because Gen 7 has USUM, Sun and Moon, and Let's Go. Completely different. Completely different. Makes no sense. Where are the Z moves in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee? Also, by that logic, BDSP is Gen 8. If you say you love Gen 8, you're not fucking talking about BDSP. You're not saying I love BDSP. You're talking about Sword and Shield. If I say, oh, dude, I love Gen 4, or I talk about Gen 4, you're going to bring up BDSP. Why? Why? I thought BDSP was Gen 8. Well, game mechanics and art style. What the fuck does BDSP and Sword and Shield have in common? Nothing. Literally nothing. They have Pokemon. That's it. They have gym leaders, like every other Pokemon game. It just doesn't make sense. We've had this conversation a million times. I didn't agree, but AT is making not sense. You're right. But that logic, all Pokemon games are Gen 1 because every game has Pikachu. No, not at all. That just does not make sense. That's not at all what I'm saying. I'm saying the generation should be the generation of Pokemon that are introduced. Pokemon can return, and you know, in like generation, like Pikachu is a returning Pokemon from another generation. Like that's Gen 1. Lotad's Gen 3. This is Gen 3. The generation the game is released. That is generally the like the general opinion, Maddie, but that isn't logical. Because of exactly this, because it causes confusion. Because if I ask you your favorite Gen 7 anything, you're not going to say a Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee thing. You're not going to say that. But that's Gen 7, based off the logic that is being used. If generation is based off time period, why is it when I ask you your favorite Gen 7 mon, you don't say Rhydon? Because Rhydon was introduced in a Gen 7 game. Like, you've never seen Rhydon the way it looks in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee in the other Gen 1 games. You know what I mean? Rhydon doesn't, like, Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee Rhydon looks like its actually, I think its stats are different. They are, because the special stat didn't exist. The stats are different, the design is different, the moveset's different, the performance is different, who uses it is different. You know what I'm saying? Is returning Pokemon for a Gen 6 game. Yes. No. Yes and no. But, like, that doesn't... Torchic is, that could be said for any game, though. Torchic is a returning Pokemon for Gen 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Torchic is in every single game. So that doesn't make sense, because the whole point of using the term generation to define something is to make it more specific for the sake of conversation. And all I'm saying is that referring to a generation as the games released in this time period versus the generation that the region, the Pokemon, the story, the characters were introduced. This one makes more sense than this one in every aspect. Thank you, Max. What's up, gamer? How we doing, bro? Yeah, Mega Blaziken, that's a Gen 6 Pokemon. Because Generation 6, X and Y, introduced Mega Evolution. New Relentless not... No. It's chill, Maddie. Like, I'm not geeked about it. We've just had this conversation a million times. And if you were talking about a different story, AT's been here like a jillion times. So I just don't know if the timing's crazy and they've never been here every single time we've talked about it or what. But Hoenn is a returning region for the Generation 6 games. Hold on. The last time we talked about this, I clocked it. I wrote it down, but I don't remember where I wrote it down. I clocked it. It makes so much more sense to refer to it, because if I ask you anything about a generation, you're not thinking of the remakes. You're thinking of the home generation. What's your favorite Gen 2 Pokemon, chat? You're going to say any Johto Pokemon. But, okay, Gen 2 is a bad example because there was no other remakes in Gen 2. If I said Gen 3, you're going to say a Hoenn Pokemon. You're not going to say Kanto. So when I say I love Gen 3, I talk about Hoenn. I talk about the Pokemon. I talk about the third generation of Pokemon. I talk about the third generation story, the region. I'm not talking about Fire Red and Leaf Green. See, I think of the remakes, and that's a you problem. It's not necessarily a you problem, but generally, the general opinion is not that. Yet, despite that, what you're saying is generally what people use. More people use generations to refer to the time it was released. I'm saying that doesn't make sense, and I'm explaining why. And the best part, none of my points have been declined. Every single point I make, not one of them is wrong. Nobody said, no, Oshawaves, you're wrong. They'll say, yes, but this. You know what it is? It's your brain being used to something and not liking or accepting change, which isn't your fault. Your brain is programmed to not like change. So when change is presented or change is challenging the normal, you are programmed in your brain to not agree. This, I wish more people knew that. The way that you react, if you disagree with me, I understand why you do 100% because you're a human being just like me. The only difference is you're arguing against it because of your programming, not because you really thought about it. It's because it's what you're used to. I don't see Oras and Ruby Sapphire and Emerald as the same games. Oras and Ruby Sapphire Emerald have infinitely more things in common than Oras and X and Y. Infinitely. What, like everything about Ruby Sapphire and Emerald is basically the same with small tweaks to Oras. Oras and Ruby Sapphire and Emerald have way more in common than Oras and X and Y do. Oras and X and Y have battle mechanics and game design. You know what Ruby Sapphire Emerald Oras has? Region, decks, Pokemon, trainers, teams, story, everything about it is the same. So why is Gen 6 comparing Oras and X and Y, which only share two things, battle mechanics and design, whereas Ruby Sapphire Emerald and Oras, which is the third generation, has everything else in common. Everything else. When you get down to playing the game, super different feel because the games are battle focused. And also, I would argue Ruby Sapphire Emerald feels on paper much more the same. You as a Pokemon player who's experienced so many different generations of games would agree. But if I were to present Ruby and I would present Omega Ruby to somebody who had never played Pokemon, they would literally say, oh, they're the same games. This one's just newer. They feel the same way. The encounters are the same. The Pokemon are the same. The learn sets are updated, but still relatively the same. Every function every Pokemon does is the same. Zigzagoon's the HM slave. So you use your water type for surf. You use your flying type for fly. To fly to the same regions, to follow the same story that might be tweaked a little bit, but everything about it's the same. If you were to look at a one-to-one Ruby Sapphire or Ruby playthrough and a Omega Ruby playthrough, almost, I would say 80% of the inputs would be identical. If you were to compare inputs of Oras and X and Y, they're completely different because the region's different, the trainers are different, the Pokemon available are different. The way, like it drives me nuts that people aren't hearing me out. I see Oras as an remaster. Exactly, it's a remaster, 100%. 100%. It is a remaster of the third generation. So why is it a sixth generation game? I understand it was released in the sixth generation, but that doesn't, it makes more sense to refer to it. It makes infinitely more sense to refer to Oras as a Gen 3 game. Why rearrange my room? You got that, bro. Lock in. You got that. Lock the freak in. Fire Relief Green introduced new story features because it's a remake. Of course, remakes are going to add to it. 100%. And the sixth generation and yeah, but why is it defined by when it came out? See, see, this is the thing I'm saying. And I also understand people like, you know, I'm definitely, no ego. I would say I'm probably a better at these kind of conversations of disagreements than most people in chat. So I get it, but that's how generations work, I think. But you can't even disprove my point. You not once, or anybody, not just you, anybody, you can't disagree with the points I'm saying. You have to agree. What I'm saying makes sense. The only difference is you're saying, oh, that's not how it is because that's how it is. But just because everybody says something, everybody says that's how it is, doesn't mean that's right. Music peaked here. This is true. Fun fact, this is the best song ever. Can confirm. What is ZA sit? The Legends titles are very different. It's really hard to associate Legends with their own thing. Like Legends ZA and Legends RCS, I feel like their own things that can't be compared anymore. Legends ZA does not feel like a Generation 9 game because it lacks a lot of, it doesn't have terrestrialization, for example. But also, it just plays completely different to how mainline Pokemon games play. Same with Legends RCS. It's based on Pokemon available. Fire Red has Gen 2 and 3 available. See, it's funny you say that because you can't even access those Pokemon until you beat the entire game. So that doesn't even necessarily make sense in the instance of Fire Red because of that exact thing. And still, It's based off of Pokemon available. Fire Red, you can't get any non-Kanto Pokemon until you beat the game. Furthermore, I would say it's the same thing in this game. I think if you copied, like, if you looked at Ruby, Sapphire, and Emeralds to Oras, I would say 98% of the encounter tables are the exact same. But you can't obtain them. But that doesn't trump any of my arguments. That doesn't trump any of my points, and that's what I'm saying. Everybody, like, you keep thinking that, oh, well, because of this happens, that just completely ignores everything I'm saying. What I'm saying has been completely disregarded. Completely disregarded. You just keep saying the same thing over again. This is how it is because this is how it is. I'm not saying this isn't how it is. I'm saying, why is this how it is? And it's being completely neglected. You can say facts, but it doesn't prove anything to me. You can say facts that disprove my point, but they don't mean anything to me. That doesn't, at that point, what's the point of this conversation? Genuinely, what is the point? If I can say a fact to disprove your fact, and you're just saying it doesn't matter, I don't think it disproves my point. What is the, okay, well then, what is the point of referring to Pokemon by generations? What is the point of it? What is the point of it? We use made-up words to define made-up concepts, so technically there was no gen and no Pokemon because we made them up. Just because it doesn't physically exist doesn't mean it can't physically exist, because by that argument, nothing really exists, because everything, the phone you're using, Crimson, doesn't exist. It's made up. So throw it out. Throw it in the garbage right now. Your computer, your TV, break them. Because they don't exist. They're human-made. We made them. That's the same argument. Because it's based on time it was released, that is that good enough? It's called generation, because just because I lived the same life, the same way my grandfather, doesn't mean I'm from the same generation. Just because I live the same doesn't mean I live the same generation. Hold on, I'm processing what you're saying. Because you're making a point, but it's not direct. It's not related to what we're talking about. My point, because you're implying that I'm saying referring to the generation is objectively wrong. I'm not saying it's objectively wrong. People refer to us as generation for a good reason, but the reason they refer to it as generation has contradictions. Whereas if you, the way I'm suggesting, or the way I'm saying it should be referred to, not only fixes those contradictions, but is more logical and more efficient at serving its purpose, which is organizing some sort of thing together in a way that socially is understandable. And that is the whole point of the word generation. It is a word that's purpose serves to group something together. I am simply saying this way of grouping it isn't logically effective. I'm saying it's based on time, not region, which is the term generation means. But when you refer to the generate, like if a Pokemon, okay, so I'm not repeating myself again. I don't know if you just showed up, Brochacho. Scroll 5 minutes back in the VOD, listen to my points. I'm not repeating myself. This set of games can interact with each other. Pokemon can be traded up, however, this falls apart at the Switch. True. No, I'm just saying that it makes more sense to refer to generation based off of the region infinitely more than it does to refer to the generation by the time of release, because of the examples I have provided a million times. If I ask you your favorite Generation 8 Pokemon, you're not gonna say fucking... You're not gonna say Staravia, which technically was introduced in a Generation 4 game because it was introduced in... Or it was technically introduced in a Generation 8 game because it was introduced in a Generation 8 remake. Staravia was introduced in Diamond, Pearl, Platinum. BDSP are Diamond, Pearl, Platinum remakes. So by that logic, Staravia is a Generation 8 Pokemon. You see how stupid that sounds? You know how that doesn't make sense? If you like, that just doesn't make sense. And if you think that does make sense, that's a whole other thing. Then you got your own problems to deal with, Brochacho. It just makes more sense for the generation of Pokemon to be in like when discussing or when asking or just in general, it makes more sense to refer to the Pokemon based off of the home region rather than the actual generation. How did they make dinner? What'd you get? What'd you make? It's a Pokemon in Gen 8. It's based on new content. Gens and regions are different. If Pikachu's... Yeah, see, it's so funny that you say that because, like, you're proving my point. You are exactly proving my point. Exactly that. Literally that. You are saying it doesn't make sense. I am saying the same thing. You just agreed with me. That is exactly what I'm saying. I am taking your logic and I'm applying that logic in another aspects. And you are agreeing with me that that doesn't make sense. Every time you say that, you don't even realize you're agreeing with me. Which is why I'm like, then why are we going back and forth? Because you agree with me. Everybody agrees with me. They just don't like the concept of change. So you're arguing against it, but you agree. I don't think anyone's calling a Pokemon Gen 1 a Gen 3 Pokemon. That is exactly what I'm saying. Nobody does that. So why is it when I say my favorite generation? What's your favorite generation, chat? If you say 6, why does that include ORAS? Why does that include ORAS? Why does Gen 6 include ORAS? What the fuck does Gen 6 and ORAS have in common other than the fact that it came out at the same time? You don't like, and then by that, if your favorite generation is Gen 6, how is your favorite generation not also 3? Because ORAS is based on the Gen 3 game. You can't have Gen 6 ORAS without Gen 3 ORAS. I made pulled pork and rice with naan bread along with a homemade sauce for my fiance. I made a soft shell taco thing with her. That sounds fire. That sounds so good. Chicken cutlet after the baked potato was pretty good. Ugh. Don't say the C word in front of me, bro. Don't say the C word in front of me. Ah, chicken sounds so gas. I don't think anyone's calling a Pokemon from Gen 1 a Gen 3 game. No, Timothy, that is exactly what I'm saying. If I ask you your favorite generation, why are you not basing the generation off of the region? And why are you basing it off the release date? When in reality, it just nothing about that makes sense. Just eat Torchic? You're so right. I should just do that. It's the creation style they use, like graphics and whatnot. ORAS is relatively similar graphics. Yeah, but ORAS is much more similar to to Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald than it is X and Y. So why is it grouped with X and Y and not ORAS? Because of the graphics? Well, what are the graphics? It's a similarity. But it shares more similar. If the basis for it being grouped with X and Y is similarities, it should be grouped with Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald in the 3rd generation because it has much more similarities to that than it does X and Y. The only similarities it has to X and Y is the graphics and the gameplay. And like the battle mechanics, not gameplay. The battle mechanics and the graphics are the two things it shares with X and Y. But with Omega Ruby and Ruby, it shares the same encounter tables, the same trainers, the same battles, the same story, the same Pokemon available, the same fights, the same teams, the same movesets, the same learn sets. Actually, learn sets get updated, so you could learn sets. That's one thing more for the 3 there. But you can't neglect the 9 points I just made. My take on this, ORAS is game in Gen 6, but isn't a Gen 6 game. If someone said Gen 6 is their favorite, I'm assuming it means call it though, because I think of the region. That's the question. What's your favorite game in Gen 6? Yeah, but people don't ask, what is your favorite game in Gen 6? They ask, what's your favorite generation? ORAS is clearly the same game as Ruby Sapphire, so it takes place in the same game, but like a present USA is much more similar to to the 1800 USA, so it takes place in the same location. All this is so shiny, brother. We're not even like a quarter to odds yet, potato. It's really frustrating. It is not frustrating. That's not the right word. I don't know what the right word is, actually. But if you remove your biasness, your personal preference from the equation, and you sit down and actually ask the questions, why is ORAS a Gen 6 game and not a Gen 3? And you actually sat down and you wrote out everything on a giant billboard, you would realize it makes infinitely more sense to refer to Gen 6 as a Gen 3 game compared to a Gen 6 game. Period. What's your favorite homemade meal? I don't know the actual name of it, but it's just like tomatoes, noodles, beef. Do you mean like mainline games or fan games? I don't like any fan games. I don't think fan games are good because they're not real. I think half of what makes Pokemon so special is the fact that they are Pokemon. Like they're real. I've never liked fan games for that exact reason. I don't want to play a fan game with a fake Pokemon because they are fake Pokemon. They aren't new Pokemon, they're fake Pokemon. And I think that undermines any ability. Not to say fan games are necessarily bad, but I feel like a lot of people agree with me because this is my opinion. I will never enjoy the fan game nearly as much as I will enjoy a new Pokemon game. Because the new Pokemon game is real. Everything about it is real. Mega Phalanx is real. Mega Dragalge is real and will forever be real. Whereas this custom form Zigzagoon that's a fighting fire type in this fan game, I will never see again outside of this game. So. I'm not gonna lie. If I remove my biases, you'd still be wrong. Could you explain to me why, though? But you never take the L? No, I definitely would, but I don't take the L not because I have an ego. I don't take the L because I've not been convinced. That is literally it. Like, if I'm wrong and I get convinced otherwise, I always take it. The issue isn't that I've never, the issue is not that I never take the L, it's that I never get put in a position to take the L. And that's no ego. There's no ego behind that. It's literally, I would love to be wrong and just socially accept that the way society words that the Pokemon community words Generation 6 as ORAS and XY, I would love to think that way, but I literally cannot because it doesn't make sense. That is my issue. I'd like to be said about like literally anything. Like, I would love to be able to just be like, yeah, Gen 6 is XY ORAS, but I can't, and then I'm explaining to you exactly why I can, and also offering a counter offer as to what I think it is and explaining why it is. And the general opinion is just no, because it's different. I don't like different, except nobody has the balls to say that. So they try to use these reasons that already exist because obviously the reason ORAS is like referred to as Gen 6, like there's a reason for that. Everybody before me has referred to it that way, and everybody like will not continue to, but so many people do that, and there's reason behind it. And I'm not saying that the reason behind that isn't a good reason, but I'm saying my reasons, the reasons not even mine, they're not mine, there's the reasons I presented make more sense than the active current reasons for the way it is. And I've still yet to see anybody make a good point that disproves / counters my points. Pokemon politics? Yeah, you could say it's, you could make an argument that it's political. I can see that. Pokemon politics for real. I still believe Gen based on new content and connectivity. See, but that's exactly what I'm saying. Do you believe that because you believe that, or do you believe that because you've known that your entire life and your brain likes comfort? Can we just accept everyone's opinions? Well, not necessarily, no, because like stupid opinions are bad opinions. And I'm not saying that if that is your opinion, you are stupid, because that's not, I mean, everybody has stupid opinions. Everybody has smart opinions. Everybody has wrong opinions. Everyone has right opinions. And the matter of if it's stupid or not literally doesn't, like, that alone is that's a subjective, like, your opinion of somebody's opinion is just as much an opinion as their opinion is, if that makes sense. So my opinion is just as much of an opinion. Like, my opinion that it's a stupid opinion is just as much opinion as your opinion that X and Y or S are both Gen 6. However, just be like, I don't know. That's that from here, it kind of spirals into a different conversation that I don't think we should have on stream. But my bottom point is I've had this conversation on stream with dozens of people disagreeing with me probably like 10 times now. And throughout each of those conversations, the end result, first of all, my opinion has never once changed. And that's not because I'm stubborn. That's because the points that I'm bringing up to back my opinion have yet to be declined or disproved or countered by a better existing alternative. But also, I've had people who are like, hold on, wait, you're fucking right. And I've converted people's opinions. Now I'm just saying, if I was wrong, would that really be the outlook or the end of all of those interactions? If I was wrong, would my interactions each time end that same way? And now, that being said, I honestly encourage these conversations because I hope that by the end of them, my opinion's changed. My opinion has changed. I have these conversations not because I want to disprove you, but because I want you to disprove me, and that just never happens. Okay, you believe Ruby and Sapphire and Oras are the same gen because of story and Pokemon, right? No, I'm not saying I believe that. I'm taking an already existing formula and pointing out the flaws. Generation 6, you consider Generation 6 to be Oras and XY because of their similarities. I am saying there was another game that Oras has more similarities with than X and Y. If the basis for a Pokemon game being based on, like, the generation of a Pokemon game being based on similarities, including time release is a similarity, I would say, because of technology limitations, etc. If the basis for Oras being in Gen 6, not Gen 4, Gen 5, Gen 9 is based on similarities, which is what the argument generally is. It is. I am saying, well, if it's based off similarities, why isn't it here? Because this one has way more similarities than this one. So I'm not even expressing my opinion based on my opinion. I'm expressing my opinion based on already constructed facts that you yourself believe. I am playing your game, just not the way you want me to. Oras is much more common than X, Y, Ruby, Stuff, and Emerald. You're right. Hold on. XY is much more common with X, Y, and Ruby and RSE. You're right. They share the same location in Pokedex and largest Oras makes changes. Yes, of course. But Oras is more tied to XY due to game mechanics, art style, time of release. Now, you're allowed to disagree, but the matter of fact, playing Oras feels much more like XY Ruby than playing RS. Playing Oras feels much more like playing XY than playing RSE. Is Torchic a Generations Pokemon? No, you're right. But that doesn't mean Oras is a Gen 3 game. Is Oras based on Gen 3? Sure. I disagree with that. If you're going to play XY and like, if you would just sit down, play XY, play Ruby, and then play Omega Ruby, you are going to... No, I just don't think that's right. I think that is a false opinion or false narrative pushed. If you play XY and you play Oras, you're going to notice similarities. But if you play Ruby, Sapphire, and Emeralds, and then you play XY, there is the actual gameplay infinitely more shared here. You know what I mean? The core fundamentals of Pokemon being what Pokemon is, and the reason Pokemon content is able to be reused or rewatched, the reason you'll watch me play through this, despite seeing me play through Alpha Sapphire or seeing other people play through Alpha Sapphire so many times, is because of how different each experience is. That is the core fundamental of Pokemon, is that there are all of these different options for you to choose from, and each one is different. If you look at an XY and an Oras playthrough, they share nothing in common. The Pokemon, the battles, the losses, the deaths, the wins, the evos, the trades, the XP, the memories, the moves you use, the moves you learn, versus Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. The fundamentals of the game are infinitely more identical to Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald than X and Y. The only thing that I'm seeing is graphics, time of release, and art style. But if I were to recreate, let me just put this in a different perspective for a minute. If I were to draw Pokemon, but in the art style of Attack on Titan, and I released it at the same time as Attack on Titan, and what was the other thing? Location, hold on. It was art style, mechanics, and time release. So then I made I made these Pokemon, I guess like, Attack on Titan mechanics, whatever the fuck that means. Does that make it Attack on Titan? No. It doesn't. It's still Pokemon. It doesn't make it the same because of those three things that are the same. Is he saying Oras is or isn't a Gen 6 game? I'm saying it's not. I'm saying Oras is a Gen 3 game. You lost the plot because I keep trying to disprove your points because you guys don't listen to mine. I've presented my points, and my points aren't being disproved. My points still stand as is, as they've stood the entire time. And the counters to my points, I'm disproving those. No, you're good, Poopy. You're not the only one. Dude, enjoy your lurk. Enjoy your lurk, Wolf. You're all good, bro. You provide very correct and agreeable points, but me personally, I'll be one of the people who goes off the actual generation, not the hardware. So Fire Relief Green will always be generation 1. So hold on. You said you provide very correct and agreeable points, and then you said buts. But implies that you still ultimately disagree, but then you went and ultimately agreed. So everything you wrote there was right, Fish, except just remove the word but. Because but would imply that you disagree with my point, but you're saying you agree with it. Thank you for the call. I appreciate it, bro. I mean, similarities in terms of hardware, time, and how the game is played. GTS, Megas, Wonder Trade. GTS, Megas, and Wonder Trade are not the primary of the game. You spend more time playing through the story, going through the routes, going through the region, talking to NPCs, doing story, than you do on the GTS, Megas, and Wonder Trading. Wonder Trading is a side thing. That's a side mechanic. Megas are a side gimmick of the game. GTS is a gimmick in the game. It is a small feature. Like, that's... Okay. Okay. It's starting to frustrate me because, like, every single point that's been provided to me, I've been able to disprove and doesn't make sense. Why are you guys so stubborn? If that's what determines a generation to you, then I gotta ask, Air Traffic, what is Legends Arceus to you? What is Legends Arceus? What generation is that to you? And can you explain to me why? Or actually... No, actually, I'm gonna backtrack on that. What generation is BDSP? I'm gonna backtrack. What generation is BDSP? And if you say anything but Gen 4, you literally have to be wrong because they are literally a 1-to-1 remake. A 1-to-1 remake.
Mango says people who say Generation 3 for Fire Red Leaf Green because the hardware I can understand, but it's just wrong. Fire Red, Leaf Green are Gen 1 just as much of or as being Gen 3, the hardware/release time doesn't make the generation, the Pokemon themselves do and the game.
True.
I didn't know you were saying the part I agree with MBMB.
No, you're good, you're good.
Is correct, and I think hardware generations was made as an
also,
argument to create arguments.
Hold on, that's a really good point. If hardware's the case, why isn't Fire Red and Leaf Green Generation 9? Because they just got released on the Switch too. Why isn't Gold, Silver, and Crystal like technically Generation 7 because they're on 3DS hardware? Why isn't Yellow, Red, and Blue technically Generation 7 or 6 for 3DS hardware as well? Because if the hardware defines it, then what about emulation? Because emulation is still ran on the hardware, and I'm not even talking about jailbroken. I'm talking about you can get I have Fire Red and Leaf Green on my Switch too. So does that not mean Fire Red Leaf Green is a 9th generation game because it came out on the 9th generation hardware? You know what I mean? That's another really good point. I didn't even consider that. Like, because it's if an argument for, oh no, ORAS is Gen 6 because it came out on 3DS hardware. Fire Red Leaf Green just released on Switch too. That's not the same? Why is it not the same? It released because originally it was on different hardware. So now it's based on the original hardware, right? So ORAS, which is based on Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, would be a Generation 3 game because it came out on Generation 3 hardware. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, my bad. How could I have forgotten? Case in point, ladies and gentlemen. Case in point. Because Fire Leaf's gonna release, because the Fire Leaf release are unaltered, they play the same as the GB games, aka Gen 3 games. But ORAS plays more like Gen 3 games than they play like Gen 6 games. I've already disclosed this infinitely. But nitpick as hard as anyone in chat. No. But if the basis for it is they play the same way, this plays more. That's what I'm saying. That's literally what I'm saying. Oh, the argument for pro ORAS being Gen 6 is filled with contradictions, which is the exact reason I said we shouldn't do that, because of those contradictions. All this conversation is doing is you guys are bringing those contradictions to life. If Fire Red and Leaf Green is played the same way, so it doesn't count on the Switch, then this plays so much more like Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald than it does like X and Y. It does. It legit isn't the case. Tell me why. You're allowed to think ORAS? Okay, but how? Explain to me how ORAS plays more like XY. Is this song the original? No, it's a cover. I think it's my original because I heard this before I heard the original. So to me, that song is my original, but it's not the original. I'll have what he's having. But see, this is what I mean. And this is exactly why I kind of get this, like, I'm not saying disappointed, but I always get bummed out when we have these conversations because, like, people want to say I'm wrong, but you can't even tell me why I'm wrong. And then every single instant, every single time, somebody's like, oh, well, what about this? But then there's a contradiction because because by you saying that disproves another aspect of that argument. How? Like, the only thing that's different is graphics, and there's more to a game than graphics. I feel like collectively the Pokemon community has agreed on that forever.
Says, I personally think that it's used for multiple terms at once. Generation refers to the games released in a time period as separated by each new region, which explains why the remakes are honestly close to both generations at once.
Okay, but okay, you're right. I'll ultimately say that's correct. I will ultimately say that's correct. Okay. I will ultimately say that is a correct statement. However, this is kind of I've had this point. I already did say this point. The purpose of referring to a Pokemon generation, the reason I would ask you, chat, what are your thoughts on Gen 6? What are your thoughts on Gen 4? What are your thoughts on this? The term generation in that sentence, the way that sentence, which is typically how that term comes up, is in the form of a question or a form of opinion. You are asking for, you are using that word to group together something. That is the purpose of that word in that sentence. What is your opinion, or what is your favorite Generation 6 Pokemon? I said Generation 6 to specify what group of Pokemon I'm talking about. Right? Now, if I say what's your favorite generation, I'm doing the same thing. I'm grouping together a group of something. Using the term generation that way, the way that it is used, doesn't do an effective job at grouping down the specifics that it intends to. At all. Because, like, Poopy even said too. I'm gonna reread your message instead of trying to do it. Hold on. I'm gonna say this exactly. Where did you say your opinion? I'm just gonna quote you. ORAS is a game in Gen 6, but isn't a Gen 6 game. If someone said Gen 6 was a favorite gen, I'd assume Kalos, which everybody would. If I ask you your favorite generation and you say Gen 8, nobody's thinking BDSP. Not a soul is thinking you're talking about BDSP. If you're saying your favorite generation is Gen 7, you're not thinking about Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. Why? Because subconsciously, you don't think that's a Gen 7 game. You don't think the remakes are in the same generation. Now, some people are going to say, well, actually, do Oshawaves. And shout out to you if you do, but I'm talking about the majority. Not the nitpicks, the majority. The average person doesn't refer to it that way. Because you don't think of it that way, why do we refer to it that way? I see why you think you do, but I legit think you're wrong, and I'm sorry. I've legit given you multiple arguments why you're wrong based on the argument. See, no, but like that's what you're just, and your main argument, the only point, oh, not the only point. I haven't read every single one of your messages. I'm also gonna say the max, but you're saying that Gen 6 is more like ORAS is more like X and Y than
Shinimango says while everyone is entitled to their own opinions, opinions do not override facts. Saying it's based on hardware would apply to any remade game of any category, not just Pokemon, but in Pokemon even in the animes. Ever since Indigo League they have been generations, Kanto being Generation 1, Johto being 2, Hoenn being 3, so on and so forth, but the argument in general is just stupid. Facts are facts and opinions are opinions. Generations have been decided ever since the very first.
I agree. First of all, retweet. I agree with that 100%. Because, like, I haven't even said that because I disprove points. I don't even bring up other points, you know what I mean? Because I feel like if you say one thing and I bring up another point that's completely irrelevant, then me saying this, first of all, means nothing because of what you said. And by me bringing this up, it is undermining what you said completely. So I don't do that. I focus on the points that are being made and I counter them. That is a very good point. 100%. Generation 1 has been referred to as Kanto. Generation 2 has been referred to as Johto. Generation 3 has been Hoenn, and so on and so forth and so on. Every time there's a new generation, it gets referred to by the region until a remake can get introduced later. Like when Gen 9 or when Sword and Shield first came out, that was Gen 8. The Sword 8 was Sword and Shield. BDSP comes out. That's a part of Gen 8, even though it's a Gen 4 game. And the BDSP argument makes a good sense. Is BDSP Gen 8 or Gen 4? Because it is literally a cut, copy, and paste of Diamond and Pearl. Brilliant Diamond is a cut, copy, and paste of Diamond. So how are you going to say BDSP is more similar to Sword and Shield than Diamond Pearl when they are identical? And if you can agree that Gen 8, that BDSP is much more similar to Diamond than it is to Sword, then how can you just choose not to believe that for every other remake? Every other remake does the same thing as BDSP, but with some changes. But those some changes are slight changes. They aren't gameplay changes. They aren't a new region, new characters, new Pokemon, new story, new this, new that, new that. There are new bits sprinkled in. But if I put sprinkles on a cupcake, I'm not eating sprinkles. I'm eating a fucking cupcake. But sorry, you said what you said, Fish and Omega. It took me off my point. I'm gonna be honest, I kind of lost what I was talking about because I focused on what you said. Oh yeah, but yeah, no, I circled back. If the term generation defines a Pokemon game based off similarities, how are you going to say the remake of another game is more similar to another completely different game that released? How are you going to say they're more similar to that than the game they're remade based on? Now, I'm not saying the similarities don't exist. I'm saying they're like, if we collectively agree graphics don't mean much in Pokemon, then graphics being shared is a point, but that point isn't trumped by gameplay. This comes up to another point. I feel like you could make that argument. I feel like the only people who can really die hard believe this argument are people who think graphics in Pokemon matter. But I feel like collectively, the average Pokemon fan doesn't give a shit about graphics. And I think that's based true because of the fact that you will go watch a Pokemon Emerald Let's Play right now. Maybe not like a fucking Let's Play because Let's Plays are boring, but you know what I mean? If somebody uploaded an Emerald video, you might watch it. Now, you might not like it if you don't like Emerald specifically, but like if they released a video of a Pokemon game from 10 years ago, you would watch it despite the graphics not being the same. Why? Because graphics aren't what make a Pokemon game. However, the argument that graphics, alongside the other things, are what make ORAS Gen 6 instead of X and Y being Gen 6, by you using that argument, you are contradicting the argument of graphics don't matter. Because now you're nitpicking an instance where graphics do matter, and they matter because you're using the term graphics, you're using that to trump all of the other similarities that the remakes share with the original games. So they do matter. You can't say they both do. Oh, hey. What? What? Holy yap. We've been yapping for the past, like, oh my god. That is crazy under odds. I'm gonna be real, YouTube. We've been yapping our little hearts out. I want to ask you guys. I'm actually intrigued for the YouTube viewers. This is a dumb idea. I think ORAS should be considered a Generation 3 game instead of a Generation 6 game. If you want to know why, check the description. You'll see a YouTube link to an Oshawaves live channel where I upload this entire yap that's probably about an hour long of myself and chat going back and forth, if that's of interest to you. But let me know in the comments. What do you think? Anyway, Shiny Zigzag Gamers, holy freak. That is crazy under odds, by the way. Yeah, we're bringing YouTube into this, chat. We're bringing YouTube into this. Nah, it's real, bro. I'm not playing around. It's real. Dude, also, can I just say, this is like one of the worst. Why isn't the game audioing? Wait a minute. Why don't we hear game sound? Hold on. Game sound, where are you? Please come back to me. I miss you. Also, don't think that because we found a shiny, this conversation's over. Don't you think that for a minute. Don't you? You can skedaddle your dick into a noodle if you don't want to argue against the Oshawaves, but don't think it's over, buddy, because we aren't even close. Why don't I hear the game? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Do you guys hear the game? I think this is no. You are at 4 hours, by the way. Yeah, I know. Yeah, but if you know Oshawaves, he'll do anything. I'll prolong my. I'll make my waiter or my later work wait. Why don't I hear anything? Default. I'm gonna cycle through all of them until I hear something. Chat, if you guys hear something, let me know. Good engagement bait? No, it's not. It's not even engagement baiting. It's just an interest in general conversation. I'm a individual who likes to yap. I prioritize yapping over everything else in my life. If I want to yap, guess what, bitches? We're gonna fucking yap. Why don't I hear anything? Spotify is routed where? I don't understand why it's not picking it up now. I don't. But I have no, because I don't hear anything. So I don't know if it's producing sound. Whatever. I'll figure it out. This is another issue. This is what I mean, like, when we started streaming, having a lot of issues. I was low-key just banking on the fact that we weren't gonna find a shiny today. I was like, I'll fix this for when we do find a shiny. There's no audio, and I have no idea why. My game's kind of broken right. I don't hear anything now. Oh no. Okay, now we're good. We got Spotify. Oh, I didn't hear it. Anyways, yeah. On other news, in terms of nuzlocking, this is like the second worst option out of everything we could have gone on that route. But we got it so under odds, dude. Like 628. Now, I'm gonna be honest with you. I do kind of think I thought this was a guaranteed catch. I definitely missed a couple of encounters because we've been yapping, so maybe slap like an extra 50 onto there for the one time. But wow, that's crazy under odds. I'm gonna ball again and see.
Shinimango says, but yeah, like saying hardware makes the generation would mean.
I gotta mute that for the recording. Sorry, man. Bang! You really had to do that to me? You really had to do that to me? Goodbye. Too many times before. Come on. I don't want to damage it. I'm scared I'm gonna murder it. I'm scared I'm gonna put it in the dirt. Oh my god, I might not have a choice. Oh my god, I might not have a choice. Chat! I'm whipping out the damage calc. Hold on. Oh my god. God damn it. Why the fuck do you have to show up now, Zigzagoon, bro? I was in the middle of a conversation. I was proving a point, and now we're gonna have to have this conversation all over again another day because motherfuckers don't listen. What are your stats, Torchic? Calculator for calculator, by the way. Yes, I am literally whipping it out right now. Okay, at level 9 and level 3, I gotta assume 0 and 0. All the way for Zigzagoon. Worst possible stats. What are my moves? What do we got? I think tackle or scratch. Scratch. It dies to a crit. What's your summary again? 17 attack. Okay, so let me just decrease this to like 0. 21. Cool. It dies to a crit. The question is, do we dare run it full send or no send? I think I'm gonna ball 2 more times. I think I don't want to risk it yet. We still got 7 balls. We'll wait till 4, and then I'll damage it. I'm not gonna risk it. 1 shake, 2 shake, 3 shake. Bang! That's why we don't risk it, baby. That's why we don't risk it. W. Let's freaking go. Now, again, it's a Zigzagoon. I can only get so excited. But hey, that's team member number 2, baby. Locked in. What are we naming? Oh, please be pickup, dude. Pickup would go kind of crazy. Times encountered 304. Yeah, sounds about right. What are we naming him, chat? What are we naming this little lady? Mind you, it's a lady. It is a lady. What are we naming her? Gen 6. Generation. Oh my god, I think I want to, bro. I think I want to. Gamble? Oh, we didn't even do a predict today. Honestly, we didn't even run up a predict, so yeah, no, there's no gamble to do. So I payouts. Generation? Hold on. I kind of like generation. I kind of like generation. I kind of want to name it that. What are we naming it? Generation. Gen 6. Debater. I like debater. Debater's not a bad idea either. Pinecone's kind of soup. Oh, okay, I'll take soup over pinecone. They're both cute, but actually, I'll put pinecone too. Pinecone is cute. All right, or I'm not naming it orange gooner, chat. We do have that would be a food theme. This is true. Our starter was named Cheese Stick. That's true. Our starter was named Cheese Stick. So if you guys vote soup, that's a food name theme. But it's up to y'all, chat. Poll is up right now. Vote. What are we naming our gamer? What do we name this little lady? Damn, hell on the rods. I'll take that. Gen 6 and Gen... Those are funny, but... Oh, carrot's kind of cute. But I like soup. All right, soup's winning. All right. The homie. Soup. Welcome to the squad, gamer. All right. Bang. Bang. Bang, bang, bang. There we go. Shiny. That's crazy, bro. 27. And it's holding an item. Oh, they give it a potion. Does that mean you have pickup? Oh, you got pickup. And you're minus... defense plus speed. That's not terrible, but that's not great. Minus defense, especially for the next gym, sucks. Chat, I'm gonna tell you right now, don't get too emotionally attached to this gamer, because there's a good chance this is a sack to keep the homie cheese stick alive. I'm gonna be real. It's definitely a sack. Oh, W timer shout too. True. Timer is frozen. 07. Oh, well, what can you do? That's just how it be sometimes. Oh my god, that was a jump and a half. Timer's been frozen for a minute. Oopsie poopsie. Yeah, soup might die, so don't get too emotionally attached, but hey. We got a gamer. We got a gamer. All right, let's drop a little save real quick, and we're going to wrap up today's stream. Tomorrow, we got some grinding to do. Not bad. Not bad. Got a little gamer. Got a little gamer. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. I can go to bed. Let's fucking go. Hey, chat, I just want to put this information out there. I see you guys. I see a decent amount of people be like, oh, Oshawaves is yapping again. Always debating again. You could just fucking leave stream, bro. I'm gonna be real. Like, if you wanted to go to bed, Wolf, you could have. You could have done that forever ago, bro. You don't want to hear me debate? You don't have to be here, bro. Y'all know that, right? Like, I know some people don't like it, but I'm sorry. I'm not catering to you. I'd rather debate myself. The FOMO waves, that's a you issue. FOMO is that is a self-indulged issue. That's its own thing. If you got FOMO like that, that's on you. That, you know what I mean? That's on you. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry. I'm not gonna hinder myself because people don't want me to. Everybody preaches never change, stay who you are until they want somebody they like to change. I will never stop debating on stream. If you don't like that, you can watch another stream. That is okay. Or if you got FOMO, I'm sorry, but like I'm not gonna stop because you tell me to. That's just how it is. You know what I mean? Now, shout out to y'all for sticking around nonetheless. Like, I appreciate it. But, like, if you don't want to be here, you don't have to be. Like, you know what I mean? You don't have to be here. If you don't want to listen to me debate, you don't have to do that. It's okay. You can skedaddle, you can do a noodle. I'm not going anywhere. I'll be live again tomorrow. And the next day, and the next day, and the next day, until Thursday, and then I'm not live. When the fuck did that happen? Gotta cover up his baldness. It's okay. It's okay. No, he's not. Chad, he's wearing a controller. He's not bald. Trust. He's not bald. Okay, trust. He's wearing a controller. He's not bald. Trust. What if... Yo, okay, Grim, you wouldn't like it if everybody was like, ha, look at Grim's forehead. You wouldn't like that, so shut the fuck up. What are we? No, I was just saying that, by the way. I was just adding on to what I was saying. Nah, you're all good. You're all good. Don't worry. I wasn't assuming that, Wolf, but I was just making a comment on the topic because I see people all the time bitching about that in stream. It's like, if you don't want to hear me debate, Jet, you don't have to. You can just skedaddle. I don't mind the debates. I just don't like the sedates. When it be you arguing with a brick wall because chat won't give in. That is, yeah, I'm gonna be real. Me too, Rory. It drives me nuts. But then it's like busting a nut, bro. You're not about to go until you're about to bust and then stop. You know what I mean? You know, I'm not about to edge the conversation. I want to see the conversation through. But unfortunately, that like never happens. 90% of the time, it's just no matter what I do, you're just edging. That's how it is. I agree with you. But you gotta see it through, bro. And if chat never budges, then you never see it through, and then the conversation never ends. You know, 90% of the debate conversation end because people leave stream because they're done. But like, that's so dissatisfying for me, because like, Y'all think I debate because I'm bored? I debate because I enjoy conversation. I enjoy disagreements, and I enjoy coming to a mutual agreement during disagreements. But nobody else does. It's like, why are you gonna engage if you're not gonna see it through? You know, I do. Well, yeah, there's people. I know there's people who do, but I'm saying the people who don't. Why would you participate in the first place if you don't plan on seeing it through? Especially air traffic. You know me, bro. If I see a little gremlin come in, first time being here, I have no idea who the fuck I am. Never, maybe watched a YouTube video mine or two before. Different story, you know what I mean? They might not know that I'm going and going and going and going. But like, this motherfucker's been, how long you been around for, AT? How long have you been here? Other than before the dinosaurs, you've been roaming the earth. But I mean, specifically here in this community. Following since November 8th, 2024. 2 years. Wait, 1.5 years. Putting AT on a list. Not for real, bro. Not for real. Wait, is we continuing the debate? No. Yeah, we're ending. We're ending. Because I do have stuff to do. And because ultimately, I know this isn't going to go anywhere because the people who disagree with me just keep repeating the same things over and over again and just aren't actually hearing me out. They're listening, but they're not necessarily listening in the sense to hear my words. They're listening to respond. And there's a difference. If you know, you know. Now, I will also say, I definitely catch myself doing that from time to time. But you're quite literally doing the same thing. No, because see, that's what I'm saying. It's just going to go back and forth. Because the basis of the argument is that ORAS is more like X and Y than Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. And that is an opinionated statement that is incorrect. And you were saying that my statement's an opinionated statement, but it's not. It's not. You know what I mean? And that's what's funny because I'm saying it's opinion. But how? How? Dude, like, before we end, riddle me that. Because I've said a million different reasons why they're more like that. That's something I don't get it. How is it not? How is it not the same? It's a bad example for soup. I don't understand. Chat, do you guys really think, like, I want a general opinion. Type 1 if yes, type 2 if no. Do you think ORAS is more similar to X and Y? Or do you think it's more more similar to Ruby? Omega Ruby. Is Omega Ruby more similar to Pokemon X? Or is it more similar to Pokemon Ruby? Like, I know, I'm not, it doesn't matter. I just want to see the general opinion. The general opinion. Every aspect of the game. Every single aspect. Pull it. I'm gonna be, I genuinely sorry. If I see, I don't know. I'm hoping that you guys, gameplay wise, 1. You think, I'm sorry, what does your shirt say? IP and pools. I think it's the same concept. That's what I'm saying. I don't even want to pull it. Because people are providing a biasness. Because the visually it looks different. Because visually it looks the same. Sorry. Visually it looks the same. Every other aspect, the teams you use, the teams you fight, the actual core gameplay mechanics. Trainers on the routes. How many times do you fight Wurmple in X and Y? How many times do you fight Poochyena in X and Y? How many times do you fight fucking Talo in X and Y? Versus how many times do you fight it in Ruby, Sapphire, Emeralds? Who were you fighting in X and Y? Who were you fighting in Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald? Who were you fighting in ORAS? The names of the trainers are the same. The trainer, like, it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't. And it frustrates me because I can't understand the lacking of understanding. You won't convince people who don't want to be convinced. That is my biggest issue. Hordes, Megas, physical special split. That's all more than a Gen 6. Okay. How often do you a Horde battle? 1 every like 30 battles. How often do you fight a Mega? Well, you fight 2 Megas in the entire story. Maybe 3. What are the other points? Hold on, I lost a message. Physical special split. That impacts battles, but that doesn't change. Like, that impacts battles, but it doesn't change it. That is a noticeable change. I'm not gonna say it's not, but the core fundamentals of this move is super effective against this move, you use this move on this one, that doesn't change. That does not change. You still use fire against grass, you still use grass against water, you still use water against fire. You know what I mean? Whether Psycho Cut is a physical or special move, that is an adjustment. I'm not gonna say it's not, and that is a fair point, but that is the only fair point. I would argue that is the only fair point. That is the biggest difference, is the physical special splits. That is it. How you fight X and Y. You fight with Gen 6 mechanics, megas, special fairy types, hordes, updated movesets. But you see more of core Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald gameplay and in fights than you do the other ones. You don't fight that many fairies in X and Y. There are some. Or in in Oras. In X and Y you do. Of course you do. But in Oras, how many fairies do you fight against? Well, Ralts. Curly Gardevoir. So how many times do you fight against those? Maybe like 3-4 times. Any other Hoenn Pokemon have a fairy type, chat? All fairy type Pokemon. Clefairy, Clefable, Alola 9 doesn't even exist. I don't think you see Clefairy, Clefable often. Maybe you do. But Mawile? Yeah, Mawile. Yeah, I don't think that maybe like one trainer that's a Clefairy. What's it called? If it's made from if I made a building which looks like a building from 200 years ago, but I use modern tools, does that make it a building from the 1800s? But I use modern tools. If I make a building, but it looks like a building from that's not the same as comparing Pokemon generations. And I'm not seeing the comparison. I'm not seeing the comparison at all. Altaria, but those are contests, right? Yeah, do you fight Altaria? Is it though? It is though. How is that the same? Replace every term in that, rebuild that message, but replace the terms. Every single, rebuild that. Don't retype a new message. Take that message, replace the terms you use with new terms. More of a Gen 1 game or Pokemon Go? Pokemon Go isn't a mainline game. That's not related. But that is a point I make. Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee is infinitely more similar to Kanto, to Fire Red Leaf Green, than to Gen 7, to USUM. Just like BDSP is much more Diamond Pearl Platinum than it is Sword and Shield. I'm just saying, I don't understand how you can disagree with that. Like, I'm not saying, Max, just going off of your message, I know, because you're collectively, I would say you're the face of the other side right now. I feel like the people who disagree with me are pushing you, they're believing in you. You're their political gamer. I would say the points you're making are not points I'm disagreeing with, but those points don't trump my points. And you're saying they do. You're saying the new mechanics are more present than the old aspects. But you fight the same Pokemon way more than you experience the old in Oras way more than you experience the new. Way more. Way more. The new is present, but it's not dominant. And it's not even a third. I wouldn't even say it's a quarter. I would say it's a fifth. When you include hordes, fairy typing, megas, and you compare every single Pokemon battle in the game. If you compare every battle in Omega Ruby to Pokemon Ruby, there are more Ruby aspects than Omega Ruby aspects. Or more than X aspects, I guess. That's what's being said. You're saying it's more X than Ruby. I'm saying it's way more Ruby than X. And I'm also talking, what about outside of battle? Hello? So I can't tell you how many people don't like battling in Pokemon. What about the region? The region's the same. What the fuck does the Hoenn region have with the Kalos region in common? Oh, they got routes, they got rivers, they got cities. So does every other region ever. But you're completely ignoring the region. And if you don't ignore the region, then every region ever is the same, because they all got cities, gyms, island, deserts, forest routes, this, that, this. It's a remake. No, see, but this is what I'm saying. This is exactly what I'm saying. You've said that message 9 times. Oh, that's an example. And not you. That argument has been made 1,000,000 times, but that argument I have been disproving that argument by breaking it down. Gen 6 mechanics are not dominant. Gen 6 mechanics are not dominant. It's much more similar. If it's a Gen 6 game based off of mechanics, if it's just based off of mechanics, then like then how was BDSP Gen 8? How was Let's Go Pikachu Gen 7? Nah, he really is, bro. You're really right. The hardware doesn't make the generation. Remember to be kind to each other. We're all gamers here. Should we ban gender discussions in the future streams? No. I love having these conversations. See, you're new here, Crimson, so I understand your confusion. I love these kind of conversations. I'm very much so an individual with a passion for debating. I love debating so much. Okay, chat, for the love of everything, Waves has proven you wrong. Just accept it and let this man end stream so he can do what he needs to do. I think it's in every rectangle is a square, but not every square is a rectangle deal. Or else it's a Gen 6 game, but it's not from Gen 6. You get what I'm putting down here? I see your point. I don't entirely agree with it, but I see it. Like, you know what I mean? I think that is, your statement is much more true than the base statement at hand. However, I still don't agree with it. I still think Oras is a Gen 3 game. Dodging the questions isn't being proved wrong? Are you saying I'm dodging questions? What questions am I dodging? I'm talking and I can't keep track of every single chat. I'm sorry. I'm definitely not trying to dodge chats, but I can't sit here and debate every single one. I'll go in the damn square hole. Both 3DS, but don't have the argument Gen 4 and 5 hardware is different. The hardware argument doesn't work. Gen 6 and 7 are both 3DS, and doesn't have the argument Gens 4 and 5 hardware being different because Gen 5 is DSi enhanced games, which is a loose argument at best. I don't understand the relevance to that. Like, I don't just necessarily... I'm not fully understanding how it relates. All Pokemon games are Pokemon games at the end of the day? 100%. I don't disagree with that. Like, obviously, all Pokemon games are Pokemon games, but, like, this is a discussion. This debate again, Waves was right here. Hi, Ethan. Yeah, chat disagrees. What's up, Tony? Not chat disagrees, but I feel like a lot of people disagree. Hardware doesn't define generations? Absolutely. 100%. I think that's the issue. Is like, and I really think that's like, I think the lacking, not the lacking of understanding, but more so maybe like a no, I don't think it's a misunderstanding either, because like I've said it a million times, but like, I'm not saying that ORAS and XY don't have similarities. They definitely do have similarities, and those similarities are definitely noticeable. But I'm saying that there's more similarities to the original base games than there is the new ones. And if all it takes for a generation to be, like, if the definition of a generation of a Pokemon game is based on the similarities, then it should be Gen 3. If the term generation is based on more than similarities, present those. I don't think... Like, at this point, it's a pointless argument. There is a Gen's or Omega Ruby has more in common with Ruby than X. That is not an opinion. That's a fact. That is an opinion. Or that is, yeah, sorry, that's not an opinion, it's a fact. That is a borderline fact. Or Omega Ruby has infinitely more in common with Ruby than it does X and Y. Now, yes, it has things that are in X and Y that aren't in Ruby. But those things are not dominant. Those are not the dominant aspects of the game. Those are the dominant aspects of X and Y that make X and Y unique, just like Ruby had abilities. That made it unique. And Gen 4 had the physical special split, which made it unique. And Gen 5... I love Gen 5, but what the fuck Gen 5 got? So... Oh, I muted TTS. People agreeing with hardware generations are... Are you saying Wind and Waves isn't Gen 9? Hidden ability? No, abilities didn't exist in Gen 3. Or Gen 2. Crystal didn't have abilities. Oh, no, yes, no, Gen 5 had hidden abilities. Yes, this is true. This is true. Gen 5 introduced hidden abilities. Gen 6 introduced Megas. Gen 7 introduced... You know what I mean? So, are we able to replay TTS? Wait, why is this cutting out? You just said people agreeing... You said people with agreeing with hardware make it generations. Are you saying Winds and Waves isn't Gen 10, but Gen 9? I could be... I could see that being a perspective, too. Emerald introduced abilities? Did Ruby and Sapphire not introduce... Ruby and are you saying Ruby and Sapphire haven't what's it called? Did Ruby really? I don't think that's true. Ruby and Sapphire have real abilities, right? It was an Emerald, so no way. Maybe, but no way. Did you get the shiny? Yeah, we did like 30 minutes ago. Actually, it was like 10 minutes ago, but now you're right. Okay. Anyways, gamers. I don't know if Maximus is still here, if he's tippy-tapping. I do not want to cut him off. If you're still here, Max, I'll wait. I'll definitely wait. I'm definitely into this conversation. Bang! Nah, you ain't lucky yet. We're not going yet. BDSP has much better argument for being a Gen 4 gamer. I do agree. You're allowed a different opinion, but I think it has to do with multiple circumstances. Hardware, graphics, mechanics, time release, it functions. It functions, looks, plays, and it released closer to X and Y. It doesn't play closer to X and Y at all. That is incorrect. The hardware I feel like we already disproved the hardware statement because exactly, if it's hardware based, then does that mean that, like, based off of that statement, if hardware is a consideration, then Let's Go is Gen 8, and so is Scarvy, and Winds and Waves will also be Gen 8. So I disagree with that. I'm not done, but just, I don't think hardware either. Graphics. I'm trying to think for a minute. Hold on. We've already discussed graphics. Graphics do play a role. I'm not saying they don't, but I don't think that role is as important as you're arguing it is. This is what I'm doing. I'm talking about all of your points. Time of release. I don't necessarily think time of release matters. Is that, like, what does like the direct time of release? No, the hardware. I think hardware matters more than time of release, because time of release is only impacted by hardware. So I think hardware and time of release are kind of the same thing. Because time of release just means hardware. You know what I mean? But anyways, so you said hardware, you said multiple circumstances being hardware, graphics, mechanics, time of release, it functions, looks, and plays close next to Y. Functions close next to Y how? Functions it how? What function? Clicking a button and then seeing a move animation play, clicking flamethrower and then seeing your Pokemon spit fire at the grass type that does super effective damage, that functions identical to Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. The only difference is maybe the damage, you know, physical special split. But every other core function is identical. You cannot just nitpick the damage. Now, I'm not saying you are, but I'm disproving that argument before it's made, because somebody will think it. Okay. Looks more like X and Y, without a doubt. Yes. We did already discuss, I don't think graphics matter as much for Pokemon, but I guess in an instance like this, for the sake of your argument, I'll let it slide. I don't agree with it, but I could see it. It's like, that's an agree to disagree kind of thing, but I'm not going to even argue that. Hardware, we already discussed. Mechanics. So I kind of already spoke of the mechanics. You press, my DSs aren't here. You press this button to go left. You press this button to go right. You press this button to go left. You press this button to go right. You press this button to press A. You press this button to press B. You press this button to press A. You press this button to press B. Mechanics are very niche. The only the argument for mechanics only applies to your argument, not the argument. I don't really care about the Webster definition, because the official definition isn't necessarily what we're talking about. Necessarily. Because the definition of a generation is referring to a human life. We aren't talking about a human life, we're talking about a video game. We're talking about a video game. Okay. I haven't read the rest of the message though. It functions like some of X and Y RC. It's very much not a fact that it plays more similar to SNE. Is Mega Diancie a Generation 3 Pokemon? No, but you know what? You don't see Mega Diancie in Pokemon Omega Ruby. You don't. When do you ever see that? Oh, when you connect to the other game that isn't what we're talking about, X and Y, and you trade it over? Sure, it can connect to it. But by that argument, you're using a third-party source. So what's to stop me from using a third-party source to trade over a Mega Diancie into Pokemon Emeralds? That exists. ROM hacks exist. If we're allowing third-party sources, then why is it only allowed third-party sources when it fits your convenience? You know what I mean? So the Mega Diancie, that don't make sense. Yes, Mega Diancie doesn't exist in Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, but you don't see that in Omega Ruby without connecting to another game. Are you saying connectivity is important? I'm not saying it's not important, and it definitely plays a role in it, but it doesn't play a role that is worth noting. I don't think that's worth noting. Yeah, I mean, honestly, you make a good point. Because if you want to define mechanics, Aura X and Y's mechanics are strictly new mechanics. Battling isn't a mechanic. That was introduced in Generation 1. Roaming the world is a mechanic. That's Generation 1. Talking to NPCs, talking to trainers, battling trainers, buying Pokeballs, healing your items, all of that are Generation 1 mechanics. So what mechanics did X and Y introduce? Mega Evolution Horde battles. Am I missing anything else other than new Pokemon? Those are the only two gameplay mechanics that are unique. Fairy typing. Yep. Okay. No, you're right. Fairy typing. Those three mechanics are unique to X and Y and were implemented to Omega Ruby. This is true. But what about the other 99 million mechanics? Battling, abilities, nature, stats, spreads, fucking EVs, IVs, nicknaming a Pokemon, catching a Pokemon, battling Pokemon, getting money, buying things, training your Pokemon, EXP, kind of the same thing. Fucking Pokemon centers, entering buildings, talking to trees, headbutting trees, secret bases. Secret bases on an X and Y. I just want to put that out there. You know what I mean? The term mechanics. Yeah, we could totally. That's totally a good point. We could break down the term mechanics, and we could do that for everything, which is what I'm saying. Like, see, because here's the thing, Max. Here's the thing. Or just for everybody. The way my mind works, I feel like you guys, relatively, if you know me well enough, you know I play devil's advocate, right? I feel like a lot of people know that. I often play devil's advocate. I don't just do that on stream. I do this with myself. I've had this debate with myself, which is why I'm so confident when I debate, because I already thought about it in my head. I just don't want to sit here and break down all of it. Like, I don't think the effort is worth it to change one opinion, one stubborn opinion, or like 27 opinions, or 107 opinions. It's not worth breaking it down. So I try to avoid that. And we totally can. If we really break it down, like X and Y, the only mechanics in X and Y, Fairy, Megas, Hordes. Shiny Charm black and white too. GTS mechanics were revamped? Remade? But would you say GTS is a mechanic based on the generation, or would you say GTS is a mechanic based on the generation it was introduced in? Because then, by that argument, I feel like Oras, if anything, would be more similar to any other generation than Pokemon X. Like, Fairies, Megas, Hordes. GTS would be Gen 5, right? GTS was introduced Gen 5? That's a Gen 5 feature, so then, like... Oras is Gen 5, baby. Let's go! Gen 5 is even more peak now. Got a peak remake on that hoe. Get black and white. Gen 6 can take black and white too. We don't want that shit. My point is mostly that you consider yourself to be right. That you consider to be right is not necessarily correct or right. My point mostly that you consider yourself to be right. Yeah, but your every argument that I've seen, so I have missed some, but every argument that I'm wrong I've argued against, and I've made points that aren't, like, you know, we go back and forth, but I feel like in terms of, like, your points, I feel like I've trumped your counters. If you and I go to war, I know this is extent, but if we go to war, and I break down your base, like, I break down your defense, you don't have a defense anymore, it's gone, right? So now I have the advantage, and then I break down another defense, you know what I mean? And another one, and another one, and another one, and another one, and another one. You know what I mean? Your defense, your counterpoints aren't working. So even if, like, oh, you defended this base, I still have my entire country. You haven't even touched my defenses. You know what I mean? I think it's a matter of perspective versus having a right answer. Yeah, see, but that's exactly it. There is no such thing, like, perspective versus right answer. I don't, hold on. I don't know if I can agree with that, actually. Their counterpoints aren't working either, but I think they are, because chat's agreeing with me. And you haven't disproved any of my counterpoints. You've just claimed they're wrong. You've just claimed they're wrong, but then you have no evidence to back it up. I've backed up everything I've said. And I've disproven your backups to yours. You said X and Y. You said Oras is more similar to X and Y because of gameplay mechanics. It has 3 new gameplay mechanics. It has 3. Fairies, Megas, and Hordes. If every game, if it has Fairies, Megas, and Hordes, that doesn't make an XY game. But whereas, like, every other mechanic is similar to Ruby. So I took what your defense was, the logic behind your defense, and I just applied it to mine. That's how I argue. That's how I am. I'm not going to provide you a different perspective. I'm going to take your perspective and apply it to my points, which is what I've been doing. Waves and Max. Well, no, like at the end of the day, like I don't care. And I've like it's not like that. I'm not gonna fucking one-to-one Max. Max and I are having a conversation. I mean, a disagreement, but it's just an opinion at the end of the like, or not an opinion. It's just a statement at the end of the day. Like I hold nothing against Max. I hope the same, but if not, there's nothing I can do about that. But this is the third time you said I've made points against yours where when you ignore your cracks. Can you point out the cracks I've ignored, please? I want to like. What cracks are you talking about? I haven't read all your messages, so I'm not gonna act like I have. Is Mega okay? Hold on. You said is Mega Gallade a Gen 3 Pokemon? You get Mega Gallade through natural means without external means of ORAS. No, but you just because a Pokemon is in a game that we already discussed, just because a Pokemon returns to a game doesn't mean it's there. Gallade is a Gallade is a Gen 3 Pokemon. Mega Gallade, that's Gen 6. That didn't exist in Gen 3. So Mega, like I'm not just saying that Mega's under the game. I'm not saying that Gen 6 features aren't a part of the game. I'm saying that they're not the dominant part. You see Mega Gallade once, and then anything you do after that is like that's like PvP, which isn't like, I'm not saying it's not part of the game, but it's like definitely not. I would say a gym leader's team is more part of a Pokemon's game than a team of a random online battler. I feel like that's not a collective opinion. So you see Mega Gallade once, and Mega Gallade is a Generation 6 Pokemon because it was introduced during X and Y. Or, actually, I don't know if it was introduced in X, Y. It might have been introduced in ORAS. If we're not hydrated during your base, this is true. My mouth is very dry. It wasn't introduced in ORAS? Is it gonna make me sound like a mad excuse? Shit, we gotta start debating more often, chat. Hold on. Hold on. We gotta debate more often. Hold on. Who's next? Who else wants to smoke? Caleb with the 10 gifted subs. Hold on. I seen you type a message, chat. Or Max, I'm gonna get back to it in 1 second. Caleb, thank you for giving us up to the homies. Golf. Probably Josh, Noah, Sky, Azala, Waltz, Troy Boy, Alex, Nightmare Jack, and Kezi. If you're here, please, I beg of you. Drop the homie Star Caleb, but thank you in the chat, bro. Thank you, thank you, thank you. W fucking Caleb for the 10 gifted subs. W Star Arcalib. 250? Oh shit, was that you 250? Oh shit, was it? Damn, hold on, let him cook, bro. Let him cook. Hold on. I'm something like a mess. I'm tired and tipsy, and I feel like I'm going in circles. Yeah, alright. Yeah, no, if you don't want to continue more, fair enough, Max. Have a good night. Take it easy, dude. I hope you feel better. Well, don't, like, tomorrow. Like, don't have a hangover is what I mean. There isn't necessarily a right or wrong answer. I totally think there is, bro. I totally think there is. I think against you. It's been a fun discussion. Cheers, bro. See, that's how you have a discussion in good sportsmanship, chat. That is exactly it. You can have a heated discussion with someone and not be heated at them afterwards. No ill will to Max, bro. Enjoy the rest of your night, homie. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for entertaining my debates. Thank you so very much. Shout out to you for taking the fork when the other 49 people here would not. So shout out to you, Potato. Have a good rest of your night. And with that being said, chat, anybody want to pick up Max's pitchfork, or are we calling it a day? Because I'm in the mood, bro. We can keep going. We can keep going. If you want to keep going. Somebody want to pick it up, bro? Any takers? Anybody in chat? Anybody want to go round 2? Dude, I survived round 1. Let's see if we can get a round 2. Oh, AT. Hold on. If you think there is a right answer, you need to define what a generation is. If you think there's a right answer, you define what a generation is. Hold on. Let me think. Let me think. I can keep going. Don't play with me. I can keep going. Hold on. Let me think. Let me think. Can I ban AT real quick? We need a base of what a gen is to find an answer. Okay, well, you can't define a generation, but you can always define a new generation. I think that's the closest thing. I think you can define a new generation. Right? What is a new generation, chat? What does a new generation mean? A new region, a new story, a new set of Pokemon, a new set of characters, I knew. So then, yeah, iGeneration would be based off of what it is. Region. Anyways, back for this time. Have a good slumber, dude. Peace out, dog. Thank you for yapping. A region, a set of Pokemon, new Pokemon. Because we already agreed a Gen 1 Pokemon does not count for Gen 2, so it's strictly new Pokemon. A region, a generation, a story, a set of characters, a set of teams, a set of...
says, think of it this way.
Typically, a generation has an evil team, but it's, you know,
it's a
characters, region.
Or do you say it's
I'm gonna be real, Feach. I know you're trying to TTS, bro. I have that shit muted. I'm gonna be so honest. It's so nice that it's muted. Not to talk over you, but it's so nice to not have to interrupt myself. It's so nice. Oh, it's not muted for us? Oh, I didn't hear it. That's weird. Oh, okay, word. Also superior. Thank you for the follow. I would say a region or a generation is its region, its set of Pokemon, its characters. Generation, its mechanics. The new mechanics it introduces. That's a part of it. I don't think that defines it, but that's a part of it. Fixture Mander, he's good, bro. He's chilling. What are you talking about? There's nothing wrong with him. I would define a generation by a time period. Why? Okay, hold on. Let me tell you why I wouldn't. Before I ask you. Fire Red and Leaf Green just got released on the Switch in 2026. It came out the same time period as Legends EA. They are not the same generation. You would not consider them the same generation despite them being released. And yes, if a generation is strictly a time period, you cannot nitpick. That would mean Fire Red and Leaf Green on the Switch 2 are in the same generation as Legends ZA on the Switch 2. I think Gen starts with a game that has new box art legendary, I think. Not sure which side of the fence it's on, but each gen starts with... I can't agree with that because Generation 1 didn't have box art legendaries. I can't agree with that. Pokemon Red, Blue, Yellow did not have legendary box arts. Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee don't have box arts. Legends Arceus, Legends ZA don't have box arts, I think. Even if they do, the others already said don't. So I don't think that could be a basis for a generation because that completely neglects the first generation. That also neglects, you know what I mean? You can't neglect something. You have to, if we're gonna define generation, you have to include everything. Because then that means Gen 1 doesn't exist. Fire Red, Leaf Green are ports to a new console, do not define the releasing year. Okay, so then I guess, okay, I'm gonna entertain it. I don't agree with it, but I'm gonna entertain it. If it's based off of time period, why is the time period of a game's release more important than the content of the game? Because based off of that, I could upload, listen to me, if it's strictly time-based or a time period-based, I could make a fucking Tamagotchi Life game and put Pokemon on it. You load up the game, it's Tamagotchi Life. That's technically a Generation 10 Pokemon game because it's got Pokemon in the title. And it released at a certain time point. I would say that, Caleb, W Hype Trimbo, thank you so much for the 10 gifted, Caleb, you fucking legend. Thank you so much. That isn't a good basis. Because exactly that. You just have to slap a Pokemon game on there, call it a day. I would say what makes a Pokemon game, the Pokemon generation is a Pokemon generation, is the content within the game of that generation. Have fun chatting with us 7 minutes ago. See you later, Poopy. See you later, Poopy. Dino, thank you for the gift of subs as well. Don't let me fades. Fades if you're here, bro. Please, I beg of you, drop me Dino and thank you for the chat. See, all I'm saying, chat, all I'm saying. While we were shiny hunting, 2 gifted subs. While we've been debating, 11. All I'm saying. Haters gonna hate, but analytics don't. Okay, at this point, y'all motherfuckers are begging for it, bro. Oh my god, I think y'all motherfuckers are just begging for it at this point, bro. Oh my god. Maddie with the first 5 gifted to the channel, to the homies, Talent Chop, Polish Rowlet, Chloe Online, Fruity My Pebbles, and Cappy 13. Maddie, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. W freaking Maddie, W freaking Dino in the chat. Thank you both for the gifted subs. Caleb with a 10 gifted earlier as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What's that sub goal at, baby? Are y'all motherfuckers really about to... Dude, I said at the start of stream that, like, we're probably not going to reach the sub count the monthly sub count of February because there's only like a couple days left. Live with the gift. Chat. Why are you guys gifting subs? Not the fucking hype train's over. Caleb just gifted 10 and got his own hype train, and now you guys are doing another. We got 7 gifted now that the hype train's over. What's up? You know another one can't spawn for another hour, right? That means we'll have to debate for another hour. Hold your wallets for an hour, chat. Okay, let's do that really quickly. Oh my God, W Life with their first gifted sub question mark. I think. Yeah, oh no, I lied. Third gifted sub to the channel. So that'll be Iffy lad, Iffy bro. You know the drill dog over here. Drop the homie Life and thing in the chat. W freaking Life. As I was saying, better than ever. No, Truce, thank you so very much. No, seriously, thank you. I appreciate it. Just you could have gotten more out of it if you did it on the hype train because you got a hype train emote. Anyways, 350 was the February sub count, and I said I didn't think y'all were gonna pass that because there's like 5 days left in the month. But I would like to now think I stand corrected by that. I don't expect it, but I was expecting the sub count to go up like 5 subs in the next 5 days. But hey, if y'all want to try to beat February, bro, if y'all want to beat February is 350. I'm not going to encourage that, of course. But if that's a communal project you guys want to work on, who am I to say no? What does a theoretical spin game have to do with main series games? What are you saying spin-off game? Are you saying that's a counter to me saying Tamagotchi Life? Because that doesn't... Who said anything about that? It could be a mainline game. Yeah? Okay. See, but you're proving my point. Like, you're proving my point. That my point, though, makes no sense, is still technically right. Which means that can't be the basis because of a flaw. That is a flaw that I just pointed out. Not to say that we need to find a flawless one, but we need to find a definition with a very smaller flaw than that. Because if the basis of a generation is nothing more than the release date, that causes a insane amount of problems, literally problems. Life with another gift of the homie Peekaboo. Peekaboo, if you heard, bro, same thing. Please drop the homie Life and thank you for the chat, dude. Life, thank you so much, bro. 4th gift of sub to the channel, W Life. I had someone says that Oras is Gen 3, but I just don't see it. Gen 3 to the difference it has. But you can't say that it's more similar to Gen 6 than Gen 3. I can't agree with that at all. That is objective. I don't even think that's an opinion. I think that's objectively wrong. That's like me saying Charmander is more similar to the controller on his head than this controller is to this controller. That's just not true. Yes, this controller doesn't have red, and this one has red, and he's red, but that doesn't mean it's more red than controller. Oras is more Hoenn than Kalos. Can you agree with the new gen being a region up until the next new region? No. Yeah, because spin-offs, exactly. No, I can't agree with that either. Up until the new region. I'd say a new generation is every new region. Not, oh, this is a new gen, or sorry, every new gen is a new region. I'm not gonna say every new gen is up until the next region, because that just doesn't make sense. And I like the entire conversation started because of me saying that doesn't make sense. And then I explained why. I am challenging a public opinion right now. That is 100% what I'm doing. I'm challenging the public opinion. Because, like, it is... People do call Oras... I'm just using that as an example. I'm not saying specifically Oras. I'm saying Heart Gold Soul Silver for Gen 4. I'm saying Fire Red Leaf Green for Gen 3. I'm saying Oras for Gen 6. I'm saying Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee for Gen 7. I'm saying BDSP for Gen 8. And we don't have any for Gen 9. Legends, own thing. Those are incredibly complicated. So, yeah. I'm just using Oras as the example because that's what we keep talking about. However, this does go broader than that. I would like to just also point out Oras. Yes, I think Oras is the least similar remake to its main game. The least, which is the most favorable argument. You know the saying, you take down the big boss, the little guys fall. That is exactly what I'm doing. This argument isn't just Oras. It's Heart Gold Soul Silver. It's Fire Red Leaf Green. It's Oras. It's it's fucking Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. It's BDSP. It's all of them. The point I'm making for... I just didn't pause the timer. Oras is to be applied for every other generation, every other remake. And another thing, all of the points that are being made in pro of ORAS cannot be applied to every other generation. You see what I'm saying? All of my points apply broadly, all of the counters don't. All of the counters are niche nitpicks. Because let's shift the topic from ORAS to BDSP. How the fuck is BDSP Generation 8? I'll wait. Make one argument that BDSP is Gen 8. I'll wait. Or Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee is Gen 7. How is Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee more USUM than Kanto? I think a loose argument could be made for Heart Gold Soul Silver. I would say if ORAS isn't the best case for the defense in this situation, it would totally be like Heart Gold Soul Silver, 100%. Because Heart Gold Soul Silver has a lot of added things, but also Heart Gold Soul Silver added a lot of things that just weren't in Gen 4, following Pokemon as an example. So, Safari Zone, that wasn't in Gen 3, or like an Emerald. Emerald that stuff. Or sorry, that wasn't in Gen 4. The Gen 4 had the Great Marsh, which is in a Safari Zone. Similar aspects, very similar gameplay, but they're not the same thing. So. BDSP does not have to include everyone knows the game's legit Diamond Pro with a filter. We don't have to include BDSP. We could do any other one. Heart Gold Soul Silver. There is not a single Gen 4 Pokemon available in Heart Gold Soul Silver. I'm pretty sure even post-game. The only instance is that Gen 2 Pokemon got Evos. A lot of Gen 2 Mons got Evos in Gen 4 that are now implemented in the game's coding, but you don't have a way to access them. To my knowledge. Maybe like post-game you can get like Mamoswine. Yeah, you get Mamoswine because it's level up, like Sneasel. Maybe you can get Sneasel, but like that's a base part of the game. I would definitely say even with new Evos, that doesn't just make a game a new generation. And again, I'm not even talking, I'm literally just arguing against the argument. I'm arguing against my arguments. I'm not even bringing up points. Because, like, if you want to bring up points, chat, what makes it, like... I mean, I've kind of already said it, but, like, what makes a generation a generation? The region. I would say the region is the biggest one. The story. The Pokemon available. You know what I mean? So, in Diamond and Heart Gold Soul Silver, there's no Sinnoh Pokemon or Hoenn Pokemon available. Maybe, like, 2. Because sometimes they do that. But... you can't focus on the 1% and neglect the other 99% of available Pokemon in the game. It is 99% Gen 2, 1% Gen 4. Why are we calling it Gen 4? To me, it's always been trading between the games. Okay, but Generation 1 and Generation 2 can trade within each other, so make that make sense. How does that work? If you can trade Gen 1 and Gen 2, how does that make sense? Riddle me that one. That's why that argument doesn't make sense. Thank you for the follow, brother. Appreciate it. I think these are defined by the new mainline region. So Sword Show is the new mainline region. So everything in between Square Show is Gen 8. Yeah, but that doesn't make sense. Because if I ask you what your favorite Gen 8 Pokemon is, you're not going to say fucking... you're not going to say a BDSP Pokemon, but BDSP came out in the 8th generation. If we're talking about Generation 8, you assume I'm talking about BDSP every single time, or Sword Shield every single time. And obviously, there's going to be average instances where people are like, actually, no, I think about BDSP too. But the general opinion is that. And if it's the general opinion, why is that not prioritized over the niche percent? Similarly, you're not going to call, you're not going to call Heart Gold Soul Silver Gen 4 because it's 1% Sinnoh when it's 99% Johto. Why are you going to focus on the 1%? Why are you going to focus on the small amount of people that actually do think Generation 8 is BDSP? Why not focus on the majority? And when I say, hey, let's talk about Generation 8, you're talking about Sword and Shields. Maybe the Heart Gold Soul Silver uses Gen 4 mechanics. See, yeah, like, okay, that is a very thing. The physical special split is the what, like, probably the biggest change to Heart Gold Soul Silver. That's a fair example. I'm talking about as a general, like, as a general thing. So, like, Heart Gold Soul Silver, Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, Fire Red Leaf Green, Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, BDSP, all of them. However, that is a fair point. I would say the biggest difference is the physical special split. That is it. That is it. That is the biggest impact. However, even then, that impact isn't bigger than the rest of the game. Like, does that change the way the game is played? Yes. But the physical special split doesn't change the story, the characters, the Pokemon available, how you traverse through the region, The region itself, everything about the region, the routes, the cities, the towns, the names, the story, the plot, the lore. You know what I mean? It makes an impact in one specific gameplay mechanic, but Pokemon isn't just battling. It is battle focused. So battling, out of all of the things that make Pokemon, that's the biggest, but it's not over half. I would say battling is like 40% of Pokemon. There's still that other 60% that's not impacted, which is more than half. So, you know what I mean? 40% never takes priority over 60%, ever. Because Oras had, because if Oras is a Gen 3 game, then Mega Glade would be a Gen 3 Pokemon. But that also means that, see, that's definitely a good counter because they were introduced specifically in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. But that argument can't be made to Heart Gold Soul Silver. That argument can't be made to Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. That argument can't be made to BDSP. That's what I mean. Like, Oras is the best case for the people who are, like, who don't agree with me. If you disagree with me, which is why I chose Oras, because that is the best case. No other game has that. That's an example of that. And now that's a good point, but do forms count as new Pokemon? Does that mean Gmax Charizard is a new Pokemon? Or is it a form of an already existing Pokemon? Like, hold on. What is, I'm trying to think. I literally just had an idea and I just lost it. Forms are new Pokemon because they're new content. Form of an already existing Pokemon. I would say it's adding on to an already existing Pokemon. I get this would literally come down to what makes a Pokemon a Pokemon. And also, wait, no, what the fuck? That's not true. Gallade didn't exist in... Yeah, Gallade didn't exist in Gen 3. That doesn't count. Get fucked. Gallade doesn't exist in Gen 3. Gallade's a Gen 4 Pokemon. You can't switch up now. Hold on. You were just saying that. You can't switch up now. No, if you're die-hard in Gallade, you gotta die-hard Gallade. You were all for Gallade until I disproved the point. Glade's a Gen 4 Pokemon. So by that, but what you were just saying, doesn't even, like, that's a whole other thing. I was sorry the point still stands. No, sure. Whatever. That's a Gen 4 Pokemon, but whatever. Okay, Mega Gardevoir. So hold on. No, hold on. Chat. No. I'm gonna clock so hard. Oh my god. Y'all ready to see the biggest Grand Slam of 2026? We all agree a new form makes a new... I don't agree with that, but you guys, that's the argument being said, right? That's the opposing side's argument, is that a new form counts as a new Pokemon. Do we collectively... Does the opposing side collectively agree on that? That a new form makes a new Pokemon? Can we collectively agree on that? Well, can you guys collectively agree on that? Is there anybody on the opposing side that disagrees with the statement that a new form is a new Pokemon? That a new Mega is a new Pokemon? Not an already existing Pokemon, it's a new form. New form does not equal new Pokemon. Well... New forms are new Pokemon, but yeah, I don't think so, but I'm okay with that. But if new forms are new Pokemon, you can't nitpick it. You have to ride or die that. If new forms are new Pokemon, then Pokemon Scarlet and Violet introduced... How many Pokemon are in Scarlet? 109 DL, 400 plus 700 total species. 700 times how many Terra types are there? 19, including Terrastal. 13,300 different Pokemon. You have to agree with that. Do you think that because Terra Fire Eevee is a different form of Eevee, the type changes, its interaction changes, its stab changes, its design changes. Yes, it just slaps a fucking hat on, but that's still enough to count as a new form. If that's the case, then you have to say that. And then by that argument, there are 18 of every new Pokemon. No, there's 13,000. 19 different forms for every single Pokemon in the game, which is 7. I just did 700. It's 700 plus. But that means, and by that logic, any Pokemon ever, I feel like Eevee should be more Scarvy than Gen 1. Well, because Gen 1 has 1 Eevee, but Scarvy has 19 Eevees. I'm just taking the logic and I'm riding with it. If I'm riding with the logic. If someone said Terrify is your favorite, then I would say, yeah, okay, it's your favorite, but okay. No, but you have to agree then, right? That means Eevee is more Gen 9 than Gen 1 because there's 19 Eevees in Gen 9, 19 new Eevees in Generation 9 versus 1 in Generation 1. You would agree that is much more Gen 9 than Gen 1, right? Because if you don't agree with that, then your original basis doesn't stand. And then by that argument, you have to also think, now I know there's gonna be that motherfucker's like, yeah, sure, I believe that. It's helping my argument. I don't actually believe that, but I agree. Would be a Gen 9 Pokemon on base Eevee. Yeah, 19. All Terras of Eevee. 19. Terra Eevee would be a Gen 9 Pokemon, but not base Eevee. So you really think if it isn't its own slot in the Pokedex, it's not a new Pokemon? True. Oh my god. True. Game Freak only considers new Pokemon the Pokedex? Fuck my argument. That's kind of a reach, but it does have logic behind it, and y'all motherfuckers know it has logic behind it. True. If they're new Pokemon, why don't they have their own dex entries? Why are they not separate dex numbers? If the Megas have a Pokedex, not a separate one. It is an additional page to an already existing Pokemon. It is a different page. Just like Gardevoir and Ruby and Gardevoir and Sapphire have different pages. It doesn't mean there's 2 Gardevoirs. Doesn't mean there's 2 of every Pokemon. And by that, and also, new Pokemon get new dex generations every generation. By that argument, no Pokemon is new. Every Pokemon is a Gen 9 Pokemon. Because every Pokemon in Gen 9 has a new dex entry. If you count Megas as new Pokemon, then every Pokemon ever is Gen 9. Somebody mod that guy Ethan, bro. He just fucking cooked so hard. You agree? No. Hold on. No, I don't agree with that. Wait, you agree? Hold on, maybe I misread. My Gardevoir is Gen 3 Mon. I would say Gardevoir is a 3rd generation Pokemon, and Mega Gardevoir is a form of Gardevoir. It doesn't have a separate dex entry. It doesn't have its own separate dex page. It is the same number in the Pokedex, Mega or not. I don't understand the arguing here. Gens only mean what people think they mean because that's what they were told. I've been saying that this whole fucking time, brother. I'm so glad you understand. It is so nice to hear that somebody understands what the fuck I'm saying because it does sometimes feel like I'm talking to a brick wall. If everyone wasn't saying Gen was what we consider it to be, it wouldn't exist. Exactly. We're only regurgitating what we've been told rather than our own actual opinion. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You can say about every word ever. This is true. But in the sake of the context of this argument, that's not relevant. I wouldn't say that's relevant to the context of the argument because the context of the argument is we are arguing. I literally, you're actually right, Big Bird. Honestly, you're actually so right. Hi, Amber. But you're even furthermore right. You're right that we can say about every word, which is why I'm bringing this topic up in the first place because I don't think it's right. I think there are some instances where that is right, and this is not one of those instances. The topic or the point I have been pushing for the past, I don't know, 2.5 hours. We did find a shiny Zigzagoon, by the way. Was this word means this? I don't think it makes sense. Here's why. I'm quite literally challenging that very thing. 100%. What is your point, HC? I've already told you my opinion, and I'm not saying it's exactly what you're saying, but what is the point you're trying to make? Hypothetically, I say yes. What do you respond to that with? I don't agree with you, but I will give you a chance to make your point. Oh, so we're gonna end stream after this, by the way, because I do have stuff to do. Yeah, I wanted to end at 7. Holy shit, we have been here for an hour. Can I ask what people agreeing with Waves if they played older games with agreeing or us being Gen 3? Have you played Reset and Emerald? This isn't an argument. I'm just curious of the case. Then we finally can't agree to my point. Okay, well, I don't agree anyways. Like I said, I don't agree with originally. I was just entertaining and saying yes. I would say Mega Gardevoir is a form of a 3rd generation Pokemon. And then it comes down to what makes a Pokemon a Pokemon. I would say a Dex entry plays a huge part. You use the Dex to figure out everything about the Pokemon. Type. Anything unique about it. The way it looks. All of our information sources from the Pokedex. And, of course, data mining too, but that's not intended, so. Our intended source is the Pokedex. On the Pokedex, Mega Gardevoir is a page added to Gardevoir. Like a little sticky note. You stick on it, you know what I mean? Just a little, right there. Gardevoir, Psychic type, Psychic Fairy, 5'4", fucking 110 pounds. Mega Gardevoir, Psychic Fairy, 5'8", 119 pounds. Hi, Ellie. Thank you for the 5 months, dude. Thank you. Welcome back.
Gosso.
Kind of ending stream right now, but thank you. I hope you're doing well. Thank you. I think it's a matter of fundamentals, and if generation is different meaning to us, we can never reach an agreement. I do agree with Ethan's original point, which, like, it's what frustrates me, because I understand where you're coming from, but exactly what Ethan said, you think what you think because you were told that. Just because everybody says something doesn't mean it's true, and I'm quite literally arguing that. And I'm proving logic, right? Like, I'm backing my statement with logic and reasoning and explanation. And the counter this entire stream has basically been no because no. Every argument I've heard, I've shut down or countered and in a way that trumps it. Not just like, you know what I mean? If I say this is red and you say it's blue, no, it's red. That's not an argument. Explaining why it's red, well, that's blue and they don't look the same. That's a trump to saying this is blue. Now, if you're colorblind, different story, but you know what I mean? I do agree. Just because you're told something doesn't make it right. And the general opinion is strictly based off of what you've been told. But just because everybody says something doesn't mean it's right. If everybody says go jump off a bridge, are you gonna go fucking do it? No. Yes, I'm gonna. Haha, so funny. I was saying too, but I see the logic behind it. But I can't see RS as a Gen 3 game because of the reasons I stated. See, and if you can't see it that way, you can't see it that way. And if you can admit that, that my statement makes more logical sense than the existing, and you still choose to neglect my statement in favor of the existing, that's biasness. And that's fine as long as you can. I think biasness is okay as long as it's known, as long as it's present and it's admitted. You know what I mean? Because we are human. There is ultimately no right or wrong. There is a word that doesn't exist yet that would trump my argument infinitely. Or just another word that's not even being mentioned. You know what I mean? And I will probably still stick with my truth. But I can admit it's a biased level. Actually, maybe not, because I only came to this truth in the first place because of logic. And if this logic trumps my logic, I'm a logical person, so I would agree with the logic that trumps the, like, you know what I mean? Logic. There's no emotional attachment to it, actually. The definition of a word is the definition. You're trying to change definition, which can slowly happen over time. You're trying to combine gens with regions in one concept, which I disagree with. See, but you're taking the word generation literally. I'm talking generation specifically within Pokemon, because Pokemon games aren't born out of a pussy. You know what I mean? They are manufactured ones and zeros, which is much different to a living, breathing human being. You are applying a far too literal sense to this. We're talking about mythical fire, like mythical creatures with mythical abilities that are unheard of in society. There's only so much level of logic and realism that can be made. Oh my god. I'm more arguing to you have my understand my POV. I understand your POV, but it's not the POV. I've said from the beginning, or I've tried to stress from the beginning, I always understand. Like, I play devil's advocate with myself all the time. Literally everything ever, I fucking devil's advocate. Honestly, I think it's more of a bad thing than a good thing, but like, I've already thought about this, and I've thought about all of the counters, or not literally. I don't want to sound like I have a god complex. That's not what I'm trying to fucking say. But like, when I debate or when I form an opinion, the first thing I do is try to counter that opinion. I like Charmander. Well, what the fuck? Squirtle's better in the games. Bulbasaur's better in the games. Why do you like Charmander? Well, I like Charmander because of this and that and that and this. Well, he does this better than these two. And it's like, okay, well, that's a fair point. He does do these better than these two. And I think him doing better at this aspect is more important than the things that these guys do better than him. You know what I mean? Like, this is first. Every time I ever form an opinion, I always argue myself. And I'm gonna be honest with you, it's like an embarrassing thing. I don't want to come on stream and talk shit like this and then ultimately be wrong, because it's just fucking embarrassing. Period. For me. Not necessarily if you disagree with me and you turn to agree with me, but I feel like me, as with all eyes on me, you know what I mean? You all look at me. I think that's embarrassing for me. If I come preaching this thing and ultimately get shut down after putting such passion behind my words, I think that's embarrassing. But ultimately, if drastically incorrect, I think it's much more embarrassing to preach incorrectness than to be corrected. Anyways. See, I'm more of a why person, so I think all POVs. I think of why something is the way it is. See, but that's kind of why I'm confused, because if that's how you think, that's how I think. So why don't you agree with me? Why is generations referred to X, Y, and or S? See, that's the problem. You just said that. You said that. You've been disagreeing with this whole time, but you just said this. And if you did this correctly, you would agree with me, because that's why I'm even having this conversation. Why is generations referred to the way it is? Why is ORAS Gen 3 or Gen 6 and not Gen 3? Why is Heart Gold Soul Silver Gen 4 and not Gen 2? Why is Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee Gen 7 and not Gen 1? Why is that the way it is? Is exactly the kind of thinking that sparks these conversations. But we're about to go into a loop, and I do have stuff to do. And I've been here. I planned on any stream at 7 p.m. It's now 8:20. Before stream ends, though, first of all, holy yap, bro. W-yap. W-yap. Yapping is fucking fire. I wish I could do this every day, chat. We should have debates every single day. Let's do it. Let's all become master debaters with one another. Jokes aside, before the stream ends, I would like to say a fat thank you to the homies. Grim with the gifted tier 1. Eevee with the gifted to AT. Connor with the 4 months of Prime. Star R. Khalib with the 10 gifted subs. Dino with the gifted sub. Maddie with the 5 gifted. Life with the 2 gifted. And Ellie wrapping us off with the 5 months. Thank you guys so very much. Thank you. Debate Friday should be a thing. I would fucking love that. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I would love that so much. But we can't do that. I gotta go chap my fucking lips. That bitch is fucked. Alright. I will have it tomorrow. Just a little reminder, I won't be live on next Thursday. But I will be live again tomorrow. We'll be running it back. We did find Chinese Zigzagoon. So tomorrow's stream is prepping for Roxanne. Which, there's a lot we gotta do, chat. Like a fucking lot. If we want to be able to win this and not lose. So we're locking in tomorrow. I hope to see you then. Tomorrow will be, I don't want to say a super long stream, but I'm doing what I'm doing today. I'm ending, I guess, a fucking 5-hour stream anyways. I don't know. Have a good rest of your night, gamers. Thank you so very much for stopping by. I do greatly appreciate it. Make sure you're drinking food, need to water, take care of yourself. Your brain needs it, your body needs it, and I would appreciate it. And yeah,